in government that so that they can't be prosecuted for different things. Individuals can be prosecuted, but a political party cannot be prosecuted for anything that a
That's a
individual
good
done
question, bro.
in a
I'm not
political party.
1000% sure
Like
on that.
a political party is totally different from the NC no not the NCAA but the NA. I can't pronounce what's
NAACP.
the
Oof.
National Association of Colored People. I can't.
Yeah, NAACP.
Yeah, the NAACP, right? Yeah, I mean that's not a political party.
Let's get to it. Ooh.
Therefore, the government can shut down the NAACP if someone does something wrong. The Rainbow Coalition, the action group that I can't think of his name that he runs, right? All of those are not political parties. Therefore, they don't have any special right or protection of a political party. And and and,
Let's
and
go with the
we
Reds.
and we don't think about that. You know, we don't have a political party. There is no Black American political party that's registered with the federal government. There might be one or two. I don't know, but we don't have no special protection in the federal government or in the states.
Yeah, I wonder about that. Because you have Trump who was in power at one point, and so what you're saying is when they hold the presidency, they don't investigate that particular party. But they will.
Correct.
But they
Like,
can.
give
But
example, he can use his power as president of the United States to investigate uh, the Democrat Party or try to destroy the Democrat Party
okay.
because he's the president. But he can't do that because the Democrat Party has rights and protection, uh, and no, so the government cannot do anything to try to destroy the Democrat Party, and vice versa.
Interesting.
Then there's no Black American political party. Good example. What happened on January 6th of 2021, right?
Mm.
The Democrat Party wasn't in power, but they could have used uh, what happened that during that day to incriminate everyone in the Republican Party, saying that hey, the Republican Party is behind this. That but they couldn't do that because the Republican Party has special rights and protection within the federal government, and you can't incriminate the whole political party.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That's the way I see it. Is when a Democrat's in the presidency, they can and have used that power against the opposing party, and vice
Correct.
versa, and vice versa. Yeah, yeah. Um, Now at the state level, well, because that's only federal. I'll be curious as to how that operates at the state level. If they have like a state-based, Bureau of Investigations like Georgia and I believe Tennessee have, something like that. Do they? I wonder if they're doing similar things at the state level.
I mean, I'm pretty sure they do. Just like the federal level, the state, the governor cannot, they can. They can do individuals in the Republican or Democrat Party, but they can't incriminate the whole party,
Mm.
governor of the state. I think so. So the Democrat Party and the Republican Party, they both have the same power and protection. Uh, you know, But I don't know if it's written in the Constitution. I haven't seen that, but I'm trying to find. It's hard to find, but the Democrat Party and the Republican Party have special protection and rights, and I believe that if Black Americans can have their political party, have a political party, and they are registered with the federal government, right, then they will have the same protection and rights that the Democrat Party and Republican Party. Good examples. I think the Republican Party and Democrat Party, they get $100 million per year that's given to them from the federal government. I mean, just little things like that. I mean, that's not a little thing. $100 million is a lot of money for a political party.
Yeah, Freedman Party talks about that because they are major parties, and then there's minor parties where they get less money. And he's talked about that number. I forget what it is, but you know that's the goal of Freedman Party, is to get to that minor party status. It's taxpayer money. I'm thinking when you do your taxes, there's a box that you check to say if you want to donate or whatever. I think that's where that box is at. But at any rate, yeah, it's taxpayer money. The government gives it to these major parties. They've created a system across the country in each state to keep out the minor parties as much as possible. But I agree. Yeah, the executive branch can use the law and the agency of the law enforcement to go after political opponents as individuals, as you're saying, but not the entire party. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, so in terms of supporting the revolution, supporting the revolutionaries, and or becoming the revolutionary, everybody is encouraging people to run, and I've been in spaces where new Black American candidates are running. I believe I was in one, a gentleman in North Carolina, someone in Texas, and they were basically being vetted in these spaces. And so, you know, it's like, that's an interesting space to be in, to be honest. If you ever see them vetting a person, it's actually very interesting to be in that space. It's a little brutal, I'll be honest with you, in terms of the questioning, but you're in a situation where you don't have time. Like, Black America is really in a position where there's not a lot of time left to slowly get to know somebody that you're planning to support financially. And so it does take quick discernment and on the spot questioning that may sound a little harsh or may sound a little crazy even, but it's quite necessary, because to be honest, if you're in a debate and you're on a stage and they have questions, you know, they should be tough questions. You should be able to answer those questions, especially if you're in like a town hall setting. And Twitter Spaces in that aspect operates very much like a town hall, or like a council meeting, even, where it's time for the questions part of the meeting, and citizens are able to get up and ask very, very tough questions. So if you are planning to be a revolutionary and you want to run for office, be prepared to answer very tough questions. And just my advice is, if you don't know the answer, simply say, I don't know the answer to that question, but I will do research. I'm writing it down so that I can get back to you with the answer, and or, which I've heard and I really, really respected it, is someone saying, I need help in that area. If someone is available to help me, you know, so that I can get caught up to speed with that particular issue. I think that's another really good way to answer that question, versus trying to come up with a political answer that doesn't address the issue, and then you just start to sound like a regular politician who is going to say whatever anybody, what the people want to hear, but actually not do anything if and when you get into office.
Hey, boy, you hear about the councilmen in D.C. They voted positive or favorable for illegals to vote in Washington, D.C. And I think it was 14 councilmen, 7 were black, and it looked like 7 were white, and it was I think it was voted unanimously, either 12 or 13 votes against 1. But the 7 black city councilmen, they voted favorable for that for that bill, or whatever you call it. Now the thing is, what I noticed, right? See, the 7 black city councilmen, right? They have their own agendas, their own policy, right? None of them have a agenda or a policy that they can agree on, other than maybe reparation. I'm pretty sure everybody, they agree on reparation, but anything outside reparation, we really don't have a clear agenda and policies, right? Therefore, anything that has to do, not to do with reparation, everybody's confused on what they need to vote on, or what to support and not support. So I think that's what happened in D.C. They don't know what to support, or what to support, and because they don't know, they just agree to, hey, we just go ahead and support it. They don't know their own interests, right? Because they don't have their own Black American political party. The Black American political party will establish an agenda, will establish policies, and so it would be easy for them to make a decision, because they would know what their own interest is. And of course, letting illegals vote is not within our interest. I land my plane there.
Okay, yeah. So I saw that, and the mayor was actually waiting for them before they voted on it, and like you said, it did pass through. Now I think U.S. Congress has some oversight over the city of D.C. So I'm not sure if when they pass a bill, the Congress has to also pass it or whatever, or at least approve it. But there is a Republican. I'm gonna see if it's still in my timeline. There's a Republican. I believe he might be in that city council and or in DC itself, but he is planning to file a lawsuit to stop, like an injunction type of thing, and then hopefully get that declared unconstitutional, much like the New York thing. So hopefully that does progress in the right way. In terms of Black American politicians not knowing better, I think we are beyond that point. I just put up in here where you have the Reverend abortionist Raphael Warnock, who's got a picture of himself in front of Latino voters, and he says, "Georgia's fired up. Great to spend time with my Latino brothers and sisters at our rally this evening." And they have a sign that says Latinos for Warnock. So in Georgia, there are roughly 260,000 Latino voters that are registered. There are over 2 million Black American voters that are registered in the state of Georgia, and they have an overwhelming majority in the Democrat Party. Him and Abrams have been courting the Latino vote and spending an exorbitant amount of time with the Latino vote in the state of Georgia that represent 10% of the Black American vote. That is a bad strategy. It's disgusting. It's horrible. It's dismissive. It is erasure. It is every negative thing that you could possibly imagine for Black Americans to sit back and watch this go on while none of their needs are being addressed. The most important needs or not being addressed, and there it's really like a situation where you have um a significant other who has a celebrity crush, and all they do is talk about this celebrity crush all day, celebrity crush, and then they get a chance to actually meet the person, and you have to stand there and witness them fawning and lusting all over this celebrity individual, and or they come across someone in real life who reminds them, who has a very similar physical features to that celebrity. And that's even worse. Like if it's a celebrity, you kind of understand, but if it's just some normal everyday person who looks like a celebrity and they have the same reaction, this is really what it's like. It's just totally disrespectful.
Right
now. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna drop and come back in.
Actually, I hear you now.
No, you hear me now. Okay. So it's just disrespectful, and I don't think it's unintentional, and I don't think they don't know and they're not aware. It's very deliberate. I don't know if a political party will change that in these individuals that are currently in office. I just don't. They are what they are. They believe what they believe. I think if there was a nationwide or even a statewide Black political party, these individuals would not want to run underneath that umbrella of a Black agenda that's Black first, that's for Black Americans, and unapologetically so. So they attract.
Well, that depends. Of course, if that depends on if Black Americans are a super majority of that state, they make 66, 75, 80% of the voters. Of course, they're going to go by what the Black voters want. But if Black voters are 30, 35% of the state, and you have a Black political party, they definitely have to make choices there. That's why the numbers are the key.
Yeah, but in Georgia, you have 33 or plus percent of the population already. You already have more numbers in the Democrat Party than any other group. You already have your own political party. It's just called the Democrat Party, but you should be controlling it. You should have full control over the Georgia Democrat Party. Full control, and there's no excuse.
The Democrat Party is still controlled by the white elites, white Democrat elites. They the ones that give out the money. They the ones that give support. Yes, the Democrat Party, we support this person, that person. They are the ones behind the lever.
Yeah, but that is because they're spineless and essentially mindless, in my opinion. Like,
they're just looking after their own interests. That's all they're doing, and they know that a Black, like the Republican Party, supporting Herschel Walker, right? What they trying to do is they trying to get, with having Herschel Walker as a Republican senator, candidate running against Warner. They're hoping that they can steal some of the black vote away from Warner, and that's That's their strategy, and I think it could probably work.
Yeah, no, that might work. Because there's actually more Republicans in the state. I don't, and for the Senate, I don't know if it's a statewide election. I'm assuming it is.
Yeah, Senate is statewide.
Okay, so you got an off year election where you have Kemp, who's the incumbent, likely to win his race, and that means that most Republicans that go in to vote are likely to vote down ballot, right? So they're going to vote the ticket. So if the governor wins, Kemp, then Walker has a really good chance of winning, because Stacey doesn't have a Democratic presidential candidate to help pull her across the finish line. She's really on her own, and she's, in my opinion, she's fighting an uphill battle because of all of these missteps and the disrespect that she presents to Black American voters in Georgia. She has and I don't know, I believe it's only her, but she has this whole one Georgia BS platform. Like, one Georgia? What the fuck does that even mean? Like, what are you talking about? It's so bizarre. I really don't understand how she's even got this far, but hopefully, in my opinion, this is the end, because she's going to do so much damage to the state of Georgia for Black Americans. They might never recover from it. They may never recover.
Hey, Black, look, that one Georgia, you know, motto, right? That is something that a white strategist or advisor would say to her. Say, look, if you want to win, right, your motto has to be a one
inclusive.
Georgia. Inclusive. Black Americans, we won't think of doing anything like that. But that is a suggestion from a white political strategist, Democrat strategist.
Yeah, let me show you another. There's a Black mayor in Baltimore. I think he was one of the youngest Black mayors ever elected. Seemed like a really cool dude, right? Brandon M. Scott, and we know about the immigrant mayor in New York City. And so this person is just disgusted by the fact that it says, my city is in crisis on multiple fronts. Abandonment of poor Black people runs high, and our young Black cop loving mayor, who's conned tons of people into supporting him, since we're talking about support, has spent the last week making wagers, a gentleman's bet, about a football game, because the Ravens, I guess, are playing the Giants or whatever. So they, I'll wear a Raven shirt, you wear a Giants shirt, blah blah blah, laugh out loud. And you got people who are literally dying in the streets in Baltimore and New York City, for that matter. People are getting gentrified left and right out of these places. But you got these two Black mayors who are in a position of authority to make serious changes. And this is not the first one. There was another politician. Oh, oh yeah, he's in New York. What's that the black congressman out of New York? It's not gonna come to me. But at any rate, he was talking about a celebrity relationship in a tweet, and I looked down his timeline. There was no tweets about any of the stuff that we care about. Like, nothing that goes on in the Black community politically. He had no tweets about that stuff, but here he is tweeting about some celebrity couple, whatever. I think matter of fact, it was when the Celtics coach got caught cheating on Nia Long, or whatever the case may be. He decided to tweet about that instead of using that platform as a U.S. Congressman. I think his name is Bowman or something like that, out of New York. Instead of tweeting about the issues that are going on in New York and the state of New York and city of New York and his district and whatever the case may be, he got himself involved in celebrity gossip. So I don't believe, again, and I'll say this again, the Freedman Party, they got a great path. I believe we should have individual state parties, and if one of those individual state parties is successful and they can mirror that and multiply that into another state, so be it, and they become a regional party, that's great. However, um these people who are in power today, who are in office, they would not run under the banner of a black agenda. And that's what I'm trying to. I understand what you're saying. The Democrat Party is a white ram party. I agree. And so they attract people who are going to assimilate and who believe in the things that they believe in. So these individuals wouldn't one day wake up and say, hoorah, I'm ready to be a revolutionary. I'm going to run under a black agenda party, because that's not inside. That's not in them. It's not in their structure. It's not in their spirit. Their spirit is to be, whatever you want to call him, a James Slyburn type character that is at the feet of white power. You understand what I'm saying? Like the difference in a candidate who would actively seek out a revolutionary political party that has a black agenda versus the people who are now in office.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Yeah. Because it's crazy. Okay, shout out to everybody in the room, Mr. Professor, Nate, Sear, and Miss Trouble. Feel free to come up. The conversation is really about supporting the revolution or becoming a revolutionary. There really is no more time for gray area and sitting on the sidelines and watching and whatever. And the support can be financial, it can be in volunteering for a campaign, to phone bank, to canvas, and also telling other people about the individuals that are running so that they can get involved and they can either support or whatever the case may be. Taking it back to DC, I put that up in the Jumbotron. So this gentleman's name is Cotton. It says Cotton plans to block DC from allowing illegal aliens to vote. In quotes, it's insane policy. And this is from the Immigration Reform Law Institute. And this was a Fox News report. Let me see if this guy is in DC. Yeah, like you said, DC voted 12-1 to advance this bill to let non-citizens vote, which is utterly insane. Cotton he's a Republican from Arkansas, so he is in the Congress, and he's introducing a resolution to block. And like I said, I do believe that Congress has authority over DC legislation. I think they have to approve it. Let's see. Let me read this part. It says the bill was sent to Mayor Muriel Bowser for approval Tuesday, and if she clears it, the bill will be transmitted to Congress under the DC Home Rule Act. It says if she vetoes the measure, the veto could be overwritten, blah, 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 blah. So the only person who voted against it looks like an Asian woman, Mary Cheh. Mary Cheh, I guess is how you pronounce that. I'd have to look it up to see if she is in fact Asian, but that's what it appears to be. So it looks like an immigrant's the only one who said, no, we're not going to let these immigrants vote in the city of D.C.
I remember the Washington, D.C. used to be under the Department of the Interior.
Oh
So
wow.
everything had to go through the Department of. I mean, when Mayor Barry wanted to do anything, he had to go through the Department of Interior to get a okay to do projects within DC. So maybe they changed you know.
Yeah, there's been a lot of changes. When I looked into it, there was a time where the DC didn't even have a mayor. Um, and so
Right.
there has been periodic changes, every few decades or so. On its march to possibly becoming a state once they have a majority other population, anything other than Black Americans, they'll probably really be pushing for that in the future. But it appears as though a simple resolution from this Republican out of Arkansas can squash that 12-1 vote thing or whatever. I don't know if other people have to sign on to it. That's probably going to take a little more deeper thing, but it's likely not going to pass constitutional muster. So I know there's a court because I looked it up the last time. It's like the United States District Court or something like that in DC that it would have to go to, which is a federal court. If someone filed an injunction to stop it, so that likely would put the brakes on it, and then I don't know. I'm not going to say I don't know why they keep making these attempts. I know why they keep doing it, but it's very annoying and frustrating, and it's all coming from the Democrat side. So they keep testing the legal limits, knowing that they're going to fail because they know it's unconstitutional, but they keep doing it anyway, and that is very disheartening.
To be honest, I sort of that is one of my strategies when it came to the Black American homeland. Like we don't even though a policy that we passed, it could be the or uh, unconstitutional, but we do it anyway, and just let the
Oh man, you're really, yeah, your phone is glitching really bad. Your phone your phone is
some
glitching really bad right now. I don't know if you could hear
is
me.
so
Oh wow. Nah,
legal,
you can't hear me.
and but a lot of times when it goes to the court, it can take a couple of years or more for to.
Oh man. Yeah, you know what? You're in the matrix. You kind of were in and out, and then you kind of got in for a little bit, but then you're back out again. So you might have to drop down and come back in. I'm not sure if you can hear me. I'm going to drop you down and then try to bring you back up. Let's see if that helps it. Okay. Invite to speak again. Yeah, see, we're back, man. We had a really good space where they let us get like 100+ people in the room for one weekend, and now we're back to this. So try it again.
I
See.
can hear you now.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I can. If you can remember the gist of what you were saying.
Let's see. Oh my gosh, I forget what I was saying, man. Oh my gosh. Um,
Yeah, it was in and out.
I can't remember, man. I'm just trying to figure out. I thought I was kicked out of the space, and I lost my chain of thought.
I think you were saying how it would be unconstitutional to have a black majority state or something along those lines, maybe.
No. I was saying that, like, let's say in a supermajority black state, we passed laws, right? And some laws that we pass, it's possible that is unconstitutional. But we go ahead and pass the laws anyway and let the Supreme Court decide if that the laws that we pass are unconstitutional or not. But we know that it can take a while for the laws that we pass, they have to be challenged.
Okay.
And then they have to go through the state Supreme Court. Then they have to go to the federal Supreme Court.
Back into the matrix.
It can take. So the thing is, I'm just saying that if something is unconstitutional, we shouldn't. That shouldn't hold us back. That we should just go ahead and pass the laws anyway, and let the federal Supreme Court make that determination.
Okay. I think the issue with that will be injunctions. I think when they do an injunction,
let's see.
Can you hear me?
I think I'm losing you.
Oh man, wow! And I do need I need co-hosts bad now because ain't no way to hold on to the room. People are Miss Rella's here. She said she kept getting kicked out, and I.
Hey guys, I'm just sitting here. I was having dinner and just drinking my wine, listening. Well, I'm watching the Descendants movie on Netflix, but yeah, the space is acting up. It was just as soon as I came in, it kicked me out.
It does it every week when I start the space and I try to invite. Like normally I got to try to invite 3 or 4 people and then hit the send. Today when I just clicked on a face, it collapsed the room and then I had to come back into the room. And unlike last week where they let people stay in here, they've already been kicking people in and out left and right. So it just is what it is. I did announce that on social, the platform is talking about adding spaces. November 1st is when there's this big meeting about it. And they say they're going to add some other features. So hopefully that is a legitimate feature that's coming, and I'll be able to announce when it's going to start. And hopefully their technology is much better than this. I believe it's really not the technology. I think they are. I'm very, very sure they are using IP addresses to affect Twitter Spaces. And because I had an issue in News Toter Space where, like I said earlier, I was speaking. They said, "Oh, you're in the Matrix," and I could hear a recording of myself speaking, like the last 5 seconds of what I said was played back to me inside of that space. And I was just like, whoa, that's so bizarre. I never heard that before. Never seen nothing like that. I've had the echo effect where I could hear every word being repeated right after I said it, but I never had a situation where I stopped speaking and I could hear a recording of myself being played back. So it's definitely targeted. There's just no question about it. Black American Homeland, how's your voice now? How's your mic?
Hey, Black, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can't see you moving though, but yeah, try for it.
Hey, Black American Homeland, how are you?
Okay. Yeah, I was just saying, I'm what do you call it? I'm using a server where my IP address is always changed. I don't know, maybe they'll be reading my manager.
Yeah, you might have to go out and come back in, because you're really glitching really bad right now. Black American Homeland, you probably got to. And what News Toter was telling people is to share out the room so that when you go out, you can click the room in your timeline and come right back in, as like a placeholder for the space. Um, because the only other option is to go through the web browser to listen, but you can't speak or interact through that method. But yeah, try sharing out the space, dropping out, coming back in, and then we'll get you back up here. Remove. Okay. Whew. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, so that DC event looks like it is being dealt with this Arkansas Republican. Let me make sure whether he's a senator or a congressman. I guess he's a congressperson, but
wait, you gotta catch me up. So what's going on?
Okay. So DC, they were looking to pass a legislation to allow illegal aliens, non-citizens, to vote in the city of or the district of DC. And the last time, that was a couple weeks ago when they were talking about it, and so it did pass 12-1 vote. The one person who didn't vote for it appears to be an Asian woman, based on her last name, Cheh, Cheh. However, this is a senator, Tom Cotton from Arkansas, Republican senator, said he introduced a resolution to block it. He called it insanity policy or insane policy. And DC is under a Home Rule Act. It says members of Congress are able to block bills passed by the legislator and cleared by the mayor once the bill is submitted. So it appears, it says allowing, and this is what the Republican Tom Cotton. So this is somebody, if you're in Arkansas, you need to vote for this dude. I don't give a damn, to be honest. He said allowing illegal immigrants to vote is an insult to every voter in America. Every single Democrat should be on the record about whether they support this insane policy. We know this Mayor Muriel Bowser is horrible for Black Americans. Absolutely horrible, disgustingly horrible. And she's going to do everything she can to destroy Black American political power in the city of DC. But again, this senator is putting forth a resolution to get it blocked. Did you get that?
I did.
Yeah.
I did, and actually, I had read up on that early on this week. So there are two people who are running for mayor against Mayor Bowser, and I'm trying to invite them to the space. One of the ladies, her name is Stacy, and the other guy, of course, is Red. Laughs, Red from different movies. I think he was in Houseplay. He was also in other films. And I'm going to try to see if I can get them to come into the space. DC, Washington, D.C. here is very, it's been under attack for some time. The once chocolate city. I think that, Marion Barry created at the same time trying to build up Maryland, is now being under attack of being erased. And I don't think people understand how serious this is. I said this before when I mentioned the, governors or senators from the South who, like DeSantis and the Texas senator, Oh God, I can't remember his name. It's not Cruz. God.
Yeah, Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz.
That's one, but it was another guy. They made statements of, hey, we need to send people into these different sanctuary cities and areas, right? But they also want you to not pay attention to the fact that they also allow illegal immigrants in their prospective states. And we don't ever get to the point where we're talking about that because we're so focused on them actually putting people on buses and shipping them around like chess pieces. And I've said this before. You have to be able to compartmentalize when we're having these discussions, because it's not just Democrats who are actively participating in, I call it treason. Within the United States, against its own people. It's also, Republicans who are also in support behind the scenes, without having to be out in the forefront. That is a problem. Because they don't even take care of the populated cities like California that became overpopulated under the watch of Gavin Newsom, and as well as the previous governor and senators in California. Even the committee members in California prior to what we have now is a over invasion. We see this happening, and the people in office are not doing what they were put in office to do. They're supposed to be on a local and state level protecting the citizens. Instead, like places like DC, they are unhousing homeless people who are already homeless to make room for illegal immigrants who are bused to DC. They are not migrating on their own. They're being bused by United States citizens to different areas so that they can get them into politics and be able to vote. And we need to be on alert, like high alert. This is not a game at all.
Yeah, because in New York, okay, we got a hand up. Let's go BW.
Oh, I just came in late on the conversation. But didn't you say, I heard you say that they passed a law for citizens to vote. So what is it being done about it? Are they just letting that fly, or, what is they doing?
Yeah, the DC City Council passed legislation to let non-citizens vote. They've been working on it for at least a month. And so what happens is DC is under the authority of Congress. And so Congress is able to essentially block anything that they don't, approve of. And this Arkansas senator, who's a Republican, is putting in a resolution to block it. And then he wants to get all the Democrats on record who are saying that they're for this. And that's very strategic because, he wants to be able to go to American voters and say, look, these people are trying to disenfranchise you. That's what disenfranchisement is when you give away the voting power to non-citizens. It disenfranchises everybody. But, specifically it targets Black Americans for sure. So it looks like this Republican senator who is closed border. So if you live in Arkansas, Tom Cotton is his name. You can look at all his other policies to, see if he's somebody you can vote for. But in this instance, he's trying to protect the Black voters in the District of Columbia.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it is sort of messed up because our country, whether people been paying attention or not, it's been going down here for the longest. It just getting worse from all the tactics these dominant society been doing. They're so focused on destroying us, and because they can't control us like they thought, then they start using other tactics to disfranchise us. So that's all I really want to say. I just came in because I want to get a clear understanding of what was going on in the room.
Yeah. So so what I was saying was, meanwhile in New York City, they put up these. They have a term for it, but essentially there's these huge white tents. And I watched a video. Inside the tents, they have couches, lounge areas, widescreen TVs. They got a kitchen.
I seen that. I know what you exactly. I seen that too. A video of that. Ain't that something?
Yeah, that's beyond something, because New York's a major city that's got a big homeless population of people that have born in this country, lived in this country. Many of them fought for this country, and you got these people that are showing up who shouldn't even be here, and they're rolling out the white carpet for these people and giving them like extra special treatment. So it is very disturbing.
So is anybody fighting, like the people in New York? Are they speaking up? Are they fighting for it? Or are they just saying, okay, this is the way it is? So what is they doing?
We don't know what's happening on the ground per se. I will say, there is an organization out there that is fighting against, immigration in regards to, the freedmen, but Black American freedmen. The problem I think what we're having is a larger scale of having this conversation in social media. It's not being talked about. A lot of us have lives that require us to be able to survive, and it takes us away from reality that's happening in different states. The one thing I will say is that, while we have this time to get into spaces, to communicate on social media, we need to be utilizing this as a tool for our benefit, as a safeguard to spread the message of what's happening. If you do have family in New York, you need to try to get them tapped in and pulled in some kind of way by having conversations with them outside of spaces or social media, and then bring them into the conversation, and so that they can figure out what is happening and what to do about it. Because the day-to-day, I think, daily person does not understand the threat, I believe, that's really happening. We're looking at it as, this is a humanitarian thing. This is something we should be doing because these are people who are in need. But we're not looking at the people who are coming across the border are not dressed like people in need. They're dressed like people who have come from somewhere and traveled a long way by someone funding that. And we need to take this serious. It is imperative that we realize the reconstruction of the United States. I call this the second Reconstruction. The second Reconstruction, because they are reconstructing the United States under the guise of the Latino population and trying to use them as the community or the people who are so disenfranchised that we must support and help them. The problem is they're not the only ones. You have people coming from other countries who are flooding into the United States, invading into the United States, and they're getting into positions of legislation. They're moving into businesses, and they're creating an economic floor that disenfranchises us as Americans, Black Americans, American freedmen, to keep us out of the economic game. And that is important to have the conversation about. And people on the Democratic, left will say, no, that's not happening. We need to be focused on uniting. Well, why is it that when you're in your community and you're talking about building a business, or you're talking about building a Black enclave that is suitable for Americans, that the immigrants will go to bat and blocked legislation? Why do they have that much power? That is a problem. Farmers are literally facing that today. We are facing that today, and we don't realize it, because the Asian Americans we're not just talking about Japanese and Chinese. We're talking about Indian Americans. We're talking about people who are mixing with Black Americans to either get, citizenship. They are also a threat to our existence in the sense of economic repair, because of the fact that this is now becoming the second Reconstruction, and it's actually excluding Black Americans, and we have to call that out. We have to. The language must be in that information for us to be able to fight what we're going on, or what's going on. All of us have love in our heart. I really believe we do. All of us are for humanity. I don't know a Black person, a melanated person who's not for humanity. But I think when it comes to us having our nepotism and being able to practice it without provocation, this is where we see, the devastation of immigration being forced on us. And we have to get to a point where we not just say, hey, do these people know what's going on? But what are we doing to ring the alarm? And I think that's actually a better talking point, a deeper discussion to say, hey, our people are in trouble. Our homeless population that, were once the poor class, which now are the class that is fourth in class in the United States, is now destitute yet again under, the United States Constitution, and no one is talking about it. No one is sounding the alarm with FEMA. No one is sounding the alarm, with the Civil Rights Agency, a department and government. No one is sounding the alarm with the Treasury. No one is sounding the alarm, with ACLU. The NAACP is not even talking about our people in this narrative, and we have to ring the alarm. It is important. All of us are in different levels right now economically, but we are, some people would say, oh, we're one paycheck away. Actually, I think we're past that at this point. Yeah.
Absolutely. Black American Homeland, you want to test your mic out, see if we got you?
Testing. How you doing, Rella?
Loud and clear, bro. Loud and clear.
You guys hear me?
Hey, how are you, beautiful Black man?
I'm doing great.
It's good to hear you, finally.
Yeah.
How you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good.
Good.
But I've been having trouble on this app today.
Yeah, trust me, I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. I want to ask you guys something. The topic of the room is, if you can't be the revolutionary, at least support the revolution. I was in a space last night. I probably shouldn't have been in there, but I wanted to support enough. She is very smart, intelligent young lady, and I want to implore her and other Black men, to move in the space of healing and repair. But I think, do we talk about that on a deeper level in regards to how people are showing up? You have people who are showing up and they're not understanding different things that are happening around the country, even to the sense of why a Black majority state is important, or if not a Black majority state, like I mentioned before, a Black majority enclave, for you to be able to survive and until you decide to migrate. You have people focused on other systematic issues that come about in our poverty, and they utilize that in the sense of causing division. So what do you guys think can be, or how do you feel about that, I should say? Both of you guys are definitely well-respected, Black men who are in the fight, doing the work. You're also fathers who are also, living your life daily and day to day. But with everything that's going on, even with what's going on in, around the country, how do you feel about people engaging in the systems of the results of our condition?
That's a really tough question.
I personally think our people are giving up, like they've lost hope. I don't think there's a motivational booster that gives us the right insight like it used to back in the day. Too many distractions. So I just see us too distracted, and the distraction leads to a bigger, I don't know, attention deficit and lack of hope, if you ask me.
Hey, Devil, how are you? I'm glad you came in tonight. It's good to see you. Thank you for that.
Yeah, no problem. Like, I can just say in the modern revolutionary sense, the impact of the people in charge on our people has put so much pressure on us. I could say that COVID was a delivering blow. When I say delivering blow, like COVID put us in a real fucked up position to an extent where it's like recovery is up to us at this point to find out where our people are physically and in the community. Like, and we're not doing it. We're all trying to get a bird's eye view perspective on it by using Twitter Spaces in the metaverse, because the COVID pandemic has isolated us to a point where we're not trying to associate with nobody outside anymore. So I could say the government, the New World Order tactic that they're pulling right now,
liberal world order, the liberal world order.
Nobody from the other cultures on the lower level are refusing the new rules and shit that they're implementing, which impacts us as Black Americans the heaviest, for sure.
Yeah, shout out liberal world order. They are being very, very deliberate with that wording, liberal world order. And that's been underway for a few years now. Ukraine is a part of that liberal world order. The climate crisis, a lot of these Democrat policies, this LGBTQism. There's a post up there where in Germany, they're going to allow people to change their gender and their name annually. So every year, like a character in a video game, they can become somebody else. And then they got this whole thing where they want to control water. This water thing is much bigger than we even understand at this point, because there are droughts happening all over the planet. And so while they're painting it as we want to help bring water to people, no, they want to control the water and be able to effectively shut certain regions off, whenever they feel like it. So yeah, we're headed into some really, man.
Please take that situation way more critical than what people like.
Whew.
I don't think people understand the human body is made up of 80% water.
Yes.
So when people are having a war over your life supply, it ain't supposed to be pretty, y'all. And Ted Turner is one of the biggest advocates for depopulation. This guy put out an interview that wanted to depopulate the world by like 7.7 billion. Crazy. That's a lot of people. And the only way to affect humanity is by affecting the number one thing that it needs to stay alive, which is food, water, and air.
Right.
And they've done a number of jobs over the years. DDT has been sprayed in the air. The food has been contaminated. That's why it's called acid rain. And the food has been fucked up. It's called genetically modified or whatever RMO, GMO, whatever the fuck, but it's seedless hybrid fruit. And when I tell people this food that we're eating isn't even healthy for your body, when I say that, it's because they're making this artificial world come existent for us for some reason. And eating an orange with no seed or watermelon with no seeds is like eating digital fruit. And that's what they're confusing our mindsets with. Like, crazy. They're phasing everything out. Chicken doesn't taste like chicken. Everything's a little too chewy now. The truth is starting to come out, and it's kind of like a matrix revolution. Black people, as always, are stuck in the fucking middle. It's not fair.
Well, I mean, I think that, you know, with that being said, you know, that's why I don't think that people know how serious it was for us to have the conversation about Black farmers, Black American farmers, and why, you know, Black scientists, Black American scientists, people who are, again, in regards to humanity, the survival of the human race, we are really at a point where having these open-ended conversations and, you know, enlightenment is becoming taboo. I think, you know, the space I was in last night, like I said, in regards to the systems of conditions, the responses of different people, majority, you know, last night, the guys who were in last night, were a tall tale sign to me of why it's important that we have to really circle back the information of talking points to focus people back into what we're dealing with. You can no longer lean on manosphere, femisphere, who's a feminist and all this other stuff and what people are doing. You have to circulate the energy and the knowledge back to the impact or what's impacting, causing these different things. Dr. Claude Anderson mentioned that early on. I think a lot of other elders who were probably in the fight and were ostracized by our community were trying to warn us then. And now we're stuck with trying to now pick up the pieces because, you know,
technology fucked us over.
Right. They didn't listen. And then next thing you know, now they're pushing us out of, you know, technology because we can grasp different things and we can revolutionize and actually create a ethosphere for ourselves to protect ourselves. And I just think that the benefit of us dying out is greater to them than us trying to survive as, you know, human beings or Americans, and they don't want us to put two and two together. Period.
I don't even think our culture still realizes why it's a benefit for them phasing out Black Americans and Black Americans only. Yeah. Because if our culture really understood why we're hated the most, then it would make sense why we need to preserve ourselves entirely.
What did Double? What did they say? We talk too much. We advocate too much. We have an intellectual level of thinking that revolutionizes the world. They don't want it. They don't want that.
Yeah,
they don't want that.
The innovation comes from the fact that we have European mindset trapped inside of melanated bodies. We're the only human species of this kind born to do this hybrid capability, unlike any other race. Everybody else was born speaking Spanish, Portuguese, whatever the fuck. Even Africans speak whatever they speak over there. They have a big barrier when it comes to learning English. We're the only Black people that are born Black but speak English. And everywhere we go in the world, we can communicate the language that everybody desires to speak. That is the hidden gem that they don't tell us about, because we are them in the most superior form ever wanted to be them. They wanted to be us. We don't ever look at it in the right aspect because we're too afraid to have the conversation of superiority of people who want us to see ourselves as inferior. The reality is Black American men are the most powerful beings on the planet. Black American women are the most powerful women on the fucking planet. It cannot be judged. If it's spoken on publicly by any other culture, they're disseminating their own selves by acknowledging it. If they go to college and they talk about this shit, they're going to get fired. If they go to anywhere, they go to the football stadium and say it, the team gets shut down, organization gets reran. That's why I posted on my page the Huey thing from Boondocks, you know, when he was like, Ronald Reagan's the devil, Jesus is black, September 11th was a lie, because, you know, it creates chaos for white people. It's not the fact that he's telling the truth that sets him off. It's the fact that the black man knows the truth and can tell the truth to the white people in English. That's the difference. You can tell them their fucking problems in their own language. So the only reason why they ignore us is because they're doing it on purpose. They sit right in the same classroom and have a conversation with you for 12 hours with your children, and your children can respond. Most fascinating thing since figuring out that white people can't get 20,000 leagues under the fucking sea. Why do you think the counterintelligence program is targeted at black men, black women that are educated enough to understand this shit and stay to your community? This is the problem that jeopardizes white societies. This is the only problem that jeopardizes white society. This is the only reason why they had an interview about it, because they knew they were talking in English and praying the majority of black people just don't have the reading capabilities. So a nigga like Fred Hampton creating a program that targets the reason why people don't pay attention adequately, because they're hungry. They're fucking hungry. Have you ever sat in a Twitter space around a bunch of these hungry ass niggas? It's the most dangerous thing on the planet. Hungry niggas that speak English and everybody can understand it, but nobody listening. That's what we're dealing with. Why don't people support the revolutionaries? Because they also can communicate and explain and tell each other in English. Revolutionaries get killed by white people. If I put my money into a revolutionary, 9 times out of 10, at a certain point, he might get killed. Look at Martin Luther King. Do you not hear the words coming out of my mouth? Everybody in this space can understand it unless you're from Russia, China, Japan, or any other fucking place. So we can have this conversation here. Even Africans from the diaspora will come over here and want to be a part of this conversation because they don't speak full-fledged English. That's why they gravitate to us so much. We were able to take their music industry and globalize it and bring more money in with our ability to manipulate it with their terminology, create our own shit. And now these people need us to stay afloat. This is why self-sufficiency away from this system would critically jeopardize their ability to stay afloat. This is the part of the conversation they can never tell you. This is a part that gets you tagged, tracked, and marked as a messiah in the Western Hemisphere. And that's the shit that scares the majority of us as black people from getting outside and really putting that grassroots to work the way it's supposed to. And I'm going to land my plate right there.
Okay, thank you for that. Just so in this space in particular, we do avoid the N word. We avoid the B word. We give respect to each other, to our people. We love our people in here. So I really appreciate everything you had to say there. We need people who will stand up and say, I am a revolutionary and I am willing to die in order to advance Black America. And it's up to those who support that individual or that group to be okay with that. We can't live in fear. We can't move in fear. We're not going to progress in fear. We got to move in power and purpose. Everything has to be power and purpose. Miss Secret Sister. You there, Secret?
Hey, Secret Sister, are you there? Can you hear me now? Yes, we can. Hello, how are you, beautiful sunflower? Go ahead. You are even more beautiful. Wow, thank you. So, so it says, if you can't be a revolutionary, at least support the revolution. Well, I can actually say all my life I have, if anybody's ever been in a room with me, I am definitely a revolutionary, and I also am a supporter. I give my money. But it's really getting hard. I was told to come into a room. It almost seemed like a setup. I go into a room, okay, and I'm just like, hi, and immediately I get attacked by a man. And as anybody that knows me know, I will live and die for my black man, because they carried a golden seed, okay, to keep us going. I'm gonna die for my family. I've lived and I will die. My dad died. My uncles died for my people. And it's just inbred in me. And to know that all of what I have went through to make sure that the young man could even be on a Twitter space, it's really unfortunate to me that, because what I don't do, I don't argue with men. That's not my place. I think our family, okay, has lost all respect, which I as an elder am trying to continue to respect. I have never went into a room and disrespected anyone. And for me to come in a room and say, and they call me stupid, crazy old woman, and that I'm a liar, that I said that I got beat by cops every day, I don't like that. Because in the revolution, my father and my uncle, like, and when I say uncle, I mean Uncle Malcolm, Uncle Khalid Muhammad, and so forth. They were the wall that stood before me. But when they toppled, I have no problem being a wall also. Because you're not going to get to the kids. You have to get through, you got to permeate a few walls before you get to our children. And I'm not going to lie, this is the second to third time I've been totally disrespected by children that are younger than my children.
Yeah, they call us boomers. And, that generation is crazy out. They out there with it.
And I'm trying to have patience. I'm trying to learn
intergenerational trauma.
This whole new generation, okay, with this LGBT thing and all that. I personally do not. I got attacked on that. Now, sister and brother, you can tell me this. Anybody can come in on this. I was in the room yesterday too, and the thing was, something about reparations, and so it was some the letter people, right, was in there. So, on my opinion, this is mine. I said, why would you even be in these rooms and in this fight with us when your outlook for this family is not the same? What do you mean? I said, you can't procreate with another man. I am doing this now for 3 generations down. So if you're with a man, your generation stops here. They took it. No, I said it just like that. They said everybody is going around. Secret Sister said that gay people don't deserve their reparations. That is not what I said.
Oh, wow.
I asked why be here, because being a man, I don't care if you did. Sister, you do understand. I can't beat a man. Now, you can play like you want to be me, but if we fight, I'm not gonna fight a man. And in war, I expect you, whether addressed or not, to be in front of me and doing what a man would do. Now, is that too bad? I mean, am I wrong for thinking that?
No, I don't think you're wrong. What you're dealing with now is the counterintelligence program at its finest extent in this modern society. The supremacists have targeted the youth at an all-time high. The whole LGBTQ movement was definitely targeted to our younger children, giving them a free range of opportunities just by supporting that whole movement going forward. The only reason why they move like that is because they know who's in charge of them. They know the benefits. They know the purpose. Like, they have that's more of a secret society now than anything else, honestly. It's almost as big as the Illuminati, damn near. And because we can't, as Black people, attack it wholeheartedly, directly, and up front, it's just one of those things that if we're going to make our movement, we have to just move around it. And it's impossible almost to say. I hate to have to say that in any approach we're doing, but it's just one of those things that is an obstacle we have to hurdle over rather than trying to move. And I believe if we just prove that we can do it without the support of them, then maybe they'll start to dig a little deeper and want to put their culture first. I had a conversation with this community a week back, and the title of the space was asking, do you all not consider yourselves a problem to Black organization and unity? And a lot of them just didn't agree, and it turned into a whole smear campaign that got ugly after a while. And that was just the proof of being able to exist. A couple of the individuals even said, with me asking them directly, if I put a piece of paper in front of you and said, pick Black culture or queer community, which one would you put first? And they responded, queer community.
Wow.
So that right there mentally shows where the mindset of those individuals are in our community. And like I said, it should break your heart. So as a response of staying alive in this situation, trying to move forward with this revolution that we're trying to create.
That's sad.
It's one of those things, like having a military background. It's like, do the best you can to avoid this target. If you hit one of them, we're turning the government scale up against us times a million. Right. I don't know how they did this shit.
Wow.
They did it well, but they've made our job to organize our people 20 times harder. And that's the best I could give.
So I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna let Black, because I'm sure Black. I don't know if you want to speak yet first or not, but I want to say, Secret Sister, thank you for, thank you for showing up. I know I don't know your background. I know you've been in a lot of spaces that we've been in, and I will say the reason why I don't go into outside of going into the space last night reminds me why I do not go into spaces that do not actually yield elevation. And I put it that way because it takes you back to a place where you're forced to rely on your soul man versus your spiritual strength. I'm very spiritual. I cry, I hurt, I feel pain. Words do hurt me, that sort of thing. But I'm strong in the sense of I understand how to compartmentalize.
Alpha, and then what's next? Beta?
Protecting your space is a must. I think that a lot of us have grown to maybe develop relationships on Twitter with particular people in certain spaces because you believe that they are in agreement with your thought process of what you believe in. Until you start to have further discussion on your personal opinion. my personal opinion about what Black women go through, what Black children go through. It's not the overall perspective of our condition. It is one piece of a system of our condition. I can't have that discussion with everyone because you have so many people who are, running around with the mindset of a Cynthia G, a Kevin Samuels, or whomever else, and what happens is people tend to rely on their soul perspective individually, that they use themselves as the example versus what the statistical data says our condition is a result from. I realized that again last night with an older gentleman, actually, who I literally had to block. And I normally don't block people, even people that disagree. But I had to block this person because I realized that in that space, these are the people who are following people I follow. But they have the potential to harm people from not wanting to get involved in the discussions that we're having and create a space where you have no intellectual freedom. And I think that it was wrong if someone is taking what you're saying out of context. I think it is very harmful that the LGBT community does not speak on pedophilia. I think it's harmful that the LGBT community does not speak on the fact that the community itself does not even protect Black LGBTQAI plus people, let alone talks about or allows the community to even understand how the impact of oppression affects Black Americans on such a high level that equates to genocide. Black men, would you not agree? They are under severe attack. Right. Well, you know what? I don't. But see, you're not gonna get. I'm not that person. I think if you want someone that wants to choose a side, based on people having the need to ego stroke. No, I'm the type of person that I can actually say what it is. You have Black men and women and children who are under attack, and you can compartmentalize and say what is happening to each particular person, gender in our community without it being an argument, because what's fact is fact and what's true is true. There's no argument.
Right.
I think we spend too much time having conversation with people that aren't built to have conversation.
Yes. I'm thinking that's probably what it is, because me being an elder, I just feel like it's my duty. You getting what I'm saying? Because they're always saying somebody dropped the ball, but then when you go to lend only an opinion, look, nobody knows anybody yet. You understand what I'm saying? It's only an opinion to move not just us forward, but you forward. And slavery and being beat and bit by dogs and beat by and fighting, all that, it doesn't mean anything. Because I look at the fact I'm here now, and the ancestor spirit is with me, and it's so many times that I just tell my husband, just forget it. Our people's done. Just forget it.
Damn.
And he said, that's not you.
Right.
And it's not. I'm not a quitter. I can say it all day, but I'm not a quitter. But then when I go in rooms, I also understand my placement in my home. My husband, I married him when I found that I had no worries about him leading me. He never leads me wrong. When he is out to get advice, I give him the best advice. Not a friend, but his partner. his best friend, his homie. That's me. And I'm trying to get people to understand that that's what we're missing. We're missing the family unit all over again. So I'm telling people, put your cell phones down at dinner and have a conversation with your family. Half of y'all don't even know what your kids are doing. Half of y'all don't even know your daughter could be getting molested by the gym teacher. Like, you just don't know anything, and they don't know even how to approach you because you haven't spoken in 10 years. And me, that's not how it goes in my house. At the front door, my kids come in, they know to put their phone down. It's mom's time. You live on your own. You got time for that. It's mom's time. Unless it's a job calling, it's no reason you put that up. You pick that phone up. And I don't do mine. That's why I know my children and they know me. Wow. I know my grandchildren and they know us, me and my husband. We just,
but you know what I'm going to say respectfully, Secret Sister? You are from a generation that practice a different perspective of honor and tradition. And we are at a precipice of time where we have to either be willing to, as my aunt would tell me, if it means that much to you to reach the people that you are looking to reach, you're going to go through the sacrifice. The sacrifice is going to be the hurt, the pain, the dysfunction, until you can actually reach someone that can actually absorb the message that you have been sent to this earth to deliver. And the problem is, again, I think goes back to what Double was saying, is that, there are particular people who might not have not the prerequisite, but they might not have the energy to just give away to people who are literally taking it for granted. You are someone that I would consider vampires. Definitely almost like a shaman, to the point where you have information that I need to survive. And that if I'm not in the right spirit, or if I'm not in the right mindset, I literally can miss the tools that you're trying to actually deliver to me. And I'm not saying that elders always have the right information. I'm saying that you have information and that you have experience that should be respected.
You take whatever you can.
Yes, ma'am.
And you spit out what the
ma'am.
Because guess what?
It's called, what is it called? It's called discernment. That's what it's called.
And you know what? I sit and I listen to your harmonious voice. I listen to everyone. And Gray knows that I have called him. I have told him a lot about the sacrifices that I have, and now I'm going to. I can't even go to the November 5th. Not rally. Is it rally?
Yeah,
rally. I can't even go because they said they can't have too many black extremists in one place. Me, as a revolutionary, I had to stand back and say, do I let my revolutionary side come out and say, forget you, I'm going anyway? No. The message is bigger than me. It's way bigger than me. And if I got to stay home and miss out, so be it. You understand what I'm saying? But what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to have anything come in between. But then I also do not like to speak on people.
That to me seems kind of odd that even in the sense of collection, when you're trying to put pressure on people, you want all the numbers you can get. And for people to move in this cautious, oh, we don't need too many because it's going to be too radical, that there blows me.
Because they sure wasn't thinking about that during January 6th. I'm going to tell you that.
When people look at the Capitol Hill riot, there was not enough numbers. Anybody and everybody that needed to go and come came, showed up. People got shot and killed and did shit that nobody's ever done in the history of America since the Civil War. We're the only people that decide to play tiptoe games with these folks.
Yeah, but we're not looking to go and kill anybody. Like, we're not going to kill anybody. I'm saying what I'm saying is we're not
cautious. Let's not be cautious. Like,
no. I need you to hear me. We're not looking to go out to a public place to commit anarchy. But we will protect ourselves. There's a difference. And I think that...
Absolutely. Nobody ever did that approach. Even in the Capitol Hill riot, nobody approached with the intent of causing harm. Just the numbers made those that have to defend Capitol Hill nervous, and they had to follow code and orders. And that's why they discharged firearms the way that they did. And that's where I say we have to be expectant of that in our approaches if that's what we're doing, wherever we're doing it at. Reparations marches, going to, press meetings, whatever the case, telling people that they can't come is where we're losing our community entirely. Those that want to...
So this is new to me. What you and Secret Sister are saying something. Did something come out that we missed? Because, I'm not in that space, so...
Yeah, let me promote that. So the official name of it is the FBA Rally for Reparations. They have rallyforreparations.com. November 5th starts at 11 a.m. and there are 10 speakers listed on this updated flyer. It is in the Jumbotron. I could list the speakers, but we all know the people that are there, so I won't waste anybody's time with that. But it is rallyforreparations.com for more information. Come be a part of this historic event. 1301 Pennsylvania Avenue, Freedom Plaza is where the event is being held. 1301 Pennsylvania Avenue, which is not too far from the White House, which I know is 1600 Pennsylvania, so it's in that general area. I want to
actually pushing to get closer to the White House with this.
Yeah, being from 13 to 1600, that sounds like 3 blocks to me. In terms of addresses, but in terms of distance, it doesn't sound like it's that far. I wanted to address the generational issue that Miss Secret Sister spoke about. So, I looked this up. I never heard of this, but the generation that's coming, or that is actually already here, is called Generation Alpha or Generation A. So they've already went from Generation Z to Generation A, and they're calling it Generation Alpha. I put this in a Jumbotron. Hoffman Murtaugh, which I looked them up, they're actually based in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. They are a advertising business, and in this picture, what you see is a bunch of young kids staring at their cell phones, and it says, "What does the new upcoming Generation Alpha, mean for future marketing segmentation strategies?" Check out our newest blog post.
Great. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And I tried to speak to them then. I had Operation Unplugged. It's like, for one, I have information that I'm trying to get our people 4 steps ahead. And I try to tell information, and for that, I'm called stupid, crazy, and things like that. And then only for the next week for them to come out, because I am not afraid. I am the spook that sat beside the door, and I have no problem. As a former agent, of course, you can't show your faces. I did. I don't care. because I've never been afraid. I am a spiritual being. And if it was the time, then it was the time. But for my people, I want you guys to know what I look like until further notice when I meet you in person. But I don't want a emblem. I want you to know me if we walk past each other. We're family now. So that's how I look at it. And for what I can say was a childish act, because any man that attacks a woman is not a man to me. And Gray, you know, I put men in your places. Your place is to treat women like the queens we are supposed to. We give life, we nurture it, and we are the first teachers of it. That's a big job. And your job is only to respect us and protect us. And that I didn't get in that room. And so it took me a long time, and I did cry a little bit. And then I did decide, I said, you know, I just blocked them, the whole room. And I said,
what? I'm sorry. What, did this just happen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And it was horrible because everybody got on board. Everybody laughed at me. And one thing I don't do laughing stocks. I am nobody's joke. And I'm not gonna lie, I felt so angry that if I was close, it probably would have been war. I would have hurt one of them. Because I love so hard and I hurt so quick.
Well, that's what the metaverse is going to do to people like you, me, leaders that really know the difference. This is what the angle of modern counterintelligence and supremacy is about. Giving us a first-handed look, because you have to think about it like this, right? In the early 60s, 1960, when we were doing these, 67, when the Panthers were marching around, right? It was door-to-door hustle. You went outside, you smelled the fresh air, you got the people off the street. Since then, we've had a pandemic that's forced everybody to be indoors. Since everybody was forced indoors, everything has been forced to be online and get pushed for outside. You get what I'm saying? So the problems that we experienced in the beginning before this metaverse still existed. George Floyd was a perfect example. The whole police brutality starting back with Trayvon Martin, which didn't even start with Trayvon Martin. It started with the black kid getting shot in Dothan, Alabama by the police from that local station. Then Trayvon Martin came right after it. Then it kept going down the road to this point where a pandemic ended up happening in the middle of all of these Black unity riots after Black Lives Matter was created all of a sudden. Then all of a sudden, boom, COVID-19. Everything shuts the fuck down in America, around the world, no travel, there's travel bans. Remember these things now, all of these things happened and forced people inside. The same process, OnlyFans came out, forced a lot of our women to take a road of exploiting themselves online for $1. And, at a certain era, you would have never known about this stuff. But now you're finding out how even the school teacher may even be involved with some of this stuff. This is why that whole pedophilia thing is now becoming a thing, because they're even trying to change laws for that.
And I think that's the P, right? The P in the alphabet is supposed to be pansexual. They say it means pansexual, but honestly, I think it means pedophile.
No idea, but let's not let those people win. For sure.
No, most definitely. I'm just saying, like, I really think that the goal in what you're saying is that to drum a generation to sleep You know, they want to introduce the things that were introduced to us on a physical level, because there was no social media where everything had to be done, you know, in more of a compartmental space, like city, state, on the local, you know, if the teachers, wherever your children were majority of the time, because you had to work, that's where they got different generations to behave differently. Now, the generation alpha that's coming up is so the access to the internet and social media is like soon as you hook your wrist. And
millennial creation. We gotta remember okay, it's Gen XYZ for a reason, and Gen Y becomes Gen X, Gen Z becomes Gen Y, and the children born after that are Gen Z. That's the way it's going to constantly roll. So what we're experiencing now is the elderly culture that was our encyclopedias, card catalogs, libraries, everything prior to the internet has been further disbanded from us and giving us access in our community, to where Gen Y is now that midlife crisis era group that is trying to bend the two bridges between the elders and the youth. And Gen Z,
right? But it does not advance. It won't advance us as our people. It'll just introduce a new slavery tactic. If that makes sense, right?
That's where we have to do the outside difference. Because they created the internet to go against us. And that's
what I do, because I mean, in my time, we didn't have fat kids. You go outside, you clean your house. You know, okay, you come in the house when it's, but now it went from gaming to now a cell phone.
But we have to accept what the environmental factors are. You can't just blame.
No, that's what I'm getting to. That's what I'm getting to. And then I'm looking and I'm like, okay, I'm not blaming the children. And I'm saying, okay, right in here, this is where the adults are. So maybe if they get kind of, you know, a word here and there, maybe it'll trigger something ancestral in them.
And right, but remember, Secret Sister, you're talking about the generation after you came, and that generation after you came was tired. And that's the part where I'm saying that Dr. Claude Anderson mentioned, and he talked about the systems of what impacts us is what people keep trying to rely on versus actually talking about the system. And that's the reason why you were so hurt and you were harmed in the way you were harmed, because now the new generation is being forced to only focus on the different systems versus actually focusing in what created the systems in the first place that's going to do the harming. So now they're using this new generation to do the harming without having to actually do the harming directly.
Right, and let me tell you, I'm only just because I'm just trying to. I found a manifesto, the taking down of the black man. Now that could mean the black family, the black man himself, but it seems to be the black man. I came in a room before and I tried to tell them, women, breastfeed your kids because they're about to start doing something to the babies. I don't know what, because it's so covert that they had it blacked out. Next thing you know, all the powdered milk was gone. Well, me and my cousin, she's fourth generation, spoke by the door, and I said, now we see what it is. They put estrogen in there, so that now they are trying to raise up gay people.
The Willie Lynch letter being modernized is what I've called it. And see, that's where, like, you know, Secret Sister, your purpose is so grand to what I'm trying to do that people this is even one of the reasons why, as one of the younger revolutionaries for us, I get the hammer that everybody felt in the 60s, because I approach it with that physical approach. In this metaverse world, this is one of the most dangerous places to bring the Panther movement, because not only can we get lost in the conversation, if the host and the co-host don't have the capability of targeting these trolls and these bots, there's so many other platforms and channels that we understand that are being used by the organizers, as Rel was speaking on. Organizers, remember the KKK, those people, remember, you all were the ones pushing us to understand, because they no longer ride horses and have white hoods on, they're now putting on suit and ties, and they're your commissioner, fire chiefs, police officers, and all of this shit. They're also your tech engineers. They're also the individuals that create these.
Have our skin colors.
So yes, they know how to use the technology in their favor. And even a conversation like this, God only knows who's really listening. They're taking the conversation, they're screen recording it, and they're going to other channels and talking about it.
So let me ask you this. Let me ask you this question. What do you think? So let me ask you this question. Shout out to everyone in the room. It's a woman. That is a bad woman right there. Very educated. Shout out to the PhDs, the doctors in the room. Shout out to Trouble.
Somebody, one of these little babies is going to need y'all, because I'm about to get from behind this phone. And
she's not. I don't think she's a physical doctor. She's definitely educated. Shout out to even those who are still pursuing education in elevation. We see you. There's no shade here at all. But I will say this: the question I have is, with that being said, what do you think in a revolution is the biggest weapon to, the Black American, the freedmen people? Well, what do you think the biggest weapon is?
The biggest weapon is what I'm working on behind the scenes.
No. What is the biggest? Okay, let me rephrase it. What is the biggest weapon being used against us?
Oh, against us. Well, of course, it's the 666 chip that we have in our hand and that we watch all day.
No, it's not. It's actually us.
No,
I understand what you're saying. But listen to my question. The biggest weapon to take down
against each other,
to take down the elite. Because everybody would say, "Oh, well, we're not the elite because we have, economic, poverty." But in order to take down a giant, you need another giant. And what do they use? They use us. They use our ability to reproduce ourselves against us. And that is our babies. That's our babies. That is our elders. That is those of us in between. Whatever it is you think that you are, they will use that against you. Your biggest weapon, the biggest weapon that you could fight is yourself.
That's what psychological warfare and psyops is all about.
I think what really started to get to me was after them going ham in on me, I was telling, because they were like, well, since Elon Musk has Twitter, I don't know where we're going to go. And I said, well, wait a minute. What has
social? That's when you're supposed to be like social.
I'm not into this. Everybody knows I'm not into this. Maybe it's another word to say. I don't
get trapped into this shit. Like, I'm here to tell people the metaverse is not the place for us to do it.
It's not for me, because I am
it's not. And stop thinking that the stuff that people say here negatively is impacting you. What I want people to believe is every time you pick your phone up, if you can't go outside your door, immediately open the door and see those people saying that to you, they're only saying it from an insecure place in their own comfortable home. So if you don't hear it happening outside of your hallway, stop letting this metaverse shit fuck with your head. These people have advanced this thing so damn good that our community is the largest, again, consumer to the shit. They always say we're the biggest consumer to fucking everything. This right here, this metaverse thing is destroying us. We are not supposed to be at all. No adults, no children, no millennials. We're supposed to be outside, reaching one, teaching one, touching hands, making sure our elders are in touch and sitting down in front of every last one of us, understanding what the world was really about before this cyber world. Getting our adults and elders to grab smartphones to keep up is the dumbest thing ever. Yes, call us so we can be in touch with you so we can go get jobs in California. However, do not take away the ability of what you did to get us here to this point. If you as elders felt us as millennials is that, we lose what it comes to teach the Generation Z, because when you're gone, I'm Generation X. And if Generation X right now in front of me did not give me what I needed as support, and they kept trying to tell me what needed to happen when I'm sitting here as an individual that watched broadband go from dial-up into Wi-Fi, into 5G, and I'm sitting here with you, watching my little brother use the shit. This is where we're having our biggest disband. Too many elders wanting to hold and control and not let certain roles of understanding men both ends. Just hold on. I'm not saying you. I never mean one person specifically. It's impossible. It's impossible to mean one person specifically.
I really got upset with my fellow because I said, well, do you know the majority, the black majority? And I said, well, do you know News Potter? Crazy bitch. This is what they're saying. You crazy bitch. Every day you say you got beat by a cop. Where the fuck do I say that at? I don't.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so I want to, wait a minute, guys. I want to move on. Black, and I'm gonna say this to you, Secret Sister. I think that you are intelligent to know, especially as an elder, that unfortunately, to unplug from the Matrix means that you must return to Zion, right? A part of the movie of the Matrix said that they had to return to reality in order to also fight the machine. So they weren't just fighting machine inside of the Matrix. They were actually fighting the machine outside of the Matrix, actually to win the revolution and freedom. And I think that you can't look for, you have to be at a place where you understand you won't reach everybody in a room if you willingly as an adult go into those spaces and you put yourself into that environment. You are making a decision as an adult. You're making a decision.
I didn't go into this space. They came and asked me.
I understand. Because I heard you say that earlier. So what I'm saying to you, even if I ask you to come into a space that I'm hosting, or you go into a space and you see that I'm hosting, right? If I am not willing to reciprocate the level of respect and understanding that I have different levels of ages of people who are listening to me under the sound of my voice, that means that I am not actually doing my due diligence in the realm of my people to do no harm.
Well, I left the moment I felt.
I understand, but hear me out. What I'm saying is, you gotta safeguard yourself, and you gotta know when it's starting to get to be too much, right? And at the same time, just like you said that you blocked everybody that was in that space and all that good stuff, but to move forward, you have to also make sure
that the Trojan horse.
Realm,
wow. crazy.
Was saying from this app. If you don't have the same responses that you're having in those spaces in your real reality life,
no, I don't.
Then you move forward, because that's where your work is needed the most. Right. You are right, and if you are now plugging back in to try to touch bases with the people who are plugged into the matrix, then you get who you can, and then who you can touch, that's who you lean into and pour into. You cannot be concerned with those who are not gravitating to you in your message. That's not what you were sent here for. But at the same time, I'm not letting the people of my generation and the generation after me off the hook. There is a level of respect and a level of honor that we have to start learning to practice. And that does come from the generation before you and the generation before them, because they had to work with each other. They were forced to develop a tradition and cultures that actually revolutionized evolution amongst our people through the eras. I'm not saying they were all perfect, because the history shows that our people actually faced different type of atrocities and different type of battles amongst each other, because we keep repeating them now. But what we cannot no longer do is we can no longer just rely on one specific thing and say, oh, well, the reason why these things are happening because this one thing, that one thing, this one. There's actually a multitude of things. And the metaverse, as Double, says, is literally exacerbating it, because now everything is at a touch of a button. You actually can be triggered and harmed in 2 seconds just by picking up your phone.
Right, and you are correct, but I'm gonna tell you, I'm because anybody that knows me knows the first thing I say is I want a new Black America, and the first thing I say is, come on, people, let's unplug. Like, stop being on here. Like, you see, really, where you live, I want to come meet you. Let's meet halfway in. Like, I want to start meeting people. And I said, okay, well, let's try to get a trip together to go give some libation to the Devil's Punch Bowl as a collective. Whoever wants to go, whoever doesn't want to go. And ask our ancestors to hold us up high in this fight for reparations. And that's something, whether somebody comes with me and my husband or not, it doesn't matter. But I was just offering. But just like when I went in that room, and then they want to try to tear down 2 men, not boys, men that I hold high esteem, and that would be Black majority and News Tyler. I hold them high on the man scale. And when you try to pull them down, I knew it was time for me to leave. I'm not arguing with a man, but I'm not going to allow you to sit here and talk about my brother, not in my face. So I have to go. And I said, this is when I have to block. After doing some things, he's a tether, but everybody else is some of us FBAs, and I'm...
See, that's where you're getting too plugged into this thing, and that's where I put in the link in the Jumbotron, weapons of mass distractions, not destruction, distractions. They have a book of how this social media era is supposed to actually manipulate people's mind and keep you from paying attention to the reality of what reality really is. So this whole terminology, the toxic this, alpha that, all of that craziness, accountability, all of the craziness that you've heard.
I know about you. I'm just learning a lot of these words.
Words existed, but they were never this abundant in the regular society, because regular society never.
I was. Let's go do it. We don't need to talk.
And that's how we need to move again as a culture. This is where we need to never lose ourselves, because social media will throw all of this. Before you know it, I promise you this, what's coming in the next 5 years are virtual headsets, so you can actually see the people you're talking to in these fucking metaverses. I'm telling you what's coming next. Hold on, secret sister, please let me give you the knowledge. I'm telling you what is coming next that you wouldn't care to invest in, but the children would. The Oculus headset, for example, was something that was targeted for children. The PlayStation 5 with the virtual reality headset. These are things that target the children. I know the older generation was not about video game consoles. They have no idea how the new evolution of video game consoles got. If you've never played PlayStation Online or Xbox Live Online, you have no clue what the trolls in the life of the world, of the cyber world, are about. Trolls have been accessing the fucking internet since dial-up, AIM, kick chats, groups, all of this crazy shit. And all this is infiltration of other societies, such as Russians, Chinese people that are trying to display their democracy here on American technology. It's a cyber warfare thing. That's what all of this shit is about, and Black people are just thrown in the fucking middle of it.
Right, like the mind control. My last thing, and then I'm out. Up in the Jumbotron, I put the thing. I do probably, I did tweet it earlier. They're making the first Asian American actor on our currency. Didn't they owe us somebody on currency? I'm not sure, but that really angered me also, because I do believe Harriet Tubman was supposed to be on some kind of bill by now, but she's not. But no, they got this Asian American. If you click that, you'll up in the Jumbotron, you'll see it. That is upsetting, but I know what they're doing. They're poking at us. So let's continue what we're doing and ignore them. You understand? So that's what I'm going to do. I just wanted to come in.
If you do decide to do something in regards to the Devil SpongeBob, please let me know. Let Gray know. I would definitely love to help out. Yeah.
I'm going to talk to you and Gray and Double behind. I'm gonna go to your inboxes and leave my number.
Awesome. Yeah, we could definitely talk online. I can tell you what my organization is about, and I would love to have a further conversation with you.
Yeah, so your voice definitely deserves to be over there with Secret Sister. And the only thing I can do is offer apologies for my generation. But I don't know if they were in the room or not, but
I don't even think you would be able to, because knowing you would say, you got to go. I know you.
You gotta go in there with a thick skin of armor. Literally, you're talking to somebody that does this shit with these people on a regular. When I come in here, picture me as a fucking Morpheus on Twitter Spaces. Yes, it goes all the way fucking up with me. And when it gets there, it gets ugly. And it has to be almost as if it was real life ugly when you have a nigga moment with the random nigga you didn't know and y'all are really ready to shake it down, but you don't know if you're going to get all the way there. That's how the metaverse really works. So if you're not ready for that part, you gotta just
I'm not ready, Black.
I just tell people, because I've been here since this thing started, and I've been the biggest advocate against getting Black people off of it. So yes, everywhere I go,
hashtag unplug. That's the new
shout out to social. And I always say fan base too, because we're not on fan base, but shout out to all the Black platforms that are developing and trying to develop safe spaces.
Fan base? Where's has fan base?
Fan base is actually Isaac Hayes is who was the original Isaac Hayes Jr. Isaac Hayes Jr. is the owner of fan base.
Oh, that's awesome. I'll go and apply. You know my old self.
We definitely are not. We definitely did not take him serious. I think because again, we go where the action is versus running away from the fire, and actually developing and creating our own. And that's something we are definitely gonna have to touch base and talk about as we actually speak about revolutionary and evolvement. Because we got to evolve. If we do not get to a point where we evolve, we're in trouble.
Well, when you hear what how my project is going in the background, you're going to be like, your mouth is going to drop.
Oh, I'm already proud of you already, so I'm pretty sure I know it's going to be amazing.
It's a big, and I need all hands on deck. All right, majority. I love you all. I love all my family. Okay, I'm just going to try to lay it down, and see, I puts my phone down and put this shit down.
And get out and smell the roses. I always say, go touch the ground. If you're not doing grounding, go get yourself and do some grounding.
Mm-hmm.
And get rid of some of this electricity that ran through your blood. And ground yourself.
Right. Your sweet voice.
You're welcome.
I love you. Want to put my number in your thing, so hopefully you three will get with me tomorrow so you can get on thing, because this is a advancing project that we need everybody on hand that I trust.
Okay. All right. So I will actually have a meeting tomorrow, but I will definitely do my best to touch bases with you.
Okay. Love you.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Love you all.
Bye, Miss Secret Sister. And shout out to Trouble Mail Cruise Deluxe.
Well, yeah, we don't say bye. We say see you later.
Yes, my mother said, my mother said that. She goes, stop saying bye. Say see you later. See you later. See you later. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So, straight, no tether, Carla, Trouble Deluxe. You guys feel free to come up and join the conversation. There definitely is no right or wrong answers here. And Black American Homeland, I know y'all been kind of quiet. She got it.
So it's interesting because of the trolling and the vitriol. I actually reposted, I think it's Sounds of Blackness account, who said that, on Twitter, it's becoming so negative. Like they're really, really, really seeing the negativity on here. So, I put the social on top of that and reposted that. But here's a person. Her name is Chef P. PII, the pink sauce lady, right? Young Black woman. I'm not sure if she's Black American or not, but she got attacked from every possible angle, clowned to no end. And I don't, this was under the radar. I don't know how many people know about it, but she signed a licensing deal with Dave's Gourmet. And it says the pink sauce will likely be in stores and restaurants.
Is that the lady that was selling her the pink mayonnaise to people? Not her. Is that the same person?
That is the same person. That is the person who believed in herself. She was a revolutionary in the in the condiment business. She believed in herself, and she met her goal.
So the part that I found when I ran into, or how I came into know the pink sauce, and not the specific person herself, I saw it as when she was actually selling it, and people were actually coming up sick. So
now,
that
were they coming up sick?
The time on TikTok that I actually found out about the pink sauce. So I don't know. I think if she was able to get somewhere where someone can help her, with the storing and things like that, and actually getting on the show, I honestly believe that the concept in itself is genius.
I think it's stupid. I think it's another token Black person.
No, it's a Black woman. It's an
it's an extortion by the bigger 1%ers. Like, they do this shit with somebody.
Yes, but they have the money to do it. That's
dystopian, man. You got a dystopian viewpoint of life.
Over manufacturing, they were to send manufacturing overseas. We don't own manufacturing, and
that's one of those things I look at when it comes to warfare. We're losing people. And in our sense of urgency of saving our culture, we're not moving fast enough to save our own people.
But none of us want to have that conversation double in regards to, that's the reason why we're saying, hey, at least support the revolution.
We're not giving people, the time for the conversation. I don't think we're giving the respectability for the patience of the conversation. And I couldn't even just hear me out. I'm literally, the reason why that conversation isn't being had is because our communities expect it to be done in 20 minutes. They literally want that conversation to be summed up in 5 minutes and show tangible results for 20 years behind it.
And that's not going to happen. That's not realistic. And so I definitely
Okay, exactly. Right there. As a queen, you yourself said that's not realistic. So when do you vocalize that problem? Because if you don't vocalize it as a problem, it never gets talked about. But if you constantly talk about the things you as a queen want to talk about, which sex sells, you're going to make men in our community that are dying to make sure we keep whatever Black woman is left talk about what you want to talk about. This is counterintelligence at its finest. Thinning the numbers so thin that men are willing to do whatever it takes to keep what's left. And if our own women can't even see that the government has targeted them primarily because the people they want to eradicate are Black men. Without Black men, you all don't get the Black babies. You got to go fuck with them African motherfuckers that you say you hate or other cultures. That's the conversation y'all aren't having.
Yeah, I never said I hate Africans. Okay. I don't know. We don't have them discussions in here. We definitely compartmentalize in here, but we don't. So we actually don't.
I'm just saying, we're talking generally here.
Right.
Generally for me. I'm never speaking on one specific person. I can't speak on one specific person because I don't know y'all like that. But generally speaking, one of the biggest problems that we speak on is protecting the children. In order to have children, you got to protect the women. In order to have children, you got to protect the men that get children. If people keep refuting those facts, you'll never come up with the collective same page agenda that everybody can agree on. And this is the basics that they're fucking targeting. They're targeting these baby steps in our community to make it impossible to talk about this grand scale picture thing we want to be on. And the biggest reason the conversation isn't being had is because our women aren't.
Well, I would have loved to see our community get behind the pink sauce lady and actually allow her to develop her own.
Does that benefit us, Queen? I'm asking you, how does the pink sauce lady
listen to the full context of what I'm saying.
Please, bro.
I would have loved to see our community get behind the manufacturing and supporting her to develop the pink sauce for the community without having to go to a giant to take on manufacturing for her. In the sense of the creativity that came from her actually developing the pink sauce is something that's coming from her. She's a part of the community as a Black female business owner. It benefits us because the more business owners we have in our community, the more that we actually can champion the cause or the call to action to develop manufacturing, which we do need. Also, business ownership in our community with resources from our community does not happen. Resources actually are coming outside of the community because our community does not have the economic floor to build the small business ownerships that we say we want. Yes, we are $1 trillion or $2 or $4 trillion spending power, but the spending power is not actually circulating back into our own businesses, it's actually going out into different companies that actually end up becoming larger companies to excess out of economic spending power. So again, I'm never going to shame someone for starting a business. I'm never going to shame someone for wanting to do what they feel is best to get them out of the rat race from working a 9-to-5 for someone else. But I also will say that you cannot ask for something to be a benefit and then turn around and say, well, that's, you still trying to go work with so-and-so and that don't work for us. Well, unless we still have the conversations in all contexts to bring home how to fix this thing, like I said, some of us is not going to get it because your conversation ends at a perspective level, and it never fully contextualizes to be something that becomes healing for us to become elevation or revolutionized. And we got to be able to talk about it all. So wherever my blind spots are, you guys as men, you'll be able to point that out and say, hey, look at this perspective. Wherever your blind spots are, if you have the room and the capacity to hear someone like myself or other women speak, you'll pick up that energy and information because you'll make room for it. I don't have to tug and pull.
That's not hard to do. It isn't. And that's what I'm saying, in a sense, on a global sense of understanding, even in the business field and aspect, when our women state, we're not shameful that you'll start the business. Okay, vocally, it sounds good. Physically, it isn't the same as the statement. These are the things that I have to pinpoint when it comes to projection of commercialism and branding. Black people only have each other. So when a black man creates a startup business, it takes 30 black women, even if they don't know if the business is good, bad, or ugly, to promote it so other individuals will actually get behind it. Black women choose not to promote it until it shows success. Then they get behind it. Then they're telling people to consume. And that's one of the biggest problems. If appreciation of our culture. If black men did this, when black women start their soap businesses, candle businesses, whatever the case is, black men get right behind it. Hey, make sure you go buy one of these, spend your $5 on homegirl stuff. Other thing is making affordable products that we can all actually spend our money on, because we have to split between each other and the white society in order until we sustain self-sufficiency. If we can get it understood that we need more vocal ability aimed in the direction of our businesses and startups that we're creating, we will alleviate these problems that we're thinking can't happen or can't be cured. It takes more women addressing a positive light, and I promise you, men will respond. You want men to respond, give the public appreciation to men that aren't your men. That is the problem we're dealing with right now, with the society being able to, black men aren't good enough to do this and all of that shit, on top of our own women telling us where we're failing at. Okay, we as black people can't go tit for tat with each other over failures when we're both people that came out of slavery. Right now, what our display needs to be is showing that black women support black men regardless of what Asians, Latins, or whites say. Black men got to show the rest of the society black women are the shit regardless of what Asians, whites, and Latins say.
Okay, Mr. Double O, I'm going to ask you to take some time and try to, man, I want to say this in love and respect to you, because you got a lot of energy and passion. We don't, and at least in this space, we don't get involved in gender wars. Like, to be very, very specific, we are super supportive.
Gender war?
Yeah, because I've listened to you talk for like a good long time, because you're specifically pointing out everything that black women are doing wrong, and not really at all pointing out anything that black men.
Like that, and I have to defend my words. I'm not saying that they're in the wrong. I'm not saying we're in the right. I'm not doing none of that right now. I'm only.
That's what I'm hearing. That's what I'm hearing. That's what I'm hearing.
Okay, so to elaborate it in a better sense, I'm only stating the problems in our community that are the smallest that would help both of us achieve the progression we're looking for. And everybody agrees that marketing in the Black community is at an all-time low for man and woman. This is just something that I'm addressing directly and wholeheartedly because everybody else is afraid to speak on it. It's not saying that somebody is better than the other. We are equally at the bottom compared to everybody else in the world. So there is no gender war that runs through my head when I speak on these things. The only war is how people look at us collectively as a whole. And I want that ideology that we can't work together and we don't stand behind each other to stop. But it takes identifying the problems, meaning we don't engage in each other with respect and trust, even if it's just the beginning phases. Like if a woman is starting her own nail business, a lot of people don't want to do it because it's not built like the Asians. We got to stop that. And Black men got to do more to invest into those Black women that are doing that. And the same goes vice versa. When a Black man starts a car washing business, for example, be willing to stand behind him and push those people in his direction with your voice. It's free marketing and advertisement. It's something we don't do because we spend too much time.
Okay. I got you. So again, in this space in particular, we come at everything from a very positive and productive point of view. I think Miss Rella spoke to that. I spoke to power and purpose earlier. We look for solutions. We're not looking to look at the problems, right? We're really only focused on solutions. So this woman, this Black woman, Chef P or Chef Pie, who got this licensing deal. Let me explain to you the difference between a woman who sold her business and who got a licensing deal with a corporation that's already in the stores and the restaurants where she wants to be. See, for me, this is actually an amazing success story. It shows the power of going viral online. No matter how messy it might have been, I owned a restaurant. I was in the food business, and I got negative reviews because I was a Black man inside of a white community with a business, right? So there's no telling what evils were out there trying to say her product got them sick or whatever the case may be. There's no telling how much of that negative piling on that she received was just simply trolling, to be perfectly honest. But, they say the devil had a plan, but God had a purpose. So it turns out that all that evil that was headed in her direction, she was strong enough to come through it, strong enough to survive it. And now she's in a position to where she could have generational wealth for her entire family. That is success. That is power. It has nothing to do with gender or what's going on in the Black community or any of that. It's just like, wow, we got to salute the people who have success, who actually create a lane that other people can eventually, walk through and participate in some area of society. And the other thing is, we hold a Black business space. I've been an entrepreneur my entire life. There are really times where Black people who are entrepreneurial have to develop businesses that are universal. Miss Ello Puppet, she was in the space earlier. She has a universal product. If you want to be successful on a level that is global success, that is what our potential is. Our potential is for global success. At times we have to think much bigger than ourselves, and especially when it comes to these products. So I salute people that develop products that can reach the entire planet. We have so many entrepreneurs that have created so many inventions that the modern world wouldn't even be possible without their brilliant Black minds. So let's salute everybody, let's hold everybody up. And I see that I think Miss Stacia, if she would like to come up and speak about DC, I think Miss Rella invited her to the space. I'm not sure if this is one of the people, but We were talking about DC. We were talking about the illegal alien vote that passed and how Congress has the ability to essentially squash that. So if you'd like to come up to speak, anybody in the space that would like to come up to speak, please feel free. We do focus in on positive solutions. That is the whole point of even while I'm online for for whatever reason, as long as it takes to get to Delaware. The president was in Delaware recently, went to Delaware State University, and this is his quote: "The Divine Nine kind of runs my operation." This is the president of the United States on stage at Delaware State University, their main campus in Dover. So yeah, I want to talk about all of this stuff. The Divine Nine obviously is the sororities, I believe, the black sororities at the historically black colleges and universities. And I believe the vice president is a member of that.
Yes. So Stacey Hall is actually running for governor. She's actually running up against Mayor Muriel Bowser. I'm so glad that she was able to come in the room. I hope that she does come up on stage. I don't know if she knows how or not, but please do. Thank you for allowing us to, go off on a little wild tangent there in regards to the last hour. My point back to the pink sauce lady was, again, I came into meeting talking about her in regards when she was coming out, first starting, and if she's able to get support with manufacturing her goods and products, I think it would be ingenious for her. It will be beneficial for, I'm sure, her family lineage, and it would be an added bonus to actually have a representation of someone who owns another sauce in the stores that's black owned for us. I definitely would love to try it as long as it's regulated. I was hoping to actually try it when she actually first came out, but because of all the stories, I definitely was going to wait. So it's good to hear that she's moving into the next phase, and anyone who's owning a business deserves that type of support and development. And someone, I think, listening to Stacey Hall, when I actually saw the video of her and a few other candidates speaking about their run, they deserve to actually be able to champion those type of policies for us to get those resources, as American freedmen. So again, Stacey, I hope you're able to come up, let the people know about you, and maybe speak to what's going on in DC.
Yeah, so I'm on the Dave's Gourmet website, and so they're getting FAQs, questions about the pink sauce. So I want to go through some of these. This is actually pretty interesting to me, because here again, this is a corporation. Who knows how? Because we, again, in our black business spaces, we're trying to come up on the spot with ideas for our black entrepreneurs. Who do they need to talk to? Where do they need to go? I wish Miss Ella Puppet was in here for this, but essentially, it says, why did Dave's Gourmet decide to partner with Pink Sauce? It says Pink Sauce had Dave's Gourmet attention because it's a delicious and unique product. Tastes great with any savory dish, chicken, fish, potatoes. The demand for the pink sauce is overwhelming, and Dave's Gourmet has 30 years of manufacturing expertise. With the help of Dave's Gourmet, we are working hard to bring shelf-stable, safe pink sauce to market, making it available to everyone to enjoy. So there's like 5 or 6 questions, and they say, did Dave's Gourmet purchase Chef Pie's company? Says no, Dave's Gourmet didn't purchase her company. We created a partnership. Dave's Gourmet is responsible for manufacturing and distributing the pink sauce. That is really unheard of. I spent years watching Shark Tank, and the shark from Canada, Kevin, they call him Mr. Smiley Face or whatever. He was always talking about a licensing deal. And the reason was it is perpetual income, quite literally. You take your product, you connect it to some large manufacturer, and they just pay you every time a product is sold. And that, again, is a perpetual situation. So she doesn't have to do anything. She created this viral thing that got attention. This company picked it up, and she's just going to basically sit back and collect money. I mean, quite literally. So there's just no reason to talk negative about anything that is going on with that. And again, the devil had his plan and God had a different plan. And in many of our lives, we talk about revolutionaries and the revolution. Oftentimes, when the devil is coming at you, it's just proof that what you're doing is working. You're being successful when people are attacking you, and you just have to be strong enough to live through it. So yeah, I'll put the link to this Get Dave's Gourmet and their FAQs if anybody wants to check it out up there in the Jumbotron. But I'd love to talk to Miss Stacia about DC and what's going on in Chocolate City, formerly Chocolate City. A year ago, we were really on the 51st state bandwagon in terms of trying to produce a black majority DC as the first black majority state. We had some people from DC explaining how gentrified the city has become, how they're pushing black people out. And so I'd love to hear about those issues and how it seems that this 51st state is really designed to create another white majority state or whatever the case may be. So yeah, you have the floor.
Thanks for inviting me, Rella. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I won't be able to say a whole lot because I got a 17-year-old here in the background getting pretty loud because I won't help her get a room in order. But I wanted to hear and always learn from such a fine group of people. And so blessings to you all. And so I'll make it really quick. Tomorrow I am going to be with the reparationist perspective. That's 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with the mighty Miss Angela. So for those of you who want to hear more about me and my story, you can tune in tomorrow. And I'll tell you real quickly, I ended up in the DMV because I call myself fleeing Florida. In 2016, I fled Florida at the call of God because living in South Florida, first living in Miami, then moving to Coral Springs, which Coral Springs is in Broward County, Miami's in Miami-Dade County. This place is dominated by Latinos. And so in 2008 is when we really started feeling the weight of their dominance and their rulership over the blacks in Miami and in Broward County also. And so in 2008, if we can remember, that was a recession. 2009 is when that recession really kicked in. And for some reason, they still prospered. And I never could figure it out. Now, I got a strong spiritual arm. I was always in the church. I was raised in the church. So I'm pretty strong there. But you want to know something, guys? When the words say you got to be as harmless as a dove and as wise as a serpent, this is now the time that we have to be as wise as serpents, and you're qualified to do it, and you're also given the go ahead by the cloud of witnesses. Angela called them our ancestors. You're given the go ahead by the ancestors, the holy one, the cloud of witnesses, to do it because we can no longer be as sheep being slaughtered among the wolves. In DC, you mean tell me I left Miami, I left South Florida to come here years later and encounter this invasion? No, No, I wasn't standing for it. I got indignant. I loved when Trump was closing them borders, but I hated to see him go for that reason right there. And so I said, I'm finna stand up. I'm finna run. I'm finna run. And and because I'm strategic, I learned from God, but I learned from the enemy. I learned from the enemy because I know good and darn well that to learn the skills of a certain serpent and to learn to infiltrate, I had to learn from how I was getting beat up all my life. And I had to look at the tactic that was being used against me. And I decided that I am going to infiltrate. I'm going to run as a Republican. This is strictly business. I have to do this because I need to know both sides. I've been a Democrat long enough, and I have more in common with Republicans only because of what they did for us during the Reconstruction. And so I said, this is the party I'm gonna run under, and I'm gonna get them to help me. And I reached out to the local DC GOP, and I first started out as a volunteer. And they were looking at me as a volunteer, and they said, do you want to run for office? And I said, I think I do. And then months later, they sat down with me at a lunch and said, you're a viable candidate. We wonder if you want to run for mayor. Wow. And I thought long and hard about it, and I looked at it and I wrote down stuff, and I said, I'm going to use this for my good. They may not even want to do a whole lot, but if they do just enough for me to get attention, as a Democrat, I wouldn't have gotten attention. As a Republican, I get attention. I promise you, even if it's negative, I get attention. I turn it around. I respond positively. I'm very optimistic. Nice. And I love how my brother said that we have to approach things that way because The Art of War, this book said that war is based on deception. They're going to work really diligently to get us to turn against each other. We can't do it. We have to lead because that is our anointing. We are anointed to lead and to judge and to rule. And we have to take back our land. And so for me, running as a Republican, some people didn't understand it. I want y'all to understand. It's for us. It's nothing personal against nobody. I got a lot of white backing. But for me, I need my people to back me because my heart is in the right place for my people. Because this illegal immigration, I'm promising y'all, if there is not something done today, if we don't stand up, we can have a spiritual arm, praise God, go to church, get in your word good, but you better get you a strong political arm. That means that you will perish for lack of knowledge if you don't go study to show yourself approved, because them wolves gonna ravage us. They're going to tear us to shreds if we don't stand up and confound them. And confound them, overthrow them, but not physically, overthrow them with our serpentism knowledge and use it. Learn from them. Get all the information you can from them. The Lord taught me to infiltrate because I'm a secret agent. And guess what? I pulled myself out of poverty, but guess what? It wasn't just for me. It was for my people. It was for freedmen. It is our time. And I pulled myself up out of poverty. Those keys I got, they ain't for me now. They're for my people. Along with my people and other parts of this country to get up and to rule as we should and get our money and get our land and show them how to do right. And that's all I got to say. Tomorrow I have more to say, but right now I'm just indignant by this foolishness over here because this city council just voted to let non-residents vote. I said, honey, it's going to be confound. Listen, if they want to listen in the spirit realm, I'm a warrior. I'm huge. I'm huge. I will stop devils. But listen, I needed to have that strong political arm. So I had to ally with the Republicans, y'all. Because these people are going to destroy us if we don't start running for office. And if we don't strengthen ourselves and understand the Constitution, know how to use it, because them serpents find loopholes. Them serpents, you better be slithery more than them. And the good news is you authorized to do it. You got the clearance. And that's all.
Stacey, Miss Hall, if I may call you Miss Hall.
Yes.
I cannot wait to meet with you. And I'm here in Virginia, and I would love to meet with you and figure out how I can support just to get more, get out on the ground, how I will drive to do some work door to door. What actually brought my gaze upon you, even prior to you even speaking on, the term freedmen, because I know that you've sat in so many spaces to listen. I've watched you just come in and absorb, the social communication amongst our people. I've seen you just so humble. I've watched your videos, and all I can say is I'm in awe with you.
Wow.
I was in awe with your interview that you did, even when you were actually talking, the interview you did with Mayor Bowser. It was Mayor Bowser, Red, you, and I think it was one other candidate, and I was listening to all of you, and you and Red stuck out the most to me in regards to what it is that you want to do to turn DC around. And like I said, I'm cheering for you both. I really want to make sure that you get all that you need in that regard, and I can't wait for your interview tomorrow with the incomparable Miss Angela. We need to get you exposure. We need to get you exposure as a Republican. I think that most people shy away from the term Republican because of the Tea Party Republicans, but you are something different. And I need our people to get on the table of building something different. It is policy over party. And I think for me, you check those boxes. And DC needs that right now.
Thank you so much. I am grateful to hear that from my family. I'm grateful, and it just feels good because brother said, you doing something right when you catching it. You know you doing something right. I mean, I can walk in warfare, y'all. I can walk in warfare, and y'all will never know it. Well, y'all will probably know it because y'all are my family. But other folk won't know it. They won't know it because I'm confident. I'm confident of who I serve. And I'm not trying to change nobody's religious views. I'm just saying, you can have your own God. That's fine. But as a people, I'm just letting you know that I'm confident in who brought me from where I was. I'm a single mom. I was on welfare. I was homeless, y'all. I have caught hell, and guess what was happening the whole time? I'm a single mom getting pregnant, hiding from my mom and daddy, the pregnancy, all kind of stuff. You know what was happening to me the whole time? The Lord had me on the battlefield learning how to fight. I didn't even realize that I was being taught how to fight. And I said, but God, from what I understand, you don't use women. Well, I was wrong. Because when I heard a voice said, peace warrior, I'm gonna build you up. I said, well, that's it. That's my name. I got to go. I got work to do. And I do try to remain lowly and don't talk much because I like to hear good stuff, and I'm writing it down, and I'm using it, and I'm so impressed with our people. I'm just so impressed. We're so wise. We have such deep wisdom. That is an anointing, people. That's an anointing. That's not your doing. That's something you need for right now. It is a weapon that you're going to be able to execute right now in this time. And I like to encourage people to please be confident in who you are, because you are not being beaten up for nothing. You shall earn favor through your suffering, and you shall learn obedience through your suffering and obtain favor. Y'all better believe it. Y'all better believe it. I should have never accidentally ended up in D.C. from Maryland. Accidentally ended up in the wealthiest ward in D.C. I'm not rich like these people, but I sure know how to make them think it. But we're going to get.
Well, you tell me, let me tell you something. It's how you send us some information, whatever it is that we need, some material that we can share and pass around. Again, I look forward to your interview tomorrow, because I know it's going to be fire. If it's anything like what we just heard right now, I know the people, I'm telling you, we are really ready for the libations of healing. And, some people say the libations of healing come from, pouring libations for traditional African culture. But I really believe the libations for us is our voice. It is our love for each other, our spiritual agape that we pour on each other. And you got it. It's all over you. I'm gonna tell you, I don't see you, but I definitely see Yahshua all over you.
Yes, he is.
Yes,
and that's our kinsman, y'all. Yeah, that's kinsman redeemer. So let me get by the hand and go and help this child in here.
So tell her we said thank you for lending you to us tonight, and I truly appreciate you answering the call, and coming in and speaking to us.
I'm gonna stay on and just listen, y'all, because y'all teach me a lot. Y'all have really taught me so much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. That was very, very powerful. Truly appreciate it. Let me shout out to the Tom. Let me make sure I get this guy's name right. Cotton. He's a Republican, Arkansas Republican, Tom Cotton, that's correct, who is planning to enter a resolution in order to stop that DC vote to allow these non-citizens from voting. And under the DC home charter rule system, Congress does have oversight. It's called DC Home Rule Act. And so with his resolution, that should bring that should bring a pause to that particular legislation. The mayor of DC is anti-Black American in every way possible. Outside of the symbolism of writing Black Lives Matter on the street, everything that she does policy-wise appears to be extremely anti-Black American in that city. And so to speak to this immigration issue, this guy, if you're not following him, it's Bill Fox LA, Fox News, Bill Melugin is how I'm pronouncing it, hard to pronounce his last name. But at any rate, they got drones up in the air in Eagle Pass, Texas. And they said that there were 3,300 known gotaways last week. So they have these drones up. I guess this is at night so that they can actually see the heat signatures off of people. 3,300 got through last week, according to this particular report. And this guy I think that's all he does is report on the border situation, how porous it is, how many people are coming through. He's at checkpoints filming all the time. So yeah, definitely follow that account because you'll get the insight on what is happening at the border. That is a Democrat policy. That is a Democrat strategy. We talked about the liberal world order earlier, liberal world order, which They announced at the World Economic Forum, which we know that's a huge globalist organization. Biden was talking about that at some other global, actually multiple times, but in reference to Ukraine, I think it's back in 2017 where he was talking about how they were this liberal world order and how Putin, he specifically targeted Putin as being someone who is a problem for this liberal world order that they want to establish, that they actually, the way he's saying it, is already established, and Putin is a problem. And this Ukraine war has everything to do with that. It has much more to do with that than anything else. I saw another report where they had started training Ukrainian soldiers as far back as 2014. And so they had roughly 10,000 trained Ukrainian soldiers every year since 2014, leading up to this current conflict. Putin was very aware of it, was extremely aware of it and understanding of it, and is likely why he launched his preeminent attack against Ukraine, knowing that the United States was training Ukrainian troops to eventually invade Russia. So this has all of this stuff has so much deeper implications than we realize. The fact that they are allowing the U.S. to be invaded is a part of that much larger plan.
Oh, wow. And so there's nothing countering what's happening right now, correct?
Other than Republicans who are closed border candidates, which Miss Angela, the reparations perspective, she talks about a lot. The interesting thing about that, I was in a space. Matter of fact, I was in her YouTube live. There's a gentleman who's a Republican, a black gentleman. I'll find his name. He's living in Texas now, I believe. Forget where he said he was from, but at any rate, I was trying to get him to explain how the Republican Party is now putting up these Republican candidates that are of Hispanic nationality, Hispanic origin, essentially Mexicans, because there is a conflict there when you have a situation where increasingly the Hispanics are not voting Democrat. They are starting to shift over to the Republicans, and it's essentially a 40-40 split in terms of Democrat or Republican, the way they're voting. And so when you have Republicans who say we're closed border, but at the same time, there's regions where these Mexican voters are actually supporting the Republican Party and actually giving them wins. I think they put up a Texas woman who ran, and I believe she won. At least she won her primary. So there's starting to be this building conflict of interest when it comes to the Republican Party as well. But again, shout out to this gentleman who, the southeastern United States doesn't really have a huge Mexican problem outside of Florida and Texas, which I consider Texas Southwest anyway, where black Americans have a large population. There isn't a large Hispanic population yet. It is growing, but it is not anywhere near our population yet. And so there's insulation there. And so the Republicans who live in those states are probably still on the closed border mentality, as such as that Arkansas Republican senator. But as these, if let's say if, because we actually need to, that's what we promote here, is filling up these southeastern states so we can establish black majority control over these states, so we can have the state, the counties, and the local municipalities under black American control, political control, and establish permanent political control over these states. If we do not do that, if we fail to act, then unfortunately the Mexicans will. the Mexicans will, because they are already 40% in 5 southwestern states. So it's only a matter of time before they set their targets on other areas, because they're going to keep growing, keep having children, keep growing. Eventually, they'll have to expand somewhere. Miss G. Watts.
Hi, everybody. I wanted to speak to what you were talking about. You're talking about Jeff Charles, who is a Republican from Austin, Texas. But I also wanted to, if you all had a chance to listen to Sunny Johnson's space, where she talks in detail.
Oh, yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Hey, G. What? Yes, ma'am. We can hear you.
Okay, where she talks in detail about the Republican Party and how they are set up, and how there's a Cuban woman who's set to really kind of take over the Republican Party. Also, I believe earlier, I want to say late last year, I used to be in Hispanic spaces. Like this guy was running for council, and he spoke English. So some of the space was in English and some of it was in Spanish. And they talked in detail about their plan. I have been since blocked, but they spoke in detail about their plan was to run Republican and Democrat, because they only have one goal, and that is to bring their families over. Because I guess there's some sort of law now that they one or two of them come over, but their distant families have to stay behind.
Mm-hmm.
So they're actively working both. And then in closing, I also wanted to say, you know that the Republicans are not against, I'm going to say, undocumented workers. And the reason I say that is because when Biden had his plan, I forgot what the plan was, this latest plan, and the two senators, Sinema and Manchin, were against the plan. The Republicans could have stalled and made that immigration thing an issue, and they did not. And that was in his plan. They did not do it. And that's when I realized they're not serious. They're not really serious about it. So, and that's all I wanted to say for now.
Yeah, I really think that we have to realize, the faces of or I should say that the wings of the same bird, in regards to how to yield our political power. I think that understanding that it is not, which is why I keep saying it's policy over party. And it has to be policy over party because, one, we were not democratic coming into Reconstruction and then coming out of Reconstruction. We were not a democratic community. We were of the Republic community. And the reason being is because coming into or right out of emancipation, and giving the first individual rights of actually being freed, we actually were coming into citizenship, even though we were still labeled the 3/5 human. And so that other portion of us that were considered a citizen of the Americas still had some additional rights that we don't pull from as under the Republic. So what you had was the original 33. If you guys don't know who they are, you can read up on the original 33 who actually were a part of the United States government running for office. They were lynched. They were literally lynched, massacred out of public office after winning their seats, and actually trying to set a precedent for American freedmen coming into Reconstruction. It's really sad when we actually have to get down to the brass tacks of what it means to get into the political chess game. Because now we are facing a deficit of people who don't really understand the concept of why you should never align with a particular party, but you should align with principle, legislation, and thriving in the American way. You know, the dream was not about, you know, just having a dream and marching on Washington. The dream was actually the conceptualization of realizing our full rights as American citizens under the Constitution and in protected states. We just were never a protected class. And that is one of the things that American freedmen, Black American freedmen, must get under their intellectual belts and understand why you're calling yourself a freeman, why to understand why lineage matters and reparation is a debt owed, not a handout. It is a debt owed. We are the collectors and we are coming to collect our debt. So with that being said, we need someone who is willing to run under the guise of the Republican Party, because the Republican Party today does not focus on the gray areas. They only focus on what is in front of them at this very time, which is one of the reasons why I think G. Watson's admission to what's happening is so prevalent. Someone like a Stacey Hall is important because her perspective is not coming from a Tea Party perspective, a European-centric perspective. It is coming from the fight, the passion, the belly of understanding why it is that you must groom the womb of a mother to be able to birth a child into the society, and why that perspective has to be understood, and why it's so important for us to protect our families, our sons, our daughters, and be able to have someone that can champion that in that conversation for, as a Republican. You do not see that today. You're not going to hear that today, but having someone full-chested, chest to the ground, able to stand on that, you don't get people like that every day. And for someone who will be willing to run under the red flag on the other wing of the bird to rediscover what it meant to be the original 33, that to me is a gem. So we got to get involved. I will be also looking to run here in my prospective state of Virginia. And I made the decision to run as a senator. So I will be preparing for 2024. And as low-key as it is, just preparing. I've never run for office before. I don't know what all it would entail. I've supported candidates. But to actually say now I want to run for myself, understanding my particular circumstance in the state of Virginia, which was a slave state, I know that there will be pushback because you have the Democratic hold here now, and then you also have the other perspective of the other wing of the bird, who only allows people who are of immigrant status to enter the realm of secrecy and resources. And so there is going to be a big fight, and I'm built for it. So I really am so proud of Stacey Hall and Red and anyone who actually wants to go up against a machine to give us to provide us with an additional 10, 20, 30 years to fight towards our freedom. So
let me interject Miss Kathy Barnett. Kathy Barnett, her online is Kathy for Truth. She ran in Pennsylvania. She was in this recent race, as a matter of fact. And, you know, much like the Democrat Party, the Republican Party essentially put their support towards the white male in that particular race. I think it was Dr. Oz. So she had a lot of support. She was man, and she's from Alabama. I was in love with her whole story, her political story. She's from the South. She made her way to Pennsylvania somehow, some way, and she ran an excellent campaign. And she kept centering herself as far as the black vote in Philadelphia, which is a huge black vote, and on the other side, Pittsburgh. And I believe she could have won I do truly believe she could have won, even in a state as Confederate as Pennsylvania is. Outside of Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, everything else is Confederate land. But yeah, if as a Republican Black woman, look at her, she got a bunch of videos, bunch of campaign ads, she got a great story, and see what you can pull out of her experience in dealing with the Republican Party, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I mean? So let's go to Beams.
Hey, Beams, are you there?
Just to let G Watch know, I was in that Sonny Johnson space, man. That was a really educational space. It was she's right on top of every, like, just behind the scenes information. She's a powerful. That's another, yeah. If you're a Black Republican, Jeff Charles and Sonny Johnson, you definitely got to connect with them because they got some insider information there. If Beams is not ready, we'll go to G Watts.
Hey, Gray, I just want to say to Watts, I believe that the Republican Party, they don't mind legal immigrant labor, but they don't want legal immigrant labor becoming voters and citizens. I think that's the difference between the Republican Party and the Democrat Party when it comes to illegal or legal immigrant. They just don't want them to become voters and citizens. But the Democrat Party, they want illegal to become voters, citizens, the whole gamut. So that's the difference.
That's interesting.
I agree with you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I agree with you. The only difference is Republican Party, they're willing to turn the I'm going to call them undocumented into documented. Okay, because they have a precedence for doing that from Reagan, right? So, and I also agree that right now they're kind of split down the middle because there's the MAGA Republicans, and then there's the Rhino Republicans, and then there's the whole established Republicans. So I agree with that stance. I did want to speak to the title of the room, which is, if you can't be a revolutionary, at least support the revolution.
Yes.
Just want to put it out there that some of us may not be able to run, but we should put our money, the ones who can't run, we should put our dollars towards those who can. I also wanted to speak to one other thing that came to my memory. I was in a space, and this kind of got to me a little bit. This one sentence this one woman said is that, sometimes when you work, a lot of us don't work where we live. And when you work in a different area than where you live, you pay taxes into that community where you work. And so if you work in a different area, you have just as much, I don't want to say responsibility, but you can go to different, the school board meetings, and put your say-so into things, because you pay taxes in that area the same way you do for where you live. So we can, go branch out. Now, I don't know if I know we don't have voting power in those areas, but we can still state our opinion in those areas. And that's all I had to say for now.
Well, I know for a fact that you don't have to live in a particular area to run for office. So that if that's what you're speaking to, then I wholeheartedly agree. And you can definitely lend your support to other areas if you don't live in that area. And we should be doing that anyway.
Wow.
Because we don't have the numbers. We don't have the high numbers, which is why for a Black majority state, it must be possible. Again, the Chocolate City model that Marion Barry was able to achieve, as I mentioned earlier in the space, for DC, and the support that he lent
to Maryland, which is why Maryland has an enclave for Potomac, as well as the high population of Black Americans in Maryland being able to literally become a full majority Black state. You need people who are able to understand that concept. Whether or not you live in that community or not, I think Black and American Black homeland developing a strategic understanding of what it means to have a full Black majority state, just by sheer numbers of not having everybody, but getting people to just look at one particular state, like Delaware, like Maryland, like what was the other? Mississippi,
Mississippi,
South Carolina, I think parts of North Carolina, Georgia, as well as Virginia. Louisiana, there you go.
Arkansas.
Those particular states. It's sad that though I can't believe we're not even calling out Texas when Texas used to be actually a Black majority state. And now we're looking at Texas and it's becoming almost fully at what, maybe in the next few years it'll be fully heavily Latino populated. I think but
yeah, they're over 40%.
Joe Biden also put out hints. See, white people telling themselves, we just don't listen. We don't pay attention because I think we pay attention to the BS they also say. That's triggering to us. But he did say that, the white population will be the minority in a few years, right? And to me, that's another dog whistle to say we're going to create policy and legislation to keep a particular group like ours in dominant status, even as minority. So y'all Blacks gonna have to work with the Latinos. Y'all gonna have to fight for, second and third class. But the problem is there is no second and third class when you overrun a country. There's only there's second, third, and fourth. So if you overrun a country with a population, we no longer are second and third, we become fourth class. And fourth class is what's happening to our homeless who are homeless, and they're actually being displaced out of shelters. That to me is telling when you hear someone say they are willing to actually take care of their own, even by labeling, reclassifying their status so that they stay in economic power. We have to pay attention. We have to. And please believe that you have the MAGA and the Tea Party Republicans, like DeSantis. And some people get mad, but just because Kemp is for immigration does not mean he is for the advancement of us. All I'm going to say is we have to fight against immigration, but we also have to do our due diligence to make sure that we build our protective wall against those who have continuously tried to keep us under the thumb of white supremacy. So that's where compartmentalizing comes in, and making sure that you understand guerrilla warfare. You understand what it means to infiltrate. They've been infiltrating dynasties and nations for years, for eons, taking down nations with just one assassination of a president, i.e. Haiti. Let me be quiet. Gaddafi,
no.
let me be quiet.
Haiti,
I'm just saying,
that's
when
what they
you
do.
look at these
Topple
different
governments
things that have happened, we have to understand the bigger concept around it, and then make sure that the gate is up. Like, I really wish that Herman Cain could have been a little bit more vocal in the Republican Party. I think that Tim Scott is buying his time until he gets more people in the Republican Party that he can stand with, that actually can stand to protect Black Americans. If you look at his record, not necessarily things that he does out publicly, but actually go and look at his record and what he's done for his district in South Carolina, you wouldn't believe the things that he's done for Black Americans.
Okay.
Like, I had to really look at these things in a different way to realize you have people who are operating under the radar until they can become the majority in their party for specific reasons. Because there's a battle within a battle. And for the Democratic Party, there is no onus for the Black Americans or the American freedmen in the Democratic Party because it's always heavily populated with immigrants. They are always on the forefront. That is always the champion. And then if it's not about immigrant legislation, it becomes about LGBT. And then if it's not about that, it becomes about women's rights. And women's rights don't include Black women's rights. Only to exclude the Black family. Only to exclude Black men who face homelessness. Only to exclude the fact that prison to pipeline is directed at Black boys, Black children. And they never mention those things in the Democratic Party to address them. They don't at all. And it continues to happen. So we have to definitely be, we definitely have to get to a point where we are outthinking our opponent. Like, if I'm going to be a pawn, my goal is to become a queen at the end of the chessboard. If I'm going to be a pawn, my goal is to be able to be knighted at some particular time on the chessboard. And that has to be the goal of everybody. I don't care what you decide to vote for, policy over party. If they don't have a reparations agenda, if they are not speaking the language, they are not putting the 2 and 2 together and rubbing it to make 4, listen, you already know what's up. Some things at some point when we get to a real point of being serious about our revolutionary evolution does not have to be said. Because we'll be able to recognize. We will be able to recognize the language. They're not going to keep Jedi mind tricking us.
Yeah, you brought up DeSantis, and so there was a video going around where they had rounded up what in the video it was an elderly Black male and an elderly Black woman for voting. And according to them, they had voted illegally. They had some past record, whatever, blah blah blah. Well, it looks like the first person to go in front of a judge was the charges were dropped, kicked out by the judge. So we can hope that will be the case for all 20.
Adjust your mic, Black.
Oh, damn it. How about now? How about now? Any better? Worse? Same?
Still the same.
Okay, let me try to collapse. Come back up. How about that? If not, all right, I'll go out and come back in.
Okay.
Alrighty. Fucks, bro. Okay, how about that? You better?
Yeah. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, cool. So in Florida, they rounded up about, well, it says 20 people. The video that was circulating was of an elderly Black male and an elderly Black woman. And these were basically trumped up charges for them voting, I guess, in the recent primary, even though they weren't allowed to vote technically. And so the first person went in front of a judge today in Florida, and the case was dismissed by the judge. So hopefully all 20 people will, have the same situation occur. But there is DeSantis, who essentially is using intimidation. I mean, this is clearly intimidation. And from the videos, it looks like he was targeting the Black voters in Florida to send a message to them, essentially, that if you vote, you're going to be arrested and charged. You know what I'm saying? So there's that side of it too. So, we can't as Black Americans, yes, they were the abolitionist party. Yes, they fought vehemently for those civil rights in the 1800s and the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, and they wanted to do much, much more way back then. But that was a very long time ago. And so you got to go in knowing, as you stated with Tim Scott, you're going to be fighting multiple battles outside and within the party as well. And Miss Kathy Barrett, or Barnett, I'm sorry, is a prime example of that fight that you're going to have. So definitely keep that aware. Beam still has their hand up. If they're ready, you can go for it. If not, Miss G Watts.
Hey, Gray, tell me, why do you think the Cuban population is so powerful? I mean, it's less than 3 million Cubans in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
About 70% of them live in the state of Florida.
Mm-hmm.
And a matter of fact, most of them live in the county in Dade, Miami-Dade County.
Mm-hmm.
But they have 2 senators,
mm-hmm.
Cuban senators, and 1 Cuban governor.
Well, yeah, it's clearly they're concentrated. They're a concentrated voting bloc. They have concentrated political power. They do have a nation state that I'm sure is coordinating whatever, even though a lot of Cubans that come here, they say they're escaping Cuba. I gotta believe there's still some coordination going on with the powers that are in Cuba politically, for the population that's here. But it really boils down to concentrated, organized political voting, and circulating their incomes within their community, like all of the things that we need to do and should be doing and really have to do for ourselves. It's just like the Mormons in Utah and the Mexicans now in all these other states. You just have to concentrate your voting power in order to get political and economic power.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Most definitely. I think we have. I think Beans is back.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. A couple things real quick. One thing I noticed a couple of years ago, I was talking to some Mexican guy on Facebook, and I was just kind of like trying to instigate and troll a little bit. But I was talking to him and I asked, like, Texas and Arizona, like this used to be all your guys' land, and white people took it from you. So why aren't you like out in the streets, like fighting, trying to get your land back and all that? Just kind of trying to see where his head was at. And he said something that was like really interesting to me. He basically said, "We're fighting the white people every time a Mexican like baby is born."
Wow.
And
wow.
Like that really struck me because that's something that we kind of need to adopt as well, as far as like the Black community. Like we need to be pushing 2-parent households, marriage, having as many children as possible, and that way we can raise up our population and be able to have a little bit more power.
You understood.
I thought that was like really interesting. That that's why you see these Mexicans, like they're so family centered. You rarely see like Mexican single mothers.
I swear to God.
Even when you do
What's
it,
the
like,
DJ's
Mexicans,
name?
they still have big families that can kind of help them out. So I thought that was kind of really insightful. I'm hoping that's something that we as Black people can kind of adopt. And then the second thing I just kind of wanted to talk about, is kind of in my spare
Funk
time.
Flex.
I like to just kind of research on Wikipedia.
Drop a Funk
different,
Flex
like,
bomb.
communities and like censuses of where Black people live, and just kind of trying to find places where you wouldn't normally expect certain groups of people to live. I can't remember where, but I was just randomly looking at like a specific county in Iowa, and I saw it wasn't like Des Moines or Ames or any kind of big cities or anything like that. There's just a really rural, in the middle of nowhere Iowa, and I looked at the demographics of that city, and it was like 70% Hispanic, and I found that really interesting. I tried to do a little bit of research, and I guess there's some kind of job like manufacturing, meat packing plant or something like that. And so these Mexicans will literally travel like to the middle of nowhere for jobs and just concentrate there and build a base there. And that just speaks volumes, showing like these people, they are really trying to like take over. And unfortunately, Black Americans were kind of the low-hanging fruit and the easiest ones to pick off. So our communities are going to be the first ones to get taken over unless we change something.
I agree. I really agree. Go ahead, Black. Did you want to say something for her?
Yeah, I wanted to drop a funk flex bomb when he said what the Mexican said, one baby at a time. That right there is the strategy, right? One baby at a time.
Is that La Raza? What is it called?
La Raza, Reconquista, which is essentially reconquering their lands, the Ats land. That's the whole strategy, is simply produce more children. Eventually you'll get political power. For Black America, unfortunately, because we've been going through this genocide, we can't do that, but we can do something very similar, and that's just concentrating. That is our strategy, is to concentrate. The same way they moved to the middle of Iowa and they got the 70% of a county, we need to do that in the southeastern United States and have the same results. Because 10 years from now, it's over. It's a wrap. It's done. And there ain't going to be nothing that we can do here in America to change it. So we really got to get moving here. Got to get moving.
So I wholeheartedly agree with that. And I also want to say the pressure to have more babies, I love it, and I also want to say that it doesn't necessarily have to be babies that you give birth to. People can actually start families. I wanted to bring this to people's attention. You can adopt. You can actually take Black American children out of the system, get back, open your homes up to our own children that have been stolen or taken in the system. Work with the families for the children that have been taken, and create an enclave in that regard as well. So that would be another funnel for us to rebuild, as well as protecting children from having to go to other groups of people who would abuse them and do other things. Whereas I'm not saying that we don't have nuts in our community, but for people who can't have children, to look at adoption and building that, and then for us as a community to help build a village around you for support. I think I love the fact that Beams mentioned the fact that we definitely need to do it one child at a time. But I will say that we have to, like you said, Black, concentrate, and we can concentrate also again by rescuing children who are in adoption. I mean, in social services, who have been taken for whatever reason. I know that system all too well in regards to my own family members in the state of California and the corruption that is happening in California. So that is another avenue as well. So
let me read this tweet from it looks like it's Evolved Being, a Black gentleman. He used to come in our spaces a lot, but he basically tweeted, Black Americans are reaping the consequences of fighting for the civil rights of non-Black Americans right now. It's a full-blown repercussion. Democrat ideology is using us to benefit everybody else. Miss G. Watts.
I loved what you just said, Rella. I really do, about us getting our kids out of the system. because I never thought of that before. In fact, that's how my family, when I did my research or whatever, my family started with like 15 people, and I don't even know if these people are blood related to me or not, but they all lived in like a house like right after slavery, and they then petered out and went their own way after some time. And then there was like 3 or 4 brothers that like stuck together and like stayed in Mississippi, and they lived on the same street, and they took care of each other's kids and this, that, and the other. So that is such a great idea. And I was listening to Beams when he was saying one baby at a time, and I find it so interesting that there's been wars against our community about babies on several fronts. I look at my kids who are like millennials, and they are intent on not having children because they're not to the point of wealth that they need to be to have these kids or whatever. And then I look at, so that's like a whole, in my opinion, generation wiped out. And I remember when I was young, they had like this big old thing about teenage pregnancies. Don't. I'm sorry. Don't. And then after a while, not that teenage birth is good. I'm not saying it is, but I'm just saying it got to the point where there's almost none. And then you start with the killing and the prisoner pipeline. So it's been like a thing coming at us one baby at a time, while their philosophy is to gain one baby at a time. And before I lose my thought, I'm going with the title. I did want to ask, because something popped in my mind, where there was a push for for Black people to get like LLCs and all of this different companies, whatever. So can you guys tell me what the rule is? So I as an individual can give like $2,500 to a campaign, but then my business, I believe, can do the same thing. Can you kind of go into that a little bit?
Are you talking about in regard to somebody running for office, or?
Yeah, you're running for office, right? And so my limit as an individual is $2,500. Like according to, I'm thinking the laws, I can't give more than $2,500. However, my business can give $2,500 if I am correct, I believe. And so I know that Black people don't have a lot of money. I don't either, but I'm just putting it out there that there's a push to you
want to know what the maximum is for individual and the maximum is for business,
right? Or can I give money as both? That's my question. And how much?
Okay. Black American Homeland, you want to go ahead?
No, well, yeah, I was going to say that you can give money in both, but I just don't know what the limit is for corporation. But I think it's more than 2,500.
So I'm just gonna pull some information up real quick. So you guys keep talking. I'm gonna, me, I always got my handy dandy laptop on me. So I'm gonna pull some information. I know for a fact that we received for Tamara William Marcel and Brandon Dean, who was running, got money from both individuals and corporations. I don't know what the maximum amount is. Stacy did drop down, so I can look it up real quickly. So let me see.
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. And there is fec.gov, which is the Federal Election Commission, that would have the most up-to-date information in terms of that. And you probably would, have to do a search on their site, but fec.gov would get you that information. While Rella's looking that up, I'm gonna go into the story. This is a Detroit story, and it is a black woman whose home was taken away from her. I don't know if it's through debt, tax liens, whatever the case may be, but it was given by an organization to a white woman. This black woman had a family, had kids, everything, of that nature. And somehow, some way, she was swindled out of her home. It says she's a 47-year-old black woman, long-standing Detroiter. She had a career in farm tech with 4 kids and 6 grandkids. Her family has lived in the city ever since her grandparents came up from the South. This person, this white single woman with no children, ended up in the home back in 2016 and stayed there all the way until the time she was about to sell it, and then realized that she didn't actually own it. Surprise, surprise. The black woman's name was still listed as the property owner.
I was about to say, look at God.
Yeah, I got to go through the story to see what else is about it. But essentially, they're saying how the median white American household accrues almost 8 times the wealth of most black American households. In this country, real estate for most people, purchasing your home, paying off your mortgage, that is usually the vehicle that most people have to build wealth in this country. And this looks like a situation where, again, either the banks or the municipality or this agency, this so-called organization, got involved in this black woman's home, took it out from underneath her, and did some very, very shady shit up there. I have to continue the story to tell you how it turns out that at the end, if she gets the house back, if she has to pay her, because the lady's trying to sell the house, meaning she's got a profit off of a house that she got for free, which is insane. I mean, this is white America, right? And so hopefully, if she did sell the house, the black woman got a piece of it, the majority of it. It's disgusting, right? This is so disgusting, man. On top of this story, with all of the young deaths that we have seen over the past few weeks in police custody and just outright murders of young black boys by the police, it's just a constant stream. And it's like sometimes, looking at that Generation Alpha image of those kids just staring at their cell phones, and this marketing company essentially saying, we're going to market to these kids through their cell phones. That's what the image is telling me. It's like, man, we're going to lose big. We're going to lose people simply because they're just not going to be aware. They're just going to be so tapped in to their virtual realities that what's happening in the real world, it's not even going to matter at some point. We're going to be so disconnected from reality that these people in positions of authority, they're going to be able to do whatever they want whenever they want. And not too many people are going to be the revolutionaries that we're talking about. Yeah. Hey, shout out DJ. I didn't see you come up.
Hey, DJ.
So
peace. Sorry, apologize. I'm actually over here trying to tag y'all or something. You ain't even coming up in my tags, Grace. I'm trying to figure out, damn, that Twitter make me unfollow you and shit. Because they be on this bullshit.
You know what? I realized a lot of people that I was following, Twitter is unfollowing people.
Yes.
They're taking my accounts and unfollowing people. And I was like, wow.
Yes. Yes, they do that.
Hey, check this social tag I just tagged you, or check the
chat of this space or whatever. I guess that's what it would be. But what's up, everybody? Reparations up, man. Brother off the plantation. Let's get it. Got the weed. What's good, Black American? What's good, my boy? No, man. Yeah, everything good.
So I got the link to so it says understanding ways to support federal candidates. I'm gonna try to post this link. It is from the FEC government website, and it does actually list the contribution amounts. It actually lists it per recipient and donor, and it is up to $2,900 per individual. I think if you are a PAC, so I'm assuming if you are a PAC. People, you can donate up to $5,000. Party committee, state, district, and local, you can get up about $10,000 per year combined.
Nice. Ching, ching, ching.
Party committee national. This is for individual. So candidate committee, PAC, party committee national. You can get about $3,600, and then an additional. National Party Committee accounts can receive up to about $109,000, $109,500 per account per year. And it has the breakdowns for donors, for individual, candidate committee, PAC, multi-candidate, PAC, non-multi-candidates, and it also goes into some more information for donors. So I will try to make sure I can get this posted on down below.
Wow.
So that you can read over it, Ms. G. Watts, and anyone else who's interested in having this information.
Yeah, to the point about being shadow banned and blocked and dropping followers, I go through that about every couple weeks where I try to follow 5,000. That's the limit. I try to stay close to 5,000, and just about every other week, 30, 40 people have dropped off just out of nowhere. People that I'm following, right? So I don't look at the people who are following me. I don't track those numbers as much as I do the people that I'm following. And that's been going on for at least a year. And so I had someone, we're interacting through the post, and he said, hey, why is this listed as serious content? So it was something that I had posted that wasn't serious content at all. It had a GIF of the Reverend Al Sharpton in it, but there wasn't anything crazy in the post at all. It was just very vanilla, but they had it listed as potentially sensitive content. And so what I posted, I said, Twitter got me whitelisted. Twitter trying to whiteball me. Twitter wants to white out our message. Twitter telling white lies to silence the truth. And that's what they've been up to, man. They've been monitoring our accounts, as you stated. They either have you following somebody that you never followed, because I get that a lot too, or they're removing people that you want to follow from your account. And like I said, on my account, I've been seeing this for at least a year, this type of activity on here. So, yeah. Go ahead, DJ.
Yeah, Jumbotron far left, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm still trying to tag you. You too relevant. Ain't coming up, yo. Hold on. I'll be right back. Hold on. Hold that thought.
So, Black, to answer your question, the white woman, she sold the house. The black woman didn't get a portion of it.
Damn.
But what happened is the white, when she found out that the black woman's name was on there, she hired an attorney to go after the woman to sign over her name. And the white woman was told that the white woman was told that the black woman, they couldn't find her. And the black woman was told something else, I don't know. But somewhere in the paperwork, the white woman finds out that the attorney did find her and made her sign over, because the black woman fought it. She was like, if my name is on this property, I'm getting some money out of it.
Right.
And they wore the black woman down till she just went on ahead and signed it away. But the I guess the white woman contacted the black woman after the thing was done, and they had a conversation about what happened. And what happened was the city of Detroit had illegally overtaxed the woman. That's how they took her house away. They overtaxed her. And remember that big old scandal that came out where Detroit had overtaxed all those black households and had foreclosed on their homes? Well, she happened to be one of the people.
Damn.
That was foreclosed on.
Crazy. Thank you for relaying that information. I do remember that story, and of course, you hear a story, you think they're gonna correct that information, but they don't, because they don't care. And man, that's just a tragedy. It's a whole tragedy. It's that system. The system is so corrupt anyway that you have to take it over in order to make it palatable and equitable for us to exist within it. There's just so much built-in corruption that, to be quite honest, I always say America is a casino. It's just a big casino, and the house always wins. I say the White House always wins because essentially it's set up in such a way they funnel money to the people who are in power, the corporations that are in power. And, again, being a minority scattered across this country where you have no political control, no real economic control, and you are literally at the mercy of all of these systems, it's just set up in a way to cannibalize us. Man, that's just heartbreaking because, I own a few properties and I've dealt with some cities. I've dealt with some property owners in terms of, exchanging the deeds and things of that nature. So I know how frustrating it could be. It took me almost a year of going back and forth to finally get a deed transferred. So it's just and then the whole taxes on the property. That's just a whole nother issue. Overtaxed. The fact that, I think she was 47 if I remember what the article said. Even still, there's got to be a point of time where when you own your home, you shouldn't be paying taxes like that. The system shouldn't be set up in such a way that you lose your home because of the tax base that they set it up. We should be really on like a consumption tax, or some other system to where, and really, in my opinion, a payroll tax, because that really puts it on everybody. Consumption tax, that puts it on everybody, versus it being strictly on the homeowners. Because like I said, for Black Americans, our wealth is in our home, for the most part, for a really high percentage of us. And so, it's just the way these tricks and these games they have set up to separate us from our property, which separates us from our wealth, separates us from our community. And it really just destroys everything that we try to build. And that's why group economics, a lot of people promote group economics, individual economics. That is not a viable solution to uplift a minority population in this system. And that's why we keep seeing individuals rise, very few individuals rising, and everybody else struggling to survive under the system. So yeah.
Hey, Black, I'm gonna probably drop off because this thing actually dropped my whole entire account off.
Jesus,
as if it's like it's trying to delete my account.
Damn.
Hey, yeah, so I just follow you and follow you back too. Real talk. Hold over a minute.
Yeah, so I don't know. Hold on, let me see. My phone. I'm following you. Okay. So I'm not sure what's going on, but it literally.
I just unfollowed you and they just followed you back real quick. Yeah, this shit's crazy. But go ahead.
Yeah, I literally had to actually go through even the authentication piece.
Wow.
I had to go through the authentication
That's
piece.
What they're doing. Oh my God. Hey, my apologies. That's what they're, it's like that's what they're doing. Like, my God.
That is so, like that to me is like,
wow.
That's just another form of, another form of oppression, genocide in another realm.
It's digicide. It's digicide.
Together to have conversations so that we can protect ourselves and teach and learn and grow ourselves. And then now the technology is actually being used against us as a weapon because we do not control the platform. So with that being said, like we have to figure out how to get off of this unless we're using it to communicate with I think different agencies or organizations that, have not transitioned to social or fan base. Like we have to find a way to make sure we have a safe space for ourselves because this is crazy to me.
I posted something and it just popped in my head. I called it digicide, digital homicide, essentially. And that is exactly what this is. It is the attempt to erase you from this very important digital world that we all interact with and exist in. And if they can essentially eliminate you from it, that to me, it's like we're at the point where you kind of need some constitutional protection when it comes to that, because you almost can't survive in the society, without having a digital footprint. I mean, it's going to get to that point. You know what I mean? So, man, that's crazy. It's crazy. Go ahead, DJ. Yeah, if you got to take off, Miss Rella, I understand. Because like I said, when I was in that news Soda space and I heard them replaying what I just said back to me, I was like, what the fuck is going on? I was like, whoa, what's happening now? So yeah, it's getting really weird, really weird. Go ahead, DJ.
Have a good night.
Yeah. Oh, you're welcome, and thank you, Black American. Thank you, Black. Thank you, Gray, for always, hosting the best Saturday night spaces. I am actually really hurt. I'm gonna jump on the YouTube stream.
Damn,
and I'll just interact there. But I don't. It's not right. Like I'm really hurt. Because we shouldn't have to keep going through this. No other group that I've been in their spaces do I see them having glitching issues. They don't even talk about having glitching issues.
Yeah.
If we thought the LA City Council, corruption scandal was bad, I really think, when we really nail their asses with this technology discrimination, I can't wait. Like everyone should be moving off of their platforms in this regard, because it should not be that we have to be silenced when we are protected under the Constitution to talk about things that are impacting us socially.
Yeah.
So it's not right. It's not fair. And it takes away from us to be able to actually build these are the impacts that keep us at a disadvantage, because other people get to talk behind closed doors or in public or in the dead of night and make decisions on our community and what we are doing and how to become an economic power class, while we have to fight to just have conversations with each other in even the metaverse. That's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I second that. I've been frustrated, and that's why we're trying to get social up, and we're trying to and they're talking about bringing these spaces up. I really truly hope that happens. I found this other platform that is compatible with YouTube, where you can have a YouTube live and then you can bring people over from the YouTube and interact with them that way. I was actually like, that is super cool. That would be an amazing thing. There's a little bit of learning. There's a learning curve to actually setting it up and running it. But, I'm thinking that, man, if this thing goes to where it looks like it's headed to where you can't even log in at some point, like, damn, that might have to become an option as well. But definitely get a burner account. Or, Miss Dawn Page, who had a bunch of burner accounts. She was recently arrested. She is the revolutionary. Please support that revolutionary. The North Carolina Commission she posted is anti lineage reparations, and so definitely support her efforts. I think she has a court date in the future. And it's one of those things where she was in a public space. I think it was a council meeting or something of that nature, and she was just giving her opinion at a public forum where you're allowed to give your opinion. And they literally put the handcuffs on this very little petite Black woman, which is utterly insane and shouldn't be tolerated at all. So we got to support the people that are on the front lines, that are doing what they can do, to try to uplift every single one of us. Absolutely. So, Miss Trouble, you're up.
Hey, good evening or good morning to everybody. Miss Rella, I am so happy to hear that you are running for a position in the state, and it feels like everything was going smoothly with your account and everything until that announcement came, and now all of a sudden here come the little jankiness. You feel me? And it's amazing because one thing that I have noticed is I've been in a lot of random spaces, and there are times when I grab the mic. Well, I only grab the mic in probably about 3 of you all spaces. That's probably the Black Alpha Network, Good Space, and News Toter. Those are the only 3 that I grab. I try to grab the mic in because you brothers are truly respectful, and you hold respectful spaces, and you don't allow a certain amount of foolishness. And you demand that of the people who are inside the room who come to the mic as well. And so your space, Black Majority Space, is the only space I've ever been in where when I'm in here at a particular time in the conversation, my thing goes all the way down and I can't see who's in the group. I can't pull it back up past the Jumbotron to even see who's in here, let alone request to talk on the mic.
It's crazy.
And it was always curious to me why that happened. So sometimes you'll see me, I'll leave out of the group and I'll come back in, and it still won't allow me to do it. And I say, okay, well, maybe it's just my phone. So I'll go into another space and see if it does that in there, and it doesn't do that in there.
Right.
So I'll turn my phone all the way off and turn it back on, and then come back on, and it'll let me come back in your room, and then I can see everything. But then a few minutes later, when the conversation starts to get real good again, it does it all over again.
Crazy.
So I don't know, brother. I have no idea. I don't like to throw conspiracy theories up in the air, but it's just real janky to me how if you're talking about a bunch of nothingness, then the space seems to go on for hours at a time. But when you start to get into a good flow of conversation that borders on solution rather than problems, here comes the jankiness.
Right. Absolutely.
And that's all I want to say. And I also want to say hey to my girl Rella, because Rella be bringing that heat. She be bringing that fire, and I love to hear her talk when she's up on this microphone. She's always bringing new things to the table. I love that she brought the sister Stacy in because, for a long time I haven't been on my voting thing, though I encouraged people to vote, and I realized the hypocrisy in that. But I've just been so disillusioned with the Democratic Party and not wanting to go towards the Republicans. But one thing that I've learned from being in you all spaces is policy over party. And that's real big with me right now. So when I'm seeing my sisters who are more vocal, and even our brothers who are more vocal, because that's one thing that I'm big on is the Republicans and the Democrats don't mind saying exactly what it is to who it is they want to say it to. But when our candidates are running, they're somewhat afraid to speak their minds and say it like it is. And I get the logistics of that, because you need a certain demographic of votes, especially depending on where you're at and what you're trying to do. But I like the sister Stacy who came into the group tonight. I wish I was in your state. I'd vote for you. But I'm thinking along the lines of more voting for those, even in the Republican Party, who speaks more to the policies that would benefit me and my community and the respective area that I'm in. So that's all I want to say.
I've heard that.
Well, thank you for that, Trouble. Thank you for the love. You know, it's always good to hear from you. And, you know, I'm going to have the whole space with you, because it's going to be pure time that you also develop your leg of the tree with the brick that you also always bring to our spaces, as well as G Watts and everyone. I will say that tune in. Stacy couldn't give us all of her essence, but she will be actually on tomorrow at 1. So I'm looking forward to definitely learning more about her and getting involved in DC to support her in that regard. I love us so much. I try, you know, it's hard for me to really say that to strangers, but I will say that for us and I know who we are and what we desire and need. I love us. I love everything about us and the things that we could create and we build. Like, it is a desire that I feel like no one knows. I mean, to know and be with a Black man that loves and holds you wholeheartedly in that regard, to cover you, and you can have his back without provocation, to build a Black family, a Black enclave, a community that practices nepotism. I mean, it is a mind organism or orgasm that I'm telling you people need to dive into. If you're not having an orgasm off of understanding what it means to truly be Black American freedmen in the United States, and how passionate we are, how loving we are, how we can fight with each other and understand each other to develop and reestablish who we are through traditions, culture, and history. I don't know how else to explain it to you. Like, I don't know how else to peel off this energy to explain it to you if you are not at that point. So, I land my plane, and you know I love being in here. So
we love you too, Sister Bella.
DJ,
so sweet. But now get in the Jumbotron, y'all. Top left side. Hey, Trouble, I got your conspiracy theory in the Jumbotron. Check the 4 slots to the left, yo. 4 slots to the left. Let's get it, man.
Yeah, there's someone on YouTube, and this is the second or third person who I've heard this from, where they are saying that Twitter is not allowing them to get onto their account without their phone number. I had someone else text, you know, we were going back and forth with the post, and he said he was using his email, and they kept rejecting his email, and they required a phone number in order to get back on. So they're moving in that direction, just so everybody is aware.
They got me like that 3 times just recently. So yeah.
Damn.
Well, so what I will say, Black, to avoid that, if you can download Google Authenticator without having to utilize your phone, instead of, if you have to log in, do not choose the option to use your phone. Choose the option to identify yourself via code. That allows you to protect yourself, your identity, and I'm all about protection of data. So use the Authenticator app and choose the code verification versus your phone number, so that you can avoid having to use your phone number.
Oh man.
So that's just something I've learned. But I will say tonight,
Even with that being said, everything is not bulletproof, because tonight proved that they literally kicked me off my account. I had to come back in. Once I logged in through my laptop, come back in, and then reestablish my account. It's still here, but it's almost as if like when everything came back up, whatever settings I had, I have to reestablish them.
Damn.
Yeah. So I'm not sure what's going on.
Damn.
So I don't know.
Is there any way you can put that in a message or a post? The Google Authenticator thing, you know what I mean? Because I'll have to download that.
Yes. So if you have, I can. So if you have App Store, iTunes, just look up Google Authenticator, download it, and then it's easy to set up when you're actually logging into any of your apps that require a phone number or code. It's better to use that versus trying to use your phone number. So yeah, I'll put it in a post.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna download that now. I know because I use Text Now, I think is what that phone app is. I know they won't accept those phone app numbers. So, because again, the gentleman who was trying to get back on with a phone number, he said he tried all those different phone app numbers. They won't accept them.
Right. So what Google Authenticator does, it actually generates actual codes for you. So when you log in, if it ever comes to a point where you have to reestablish your account or verify your account, it'll ask you for the codes. You would just go to the app and wait for the number to be generated, and then you would enter that number versus your phone number. So I think it's just a better secure way to protect you from engaging in these particular platforms, but it also protects your account while on the platforms. It's just that the algorithm and whatever they're doing behind the scenes in this space, targeted wise, it don't make no sense. I don't understand it. And matter of fact, I shouldn't just say it's this space black, because even the spaces that NAASD holds, I think I've heard News Toter even say it as well. Any of the black spaces are where I hear more of the targeted, I'm being kicked out, I can't get into my account was deleted, or it was removed, suspended. It seems like it's only us that they seem to target the most.
Yeah, News Toter definitely has. Like I said, I was in News Toter space when I heard that echo. Well, it wasn't an echo; it was a replay of the last 5 seconds of what I was saying. So, he does. I have issues in his space. I don't, and I know other people have had issues. I was in a space with Marcel one night where people were having a hell of a time staying in that space as well. So, yeah, they definitely targeting certain individuals. There's no question.
All right, well, I'm gonna go. DJ, I know you're gonna hold it down. So you guys know how to reach me. My DM's definitely open, and you guys be safe. I'm gonna tune in on the YouTube channel, and you guys have a wonderful weekend.
You too, sis. Love you. Good night.
Love you too. Peace. Good night. Good night, beautiful.
Good night. Good night. Thank you so much for coming in.
Getting that jumbotron.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And good night, King Gray. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much. Man, this is like a sorrowful moment, because it's like damn, what are they doing on here? They're creating such a hostile environment that people, don't want to lose their accounts. I got this account. It's like 2 years old, over 2 years old now. So much information here. And damn, man, you know what I mean? Like, This really sucks, man. This really sucks because it's like you could lose this connection with the community simply because they don't want you having these conversations. They don't want you having high level discussions about the issues that we face in Black America. It's pretty unfortunate.
Which kind of goes along with what a lot of us have been saying anyhow. And to a certain degree, I personally feel like I've always felt like we need to take these conversations offline. And we are stiff-necked people, and sometimes we got to be forced to do what it is that we know we need to do, which is take these conversations offline. And what they're doing online in this online matrix is basically what they're doing to us in the real world. They're forcing our hand in every direction. And so sometimes we got to take the bull by the horn and, try to thwart it when we see it coming. So we have to find a way to start linking up. We give our older generation a hard time. A lot of people do in these groups when they always with the old heads this and the old heads that. But the one thing the old heads didn't have was the internet, but they were still able to get that work done. On a grassroots level, face to face, passing messages, however they had to pass messages. And we have to go back to that too. It might be a little bit harder to collaborate in this day and age, but at the same time, it's certain things we should utilize these platforms for, but we definitely got to start meeting face to face. Even if we're holding, we can figure out who's in what town, what state, who's closest to each other, and start meeting up. And I at first I was going to say, well, we could do the Zoom meetings, but even that's not necessarily 100%, what it is, because that could always be looked in on too, and then no telling if that start acting janky a little bit. So I don't know.
Yeah, the Zoom meetings. It's funny you bring up Zoom because I was involved in some political rallies that were weekly for almost a year last year on Zoom. I enjoyed the technology, everything about it, but I think like most things, it kind of got dated for whatever reason, and people are not as excited about the Zoom spaces or the Zoom rooms or whatever. I just saw they got some promotion where they're trying to, looks like they're just trying to give it a fresh face or something, but it's so weird how technology we just abandon stuff and we move on to the next hottest latest thing. And Clubhouse, for what it's worth, they weren't the first one, because I've been doing a lot of research on it. There was something in China that was much bigger and was out before Clubhouse, but when they burst onto the scene, everybody's essentially copying that technology, and it's become this very vital tool to have conversations. Social is, they're promoting it like they're gonna have it. I've been trying to find something myself, but if they can integrate that into the social site, it'll be a way to have conversations off of Twitter. I mean, it is another platform that is built on top of another platform, but there's a lot of autonomy over there, and there's a lot of control in terms of not having Twitter control what we're saying or doing, where we are free to discuss things. Obviously, we don't want negativity, and we don't want racist and bigots and whatever the case may be, but we do talk freely. We do have free open conversations over there, and having something like a spaces, an audio room, a voice room will just be dynamic. And likely for me, it'll be a thing where I'll keep having these Twitter spaces just to put the information out, but really I'll be really, really more focused on the social aspect of it once they put it up. So go ahead, DJ. You know what? There's someone on YouTube who's saying hello. On here. Yeah, okay, there you go. So Miss Carolyn on YouTube is saying hello.
Hey girl, What's the word? Man, I know who you is, Mr. Ebony Queen. You know what I'm saying?
There you go. There you go. That's you know what? I was going to say that, but I didn't want to type it. I didn't want to type the name because she didn't want to put it out there, but that's who I thought it was.
Oops.
No, you got it.
Yeah, big mountain shit, you know what I'm saying? But nah, man, hey, look, you know, at the end of the day, you know, we one day, man, you know, obviously gonna have to move on from social too. So I'm always thinking about, you know, things like that. So when you say, hey, look, you know, yeah, I agree, you know, start meeting up in person and all that other stuff. But when it comes to like exchanging messages, I think in this day and age, the way the technology is like, you know, I think it'll be too hard to remove yourself from like texting now, or even something as simple as calling somebody. You know what I mean? Like, you know, Big Mama, you know, call such and such for me. You know what I mean? Oh, yo, such and such calling me. I gotta call you back. You know what I mean? So I don't know. We would just pretty much have to build our own shit, yo. That's what it falls down to from a technical aspect. But I think right now what we should really be doing is finding a way to archive our history so far. You know, this 400 plus years we've been here, 500 technically, you know what I mean? You know, find a way to start really archiving this shit, you know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, even the internet, you know what I'm saying, ain't guaranteed, you know? That's why they do time capsules, you know, how you and getting the Jumbotron to get to a destination, you know what I mean?
No, you're absolutely right about the fact that if the power goes out, everything is gone. And if the power stays out, everything is gone forever. That's the reality of the situation. So
yeah, no, at the same time, it just depends. Obviously, you know, I think, you know, the power going out is one thing, but I don't think it will ever stay off forever. You know, there's just too many tricks and trades as far as how to like make electricity nowadays. And light and all that other stuff. You know what I mean? We have fire, you know what I mean? We are men and all that other stuff. So I think the one thing is we should really be looking at is like it's like trying to go group up with each other and start purchasing like generators, or like start looking into like really building our own portable type generators. Like if you look at some of these generators that are on the market, like the not even to really mention no names or whatever, but like a lot of these portable generators, they are good for what it is you may need it for an emergency, but you know, obviously, you know, long-term use too, and everyday use 24/7, 365. I think that's what we should be looking into. You know, obviously, you know, natural technology as far as like solar, you know, finding a way to build our own, you know, and pretty much solar type industry where it's like, you know, it's autonomous in a way that it, like the power never go out. You know what I mean? It'll be forever energy and shit. We need to just need to be working on our own thing, man. But yeah, if the lights go out, yeah, you know that'll be a fucked up thing because you know Joker one plays PlayStation and all that stuff. Maybe so, you know, I keep a battery backup over here and electricity because my shit do be going out here in Jersey. But as far as the archiving thing, you know, at least that information would not be destroyed though. You know what I mean? There's ways to archive stuff 50 into 100 years in the future. Just going into the store and buying basic materials you wouldn't even think of though. But go ahead, Ray.
Hey, DJ, can you hear me?
Yo, what's up, big dog?
Yeah, I just want to say, back in the early, I say 2000, 2004, 5, right? I actually had a generator in my house, and a lot of times, you know, here in Southeast Asia, you know, I can get brownouts or blackouts for 6, 8, 10 hours. So I had to use a generator to produce electricity in my house. So I'm used to all that stuff, you know, not having running water, you know, no electricity, no internet. I'm used to all that stuff in the Philippines. So
crazy.
Yeah.
Then there's the aspect of solar powered generators as well, because a lot of generators might run off of gas. And so if that comes to the point where we can't afford that or it becomes hard to find, we need to make sure that we have that as well. as far as the water goes, there's a lot of different devices that you could buy to filtrate your water. They have like the different types of straws you could use that are, you could suck the water in at a moment's notice, and different things like that. So I think as far as like survival stuff, because I've been looking into a lot of survival stuff for the past 6 months to a year. There's a lot of different things that we could utilize as far as that's concerned. I know one thing my husband had started doing is, because I've been watching survival videos and different types of things, he's been downloading a lot of his videos down to a hard drive that can be accessed without a whole lot of power or whatnot, just to make sure that we have those things that in case we need to learn how to garden and how to do this or that, and has been making copies of how to different type of stuff. So we need to start thinking on those levels as well too.
Nice. Yeah, preparation is probably the best strategy for all of the possible things that can ever occur, for sure. I like having a situation where we can have government regulation that essentially eliminates white power. And when I say white power, I mean white power generation from our society, in such a way that you have mandatory solar panels installation on every home, every new construction. And you take that technology. This is so crazy because Elon Musk had roof panels that look like shingles that were solar powered roof shingles. And he announced it and then it just disappeared. And it's like, that to me looks like these much larger corporations went in, had a conversation with him and said, we're not going to let you essentially take money out of our pockets. I've seen technology that essentially was solar panels that are glass so that you could have windows that are generating solar power, solar electricity. So these white power structures, they've always buried technology. They've always hidden technology to keep it out of the market and keep it from competing with oil, big oil, and whatever other products they got going on. And so, having political control over even a state will give you the opportunity to say, no, we're going to bring in these new technologies. We're going to manufacture them, and we are going to implement them within the society. Go ahead, DJ.
Nah, you was cooking right there, bro, for sure. I was pretty much saying the same thing in my head. So, the sooner we get our, BSOA, the sooner we could get to cooking. You feel me? And doing our own thing, because, like Marcel always be saying, hey, yo, we the ones with the 50,000 patents, the air conditioner, the fucking cell phone, the yellow light on the traffic light, you know what I'm saying? The fucking washing machine. All lives has been Wakanda autonomous. I just don't think we understand it, you know what I mean? And it come for our people, our brain, you know what I'm saying? So with that being said, this is why I always be saying we don't need nobody, we just need each other. A lot of us have actually done this type of work. We just need that financial investment backing. That's just really what it falls down to. So when we talk about, or when I talk about archiving, you know what I'm saying? They have a CD, and they have it in DVD form too, though, come to think of it. It's called the M disc, and it lasts 50 years, yo. And that's just a CD player. You know what I'm saying? DVD player, you know what I mean? Which is just hardware. So, I'm looking into right now, well, I ain't gonna say that, but, I hate to deal with it, but it is what it is, Most of the manufacturing shit is overseas, and I ain't got to mention the name of the place. But, I'm looking at getting, manufacturing my own DVD players, because I already got the content, you know what I'm saying? I got thousands of hours of, probably 1 million hours of worth of fucking content right now, you know what I mean? And I'm looking at really just, Netflix, Blockbuster, my own thing. So if y'all looking at, that's something that y'all folks out there in the chat looking to try to get into, I already got it laid out. I just need y'all to understand the information, obviously, because it is a lot of information. So you will have to, study the game. You know what I mean? Music business. Production a little bit. And I ain't saying you got to be a producer. I'm just saying, know what it is you're investing into. I can sit up here and tell you yada yada yada. Don't mean it's going to work for you, but at the end of the day, I think with the physical media, that's a product that we could be selling. I think we was talking about that the other night, Greg. If Marcel had a product and shit, it'll be in there. If we had a product that we could be selling, we could be using that to fund our candidates across the country just off that product. And I believe that product is physical media, CDs and DVDs. So even when you say, Sister Trouble, hey, look, we need some other wave or method to start yielding our shit down. That wasn't the last time you bought a CD or DVD, but not realizing that the physical media market is a multi-billion-dollar industry. Well, go ahead, though.
I still have CDs. I ain't gonna lie. I still have a cassette player. I still listen to my old Dog Pound on my cassette. I ain't gonna. I still got a portable tape recorder that deals with cassette, and my husband still got his DAC deck in there. He refused to get rid of. So
those DAC machines. Hey, now that's something to invest into. So since your husband is already doing that, you should tell him he need to build like a ADAT data center. And like when you look at the medium, which will be the tape itself, even that is making a comeback. When the pandemic hit, tell your husband to look this up. When the pandemic hit, over in the UK, cassette tapes. When the last time y'all bought a cassette tape? Skyrocketed 94% because everything was shut down and people were looking not just for new music on cassette, they were looking for blanks. So like, why we ain't in the game? You know what I'm saying?
Crazy. That is so crazy.
Hey, Black. This is Black American Homeland. I'm thinking I'm out of here, man.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you so much for coming in, hanging out. When that rally pops off, I'm gonna try to do the lives and all of that during the day. Because it starts early in the day. It sounds like it'll be over by 1 or 2, and so I'll try to put some footage out there, put it on the YouTube channel, stuff like that, and do that thing. But see you next Saturday. Stay safe out there. Do you guys get winter over there at all? Does it get cold?
It doesn't get cold, but maybe high 60s at night.
Oh,
around December, January sometime. Mid 60, maybe low 50. No, I'm sorry, high 50 in the wintertime, December, January.
Wow. Yeah, that's beautiful. It's been chilly here. It's supposed to warm back up for like a week, but yeah, we're dipping into the freezer here. So damn.
Right. But yeah, I don't know, man. I've been here over 20 years, man. I don't know if you want to live in. I don't know. This is kind of weird. I guess because I've been here so long. I do kind of miss the 4 seasons, man. Winter, spring, summer, fall.
You won't miss it long.
Miss that.
You won't miss it long. Trust me.
The weather's the same year round here.
I would love that.
You do have a rainy season and a dry season, but other than that, it's about the same. So yeah.
Yeah, I would actually love, and I plan to move to an island, probably in the Caribbean at some point, at least during the winter time, because I'm really sick of the cold. But I would be okay with like a 70-degree average temperature year round, and I would not miss the winters at all.
Right.
Yeah. Yep. But okay, definitely have a great night.
The bones definitely be hurting in the cold, bro. The older you get, especially if you got you done broke your bones up growing up.
I'm sick of
yeah, bro.
Sick of it, bro. Sick of it. So Miss Carolyn in the YouTube says she still has her VHS and the players She loves the quality of the VHS. She said the CDs scratch up too much, but she still has her CDs and her player as well. Yeah, VHS is so funny that that there was the Betamax, and then the VHS, and of course the technology that won out was the VHS. But I remember Michael Jackson Thriller. I was a kid when that came out, and the family, it was like extended relatives. They bought that on Betamax, and we watched it on Beta, and it was really good quality. And it was smaller too.
What movie again?
It was the Thriller, Michael Jackson Thriller video.
Oh, Michael Jackson Thriller. Okay.
Yeah, when it came, because back then it wasn't like now when stuff comes out, it's like everything's digital, online, whatever. Everything came out in physical format, of course, and that was like one of the hottest selling videos in history at that time. You know what I mean? Yep, Michael Jackson Thriller. Mm-hmm. Damn.
Yeah, I gotta send you some mixtapes. Wow. In real shape, bro. You too, Black American Homeland. You know, you check out some of this music you probably used to groove to at Studio 54. You know what I'm saying?
Studio 54.
Hey, I ain't that old, man. Studio 54. All right, my bad, Zanzibar. My bad.
Oh God.
All right. Hey, I ain't trying to All right, Georgia Watts, DJ, and Gray, I'm out of here, man. Be safe, brother. Love you, man. Next week.
Yep. Next week. Thank you so much, man. I'm still reeling from the what they're what they did to our sister Rella here. It's just terrible, man. The way they're treating our people on this platform. I haven't been, I got that Facebook account, but I'm never on there. I glance at it maybe once a week or once a month sometimes, and I'm just like, okay, there's really nothing.
The social picture?
Yeah. I'm like, there's really nothing over here for me, because when I was
Facebook is dead from like as far as like what we do.
Political.
It's over with.
Yeah, because when I was on there before I even got on Twitter and really even knew what Twitter was about, they were man, I had a couple different groups. I was buying ads. They were blocking people from joining the groups. They were blocking posts. They were doing a whole bunch of crazy shit over there. I was like, damn, what the and I was spending money, a little bit of money. I wasn't spending thousands of dollars, but I was spending a little bit of money. You know what I mean? It's like, damn, what's going on?
Right. Yeah, I remember you told me that, bro. That's messed up, man. That's race book for you. That's why, boss lady be going on, yo. Shout out to Malcolm Misha.
I stopped fooling up with Facebook probably about a year and a half ago, and I was real vocal on there, especially about Black issues. And I had an all right following, but what Facebook started doing was they started banning me for a post from 2013,
Damn.
2015.
Damn.
They were literally going all the way back in the past
Damn.
to pull up names. Let me tell you something ridiculous.
Damn.
They banned me. They gave me a 24-hour ban for a post that was a funny post, a funny meme of a bear and a human hugging, but they turned around and violated me, talking about that it was nudity. It went against their rules against nudity.
What?
So I guess the bear was nude.
What?
And then right after I tried to protest that, and they said, oh, well, we're sorry, we got it wrong. But they still didn't allow me back on. I couldn't post on my page or in my groups or anything like that.
Damn.
So the next day I get online and I get a message from Facebook. Well, they've given me a 3-day ban now for a post from 2019 that had, I think, a Black guy and a white girl at the register, and they were saying something about, I guess she was using her, EBT card, or, this is how, whatever the post was saying about him being all cozy up to her because she was spending money. It was supposed to be once again another funny meme or whatnot, but he his pants. You know how the brothers be sagging or whatnot. So they violated me for 3 days over that. It went against their standards for whatever it went against.
Oh my goodness!
What I realized is what they were doing was they were violating my account.
Wow!
And when I went and looked at my account warnings, I was on they gave me another one after that, and that was for a post that was nudity. It was a woman with and a black man hugged together, but they were naked, but you could barely see their body parts.
They're tripping.
They had to go all the way back to ban me, but what they did was they were trying to get me to that last 30-day ban, and then I eventually got my 30-day ban, which is basically the last ban that you could get.
Damn.
So I had to deactivate that account to give it some time, because it was my main account, to give it some time.
Damn.
And after about a couple of months, I came back to it. But at that point, now all of the people that I had following me is pretty much moved on, and it's a defunct. I call it my defunct account now. But Facebook in itself is different from Twitter. And again, I always believe everything happened for a reason, because I wasn't privy to a lot of the conversations that are going on over here in Twitter.
Right.
I didn't understand the dynamics between Black Americans and what's going on with Black people in the diaspora or in Africa or any of these other nations. And so I always kind of fought against it when I seen, Black people on Facebook saying things, because I was like, I know I have my personal experiences, but, surely everybody couldn't have that experience to where we need to be fighting with our people like this. But
same way. I was the same way.
Because I didn't come to Twitter until then.
I was the same with it, man.
That's when I started seeing all of the different dynamics of stuff. And what I realized about Facebook is you have friends that you invite into your account or you accept as your friends. And so you all have something in common. And so it was a certain type of mindset. And when you're on Twitter, you're dealing with a bunch of random people who, might have have random mindsets. And so it's to a certain degree, it's a little insidious, but it's also better in the sense where you're not running into what is the word for that? Your group think.
Yes, absolutely.
And that's what I have on my account on Facebook. Everybody, we all agree upon the same thing, which is why we continue to be friends. Whereas here on Twitter, it's not a group think type of situation unless you click up. Which I've learned to kind of stay away from certain clicks on here as well.
Oh, damn.
But yeah, it's Facebook is a defunct thing. And then my kids told me, Facebook is for old people. Like shut up. That's why y'all on here too. But it's not. It's really
crazy.
Just all of these major platforms really is becoming hellified to a certain degree. They're all sort of doing their racebook type thing.
Yes.
Even Twitter is starting to, you can start to see it now, even here on Twitter, where they're starting to do certain things, So it's becoming just like Facebook once was.
Yep.
It's a setup.
Wow. Thank you for that, because you laid it out, man. The differences, I was the same way, because like I said, this account's, I think it's like 2 years and a couple months, and I was on Facebook for a year and a half with the political speech. I had the same view about the diaspora, even with I had a Nigerian stepfather and hated his guts. So it's like it's like I've experienced it in real time and online. But I never came across posts from the diaspora on Facebook with the vitriol until I got on Twitter, and then you could see it. Because initially my first couple posts was like, what's going on, blah, blah, like you said, it's our people. I was on that same mentality, but quickly had to catch up, because no, it's not that way at all. The reality hit me. And I think the level of intelligence, I'm sure there's very intelligent Black people on Facebook, but I think the level of the intelligent conversation is much higher on Twitter as well. I know there's something called Be Real, because when you said I've been called boomers. I've been called a boomer, which was crazy, in a back and forth post with some dude.
What's up? Let me get $1, yo.
like a boomer. I'm like, dude, are you like, come on, man, come on, bro, chill out with that. But at any rate, yeah, the younger generation, they don't want to be around old people. That's pretty normal. I don't have a problem with that. But yeah, it's crazy the generational gaps in wars that it seems to me it's not the older generation that wants to keep this generational crap going on. It's the younger generation that are really like, always saying something about older people. And I'm never one to say you're too young to understand or younger people this. I don't talk like that. I don't think like that. If you're an adult, you're an adult. That's how I deal with people. But yeah, it's wild. It's wild.
Yeah, it was crazy to me because I remember when I first started running into or seeing the hashtag ADOS and FBA, I didn't know what it was. So when you're on Facebook and you're not privy to when it's a one-sided conversation and you're not privy to both sides of the conversation, so you're not seeing the vitriol coming from, non-Black Americans, and you just see one group of people constantly going after them, you start to feel like, those people are agitating and they're starting something that they shouldn't be. So that's the mindset that I'd had. And so I was constantly fighting against them, all the time. And what happened? I had a lot of Pan-Africanists on my page, and because I was on the, we all the same people, we should be loving each other, so we can all get together and
the scammers,
and so when they started seeing me going back and forth with ADOS and FBA people, now they wanted to pull me into their groups. What happened was the opposite happened. I got inside their groups and I realized the only thing that they talked about all day long was ADOS and FBA people.
Wow.
And so it made me look at them a little bit different because I always had a perspective of what Pan-Africanist was and what they were. What I thought they was and what they were projecting was two different things. You're not showing any love towards Black Americans. You're actually talking trash about Black Americans all day long.
Crazy.
Black Americans is on your mind. It's nothing good that they could say that they could do. You segue us into the same groups. You're saying that we're segueing other non-Black Americans are doing. So it was really kind of eye-opening. And then I kind of separated myself from everybody and was like, I just kind of want to take a step back and see, what's really real. And that was during the same time frame when Facebook started playing their games with me and started, banning me here and there. And I got so frustrated with it, I came back to my Twitter accounts. And naturally, like I always said, my fight was with white supremacists. So my first account, I got total banned because of fighting with white supremacists.
Me too.
So when I realized I still had this account, I just lost the password. And when I came back to this account, that's when I decided not to be vocal, but to just, do like my mom always said, you learn more when you listen than when you talk. And so I just started listening and paying attention, and then I discovered spaces.
Nice.
And so listening inside the spaces, I was like, my mind was blown. I was like, when I started seeing the posts and started seeing people say stuff and just really seeing the vitriol coming from all sides, it really made me feel some ways. And I was like, dang, I've been fighting my own people all these years, and they was actually telling the truth. So, it was, like I said, I believe that's how I live my life. Everything happens for a reason. And I appreciate, being kicked in the ass off of Facebook in order to come here to see something different. But then within that, I had to come to Twitter and also learn that, okay, this is a click over here, that's a click over there. These people kind of clicked up, and I don't want to be clicked up with anybody. Not with just anybody like that. I want to be around people who are just naturally good people who see the things that I see and is wanting to move our people in the direction that I feel that we need to move in. I'm not with all that silly shit, and a lot of these groups, bring a lot of silly shit. So, you get to see who the agitators is, who the stuff starters are, and so, I don't I don't judge people, but in each clique or group, because people is quick to be on these spaces all day long, dogging out one hashtag people or whatever, and try to make the whole group into a hate group, or this is that and that is that, and it's never all of anything. It's just certain individuals. So Twitter has been teaching me some lessons too. That's why I say it's only about 3 groups, spaces that I come into and get vocal on, because I like to fight, and you can't put hands on people on I can't reach to my phone and snatch you and slap. So that's why I don't say a whole lot. I just sit back in the cut and just listen, like, okay, I'm just taking names of who not to interact with, because it's not worth my time. It's not worth my mental state of mind. It's not worth, the energy, and it's definitely not moving our people forward. I'm laying right there. I can talk a lot.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying you writing down names. I take screenshots in some of those spaces, and I'm like, okay, this is somebody that I don't need to. I try not to block people. Some people I've had to block just because, but yeah, I do take a mental note. This is somebody I do not need to engage with at all, and I found myself in some spaces where a person might be in there that I know is like a disruptor type energy, and I just don't interact with them when I'm in the space, and because usually I try to be in productive spaces, so I'll just kind of like, yeah, okay, listen, blah blah blah, but at the same time I'm thinking, man, I wish I wasn't in this space with this person right now, But as long as they're not the host or co-host, I kind of feel like it's a neutral territory. But at the same time, yeah, I know exactly how you feel, man.
There's one particular person on this app, and there's probably more, but I know that there's one particular person that's on this app that I really can't understand why we have this person inside of the group. So why hosts don't naturally just kind of, and maybe because they can always get kicked out of that account and show up in they extra accounts that they have, but they always show up, and it seems like they are what I call time wasters. They disrupt, they're contrarian, and they put the focus on themselves the whole time, and it's literally like a lot of times you spend 30 minutes to an hour trying to school them on some stuff.
Oh man.
And I don't get what the love of having this particular person in the groups is, but man, it is so annoying. Lord have mercy, it's annoying. And y'all know who I'm talking about, but I ain't trying to call nobody's name, but
man,
it's really annoying when they show up and put the focus on themselves, change the title and the nature of the group, the energy of the group. They just drain your energy and beat you down with stupidity. And it's like, my God, I be wanting to tell the host, please put this fool out.
Yeah, that's an energy vampire, an energy vulture. They come in to do exactly what you say, suck all the energy, all the air out of the room. Man, that sucks. Let me go through the Jumbotron, because I got a couple news reports that we want to talk about, and then we'll go ahead and start shutting it down. But King Randall, I think we all know this black man, young black man.
Before you start spitting, hey, yeah, get in the Jumbotron. Trouble. I got a video for you. As far as Facebook goes, I think you're gonna love it. You know what I'm saying? I'll let your boy. Yeah, perfect. Get in the Jumbotron, y'all. Let's go. Left side.
Okay. So this King Randall, he's the gentleman who started this boys' school. And he had a whole campaign where he was raising money, and then they were able to actually buy the property, and then they he had videos of them fixing the property up. And this recent story, so this is political witch hunt. So he had a meeting with the white governor in Georgia, Governor Kemp, and since that time he's been posting like all these Democratic agents. And that's not the way he puts it, but essentially that's what it is. They're coming after him. They're attacking him. And he's saying, I'm going to do whatever it takes. Whoever I got to talk to, doesn't matter. I'm gonna do whatever it takes in order to effectively, build up this organization and help these young men. That's his goal and that's his purpose. So what this video is is a video of, and it sucks because there's one white guy, there's two black gentlemen that are in like some type of school uniform, school resource officer type uniform, and then at the end of it another black gentleman comes into the screen. I'm not sure who that is, but essentially they come and they've been knocking on this building, and they're saying that the building needs to be inspected. We're coming to inspect it. And he's surmising that people are calling the authorities against his school, or his community center, the xforboys.org. And later in the post he posts another thing. He says this building has been inspected and improved for use already. This is just sick and mentally draining, which is exactly what Miss Trouble was just talking about. He said, I called and asked, did they send the guy? I was told no. So what they had been doing is they've been telling them we're coming at a certain time to do this inspection. And instead of them coming at the time, he ends up leaving. They come 20 minutes later. And they're basically causing a lot of unnecessary strife and stress for a situation where this gentleman is a valuable asset to the community, and it's all because he stepped out of line, quote unquote, as a black man and went and talked to the Republican side, and so now they are coming after him. And man, it's just like, it's like there's times where you can't win because of the way the society is structured. This man should be held up, praised. He should be given all the money that he needs with verification and auditing and all of that stuff, of course. But he shouldn't be going through these type of games at all.
I heard that story before. Where's it at in the Jumbotron?
Man, it's towards the right in the middle. It's at, you'll see King Randall when you get to it. They're in the state of Georgia. We know what Georgia is. Georgia is what it is, but it's not all black kids. I do know that because I've seen a couple of white kids in his group of boys. It is majority black kids, but at the same time, it's like he had videos with the governor. He had pictures of him and the governor and the boys.
I thought that's what he was talking about when he said King Randall, right?
Yeah.
Shout out to that brother. Shout out to that brother.
Shout out, man, because he's been doing this work, and he did it by himself. I mean, from it was his goal, his dream. He made it happen. He brought it into fruition. And because there's an election with a woman who said we're only 13% of the population, and who's targeting the Hispanic vote that's barely 10% of our vote, and is like just insignificant, to be perfectly honest. Her attackers are attacking this man when they should be building him up, because you're hurting him, you're hurting the boys, you're hurting the community, and it's like the DOJ that would refuse to take up discriminatory action during the Trump administration because they didn't want Trump to get the credit for it. Like, this is the world that we're living in. Oftentimes, for what it's worth, as racist as the Republicans are, they kind of seem to want to help in the areas that they want to help in. But because we are slaves, and I'm using that word specifically intentionally to the Democrat Party, and at least that's how it looks and how the Democrat Party promotes it, that if we even have a conversation with a Republican, they want to whiteball you and whitelist you and white you out from society, and then cause all these unnecessary problems in an organization such as this. So you know, we gotta pay attention to what these people are doing and why they do it and how they do it and why we keep supporting them really starts to come into question. You know, it really starts to come into question because there's no way we should be supporting people who attack us when, like Ice Cube, he got attacked. You know, I mean, it's just like it's a string of black men who are reaching out politically to the other side and they're being attacked for it. Yeah, so I'll end with that. So Miss Carolyn in the YouTube says she knows King Randall. Boyce Watkins interviewed him a couple of years back. She's saying Roland Martin wasn't nice to him, which that doesn't surprise me because he is what he is. He represents what he represents. And then she says he's doing great things for young black youth. But that's too much like right. Yeah, absolutely. And Miss Rella says no lies detected. So yeah, man, it's like, you know, this is what we say. You can, if you can't be a revolutionary, at least support the revolution. I know the King Randolph Foundation does take donations. He was actively looking for donations, and I'm sure they're still actively looking for people to support the work that he's doing. Do your research, watch his videos, follow his account, get to know what he's up to, and support the people that are being revolutionary wherever they are doing revolutionary work. He definitely seems to be somebody who's of a revolutionary mind. Please feel free to speak. Mouthpiece came up to speak. Feel free to jump in anytime. I'm gonna just run through.
Actually tagging some folks up in that post right there. Yeah, man, we gotta get the word out on that, man. Try to get this brother up here. Start, you know, get a space going with him and let the people know what's going on, man. And we need to be pulling up at the, you know, the police door, knocking on their damn door. Hey, yo, what's going on over here? Why you keep coming over to this brother's school and harassing them? You know what I'm saying? And for what reason? You know what I mean? Stay the fuck away, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because that post is a call for help. It's a call to action, to be perfectly honest. And him saying like, why, you know, they keep harassing us unnecessarily. So we're up to code. We've had the inspections. We've been approved. This is political, and it's unfair, and it's unnecessary, and you know, he needs support. So yeah, if you're in the Georgia area, or if you can reach out, if News Toter can possibly get him in a space, that would be amazing for sure. I think people would absolutely love that space. Even Miss Pamela Denise, you know, I don't know if she's aware of this story, but she seems to be able to get some of these high profiled individuals. So that would be a really good thing. Yeah. Miss Carolyn says she hopes they don't make him so frustrated that he feels like giving up. And she says, I'm sure that's the plan. You know, and that, yeah, so that goes to the pink sauce, man. I'm gonna use this pink sauce example because it's an example of not giving up. Never give up. Never give up. You know, you gotta lock yourself into the plan that you have for your life, whatever that may be, and simply see it through and understand the journey is going to be up and down, and there's going to be obstacles, and there might be pain. You know, you might end up in handcuffs, you might end up on the ground, but you got to just keep getting back up. At the end of the day, you got to keep getting back up. So he seems like the type of man who will keep getting up for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Now, and shout out to homie King Randall for sure, man. You know what I mean? And look, you know, he got to school before Umar, so you know, not even throw no shots, but I'm just saying.
Man,
you could build another school, Omar. But yeah, support this brother right here, man, because at the end of the day, you know, we got is us. And somebody got to do the damn work, man. Somebody got to do the work, man. And he doing the work, so got to support those that's doing the work.
Absolutely. To Dr. Umar, my brother, here's the thing, right? We live in this technology world. If he wanted to have a school and he's got this reach where he can travel all across the country and do little meet and greets and sell his book and everything else like that, God bless him. He could have a digital platform for a very small amount of money where he tutors young black men. He can have them recorded. He could have a whole entire catalog of courses if that was his true intent, right? So it's like sometimes we got to believe what we see versus what we hear. And when people keep telling us the same thing over and over and over again, but there's no actual visual representation of what they're saying, we got to just acknowledge it. It is what it is. I know, and this was, I want to say this is before I got on Twitter, where people were saying, I put up certain amount of money. I was willing to volunteer. I'm skills trade, electrician, plumber, whatever. It was all there for him to put things together if he truly wanted it to be put together. And so, I do support him. I salute him and all of that. But that was just one of those things where he kind of dropped the ball, I'll say. But the opportunity, for what it's worth, because we still love the brother, is still there. He could, again, do a digital space, digital store, digital. He could have all his merchandise there. He could have all of his courses there. It could be at an affordable rate. That is a need in our community. I posted this freaking Common Core math crap. Every time I see it, I get very angry about it. It's so disturbing to watch somebody take 2.5 minutes to solve one problem that can be solved in 20 seconds or less, and to do 100 mathematical calculations to get to one answer. I'm just like, thank God I'm not going through that type of education today, because there's no way I would show up for school to go through that torture. That is literal torture.
Hey, bro, it was like that when I was going to school. That's why I dropped out. I hated school, bro. Even though I got my high school diploma and multiple degrees since then, but shit, I hated school, bro, because they wasn't showing me what it is I wanted to learn. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like, what the hell am I doing here, yo? You know what I mean? I don't even like any half of these kids in here. I only fuck with my homies on the block and shit. So it's like, I'm out of here. You know what I mean? But wound up going back, got my high school diploma and all that other stuff. But yeah, when I was growing up, I was ditching school every other day, bro. Couldn't tell me shit, man. You know what I mean?
It's nothing more frustrating than being a parent and watching your kids flounder and fail in math, knowing that they're smart kids and trying to figure out, why aren't you getting this math?
Goodness
and
gracious.
Then when I sat down with one of my kids and was working, the problem was because my husband was doing the math with him for a while, but he was basically doing it for him. And then I got mad, like, he can't get it if you're doing it for him. So I told him to show me what it is, how you get your problem. This boy was literally doing something like, 2 numbers times another numbers, but he was starting writing out some kind of graph thing, and what you do is you put the 3 and you got 30 over here, and then you got the 20. I said, what the hell?
That shit is
boy, that ain't how you get the problem.
Oh my God.
I got mad about that thing. Ooh. And I literally had to go back and teach my kids how to do math, how I learned how to do math. And my son was like, why aren't they teaching us this way, Mom? Because now I can get it. Now I understand it.
Bro.
And I was kind of disappointed in myself for not taking the reins on getting more involved in their math work beforehand, because I'm just thinking, you're not getting it for whatever reason. But when they showed me how it was they was coming up with they answered, I was like, what is this? And so I realized it was that Common Core stuff that they had been,
the Common Core
they've been said that they were going to take out of our schools, but it felt like a setup. it felt like a setup so that our children would fail.
Yes.
You know, because that's how a lot of times our school gets their funding, which is asked backwards to me, is that you reward the schools. I mean, by all means, reward the schools that children are doing well and exceeding. But it made no sense to me that they were literally pulling funding from the schools whose children weren't doing as well, and their teachers' pay is based on that, and the funding they get is based on that, and that made no sense to me. It's a setup for our children to fail, and you know, we really, when you know, Sister Rella was on here and she was talking about, and a lot of us talk about it, you know, getting our people to start run for these offices and stuff. It's imperative that we get our people inside of these school boards and things of that nature too, because we have got to do something to start changing the makeup of certain things. And that's one of them. That Common Core foolishness, yeah, that was strictly a setup for our children to fail, because there is no way that in order to get the answer to 3 + 2, you need to add 30 to 20 and take off 10 and divide it by 6 and do all this other kind of foolishness.
Crazy. Yeah, absolute insanity. Miss Rella, I believe, is on the YouTube, so she can hear the you know, what we're discussing here. But yeah, it's total and complete utter insanity to have to go through so much work to get to what is a relatively simple answer. And man, yeah, goodness gracious, these people. I love your explanation of it because it makes sense. I think that came under the second George Bush, the Leave No Child Behind and all that stuff. I believe that's how that got implemented in there, but I could, you know, I'd have to look to be 100% certain, but yeah.
Yeah, I have to go back and look too. I know Governor Nikki Haley was governor of South Carolina during that time frame, and she was talking about taking it out of the schools, but it lingered. It still stayed, even if she claimed that they were taking it out. For some reason, the school still had it implemented within inside of what they were teaching the kids.
Crazy.
So I really have no idea, but that was basically a setup for our children to fail.
Damn. Yeah, attaching budgets to failing schools is not it's a conflict of interest, and it's definitely not a solution for success. So yeah, that sucks. I like to focus on stories, because we do talk about the migration of Black American families who walked thousands of miles, quite literally walked thousands of miles at a time when that's all they had. You know, there weren't airplanes, there weren't U-Hauls, or whatever the case may be. So this is a family. There's a picture. This is in 1910 to 1930. So this is a community called Amber that was founded in 1910 by Black American families from Oklahoma, Texas, and nearby states. And there's a picture of the children. Looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 children, very young. There's an older male and an older female, it looks like, but most of them are, you know, 6 or under is what I would guess. Very young family. The parents are not in this particular picture. However, the distance from Texas, Houston, Texas, to this area in Alberta, Kansas, or Alberta, Canada, is 2,340 miles. 2,340 miles away. So I always like to point those stories out, because these are people who did not let the distance stop them. According to Google Maps, it would take essentially 32 days to walk that far. And I got to assume that's just walking nonstop, no breaks, you know. So human beings are not going to walk 32 hours, I hope. you know, they're going to stop and set up camp and all of that, and they have to eat and find water and everything else. So think about that. You know, yeah, you walk this distance, but you have to also survive. You also have to eat. You also have to, you know, do all of the skills that we no longer have. We're talking about prepping and everything like that, but real true survival skills, many of us don't have that, unless we had specialized training. So you know, and this was just not just one family. There were multiple families that made this trip. They were trying to escape the racism in America, even after Reconstruction and after the Civil War. This is in 1910, so this is, you know, 30 plus years removed from the end of the Civil War, emancipation, and everything else. They still were trying to get away from this country at that point. You know, we were probably deep into the black codes and Jim Crow law and everything else at that point. But I always look to those people who had no idea what was on the other side of that journey, no idea what was on the other side, no idea what their experience might be like in a foreign land, quite literally a foreign land. And what we're saying is all we got to do is move within the United States to a state that we have likely visited, may have relatives and familial ties in these states. All we got to do is move back, and we can move back comfortably. Like, you know, we can rent a U-Haul or take a plane trip or whatever, you know, drive a vehicle there. It's not asking too much to say, in order to protect, prosper, and empower our population, and quite literally to stop us from being eradicated from the planet, that we need to concentrate so that an organization like King Randall's doesn't have to undergo the scrutiny of whatever political games are being played because he had a conversation with a Republican governor, because the Democrat Party feels like he's freed himself from the plantation and he needs to be whipped in order to get back in line, because that's how they think, that's how they are, that's who they are. That's why they're always attacking specifically black males who no longer want to align with their theology and their political ideology. So yes, we have to support the revolution or become revolutionaries. Mouthpiece is on YouTube. He's saying Twitter's messing with the space specifically for weeks. Yeah, it's actually been going on for months. It's been going on for months. I guess they kicked him off. Yeah,
they definitely messing with it for sure. Because I just had to like all on my phone. It's just like do some janky shit to get this shit up and running. But yeah, it's like really glitching or whatever. But I don't know, man. The shit is just, you know, this is the whole argument of us doing what we doing, bro. Trying to get away from these racist fucks because we don't fucking need these motherfuckers. We just need ourselves, man, and just you know, to do the work. Hey, Sister Carolyn, you've been studying the rhetoric. What's going on, sis? I'm coming over to the screw tool. I'm coming in the comment section. Hold on a second.
Oh man, I put oh, let me see if it'll actually let me open this back up. So I put this video in the little oh man, the comment section of the space. Right now it says there's a number 10 next to it at the bottom of the screen. It's somewhere up in a jumbotron, but it's lost. It's the first thing, I believe, in the comment section. This is a video, it's on YouTube, of Huey P. Newton. And he really, this is a really good, it's an amazing interview, to be honest, because he's just like laid back, comfortable, and he's kind of given insight to the Black Panther Party, you know, its origins, and how, you know, different events unfolded. it's an amazing, it's an hour that is well worth it, to sit and watch that video for anybody who, just wants to understand what was going on. And he doesn't really get into, how they um took the Black Panther Party apart, and because this was in 1989 when he did the interview. So there's not a whole lot on that aspect of it. He does talk about how they were targeting, the national organization in different areas of the country. But he just gives, like, he's very matter of fact, very intelligent black man. He just kind of lays it out what was going on, and it's just a powerful video. It's one of the best because he's not preaching, he's not screaming, he's not um he's just telling the story as to what occurred. And if you're going to be a revolutionary, you got to understand this is what you're going to be dealing with, this is what you're going to face. And if you can face it the way he obviously faced it, man, he faced it without it seemingly no anger. I mean, just as a man, with a mission and being very focused and very intentional, and not letting the events that um and the society that was attacking them, not letting that get him emotional and get him out of his mission. Because a lot of times, even the distractors and the disruptors that come in that are time wasters, the very distractionary, um but it's also a thing where you don't want to be overly reactionary as well, because then you are giving them the power. You're giving them your power by reacting to some of that foolishness, especially in these spaces, but even in the posts and the tweets and the comments. I've gotten to the point where the Europeans, when they say something that is whatever, I just block them at this point. I don't really engage them as much as I used to. If it's a black account and I know it's a black account, I'll try to talk to them to see where they're really coming from, where their mind's really at. But I don't really get into that as well. If they have a negative aura and their comments are just way out of line, I just stop communicating with them on here. I've had to block a few people though, because I usually don't block people for what they say towards me, as much as if they are attacking someone who I respect. And because I feel like if they're gonna disrespect someone who I do believe is a leader in the black community, then they just don't love black people at all. That's the way I look at those people. So um yeah. But if you get a chance to watch that video, and there's a lot of, because they're using film and they have to stop to reset the film, so it's like every 5 or 10 minutes they're stopping to reset the film. So that's the only annoying part about it. I wish they would have edited to where it was just straight through question and an answer, question and answer. But that part is in there, and you see his patience. That's the one good thing about that. You see his level of patience. And even though there was these multiple disruptions during the interview, and even though they had to ask him the same question a few times, he was very patient. To me, that's true leadership. It's not the person who gets up, screams around, runs around the stage, who puts on that type of a show. I get that. I understand that part of it. But to me, a real true leader is even keeled, has an even emotional state. And whether they're in the belly of the beast or they're surrounded amongst their people, they just have the same tone. To me, that's just the mark of a real true leader. So, because you can't jump up and down and scream and holler in every space, everywhere you go. It's just not going to work. So at some point, people do get a little tired of that. So yeah.
Call that air fatigue, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's like you eat too much and shit. You get the itis. It's the same thing with your ears and shit. You're listening too much because you're at a particular frequency and tonal base, and you're just going the fuck off and shit for no reason, and it's not making any sense after a while. So you know, this the whole quote of going in one ear and out the other and shit. You're just like, I'm tone deaf on your ass and shit, which is basically phasing. You're phasing out 180-degree phase, meaning like the words going, you hear it, but it's like going in reverse and shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, well, what'd you say? What? You know what I'm saying? What happened? Yeah, oh yeah, I heard you. Yeah, okay, say it again. You know what I'm saying? Real rap, yo. But hey, look, man. That's why I be trying to teach us this music shit, bro, because, you know, you pick up on that type of stuff, man, when you actually, you know, learning these things, man. But, yeah, I was still looking at this brother King Ren, man, that's crazy right there. And God bless our ancestors that walked damn near 2,500 miles, bro. That's crazy, yo, know what I'm saying? For real, because I'll be on my feet alive. I think I could do it, yo. You know what I'm saying? I think I will be able to do it.
I can't do it.
31 days flat, though, but
I can't do it. I'm gonna be honest.
Like that's like 3 months worth of walking. Yo.
Yes.
No Google just say 31 days, yo. Real talk, yo. Damn, 2,347 miles, yo. Hold on, let me check my little Samsung walking meter. You know, maybe I got to do like a mathematical calculation to see how far would I get. You know, I'll be doing like 10 to 20,000 steps a day. So, you know, what does that amount?
Think about this, that there weren't street lights, right? So when it was dark, right? So they had to stop. Sure. They had to stop. You know what I'm saying?
No wild open and shit to get a sandwich real quick.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man.
Exactly. When the sun was down, the walking was over. So they essentially had half the day to walk if they put in that much time. You know what I mean? So yeah, it took some months to make that trip, you know? I mean, it's real.
We come from a long line of people from back in those days that just has a type of fortitude that unfortunately these generations today, including my own, don't necessarily have. You know, I always heard my mother and my uncles and stuff talking about, oh well, y'all kids got it good. We had to walk to school in the snow and the sleet.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah. You know, and I couldn't imagine having to walk, 5 blocks, let alone, a whole 6, 7, 8 miles to school, and then know that you had a full day of school and have to walk that all the way back in the wintertime and the summertime. And I live down south now.
Crazy.
And this heat be humid, so how did y'all walk in all of that? But our people have learned to, they dealt with things, which kind of goes along with
mind over matter.
The title of the room. As far as being a revolutionary, our people back then understood what it was. They knew what it was to be a revolution, and it's sort of like, what's understood don't need to be said. They knew, and that's why they were down to die for the cause, because there wasn't no other choice. I think you die for the cause, or you die for whatever other reason. So why not die for your people to better them, push them forward? Our people of today don't know what the revolution is. They don't know what the revolution is because we don't have the same hard times that our people had back in those days. And every time we get close to figuring it out, we got these new distractions coming up. We're always being distracted. So they, it's sort of a reason why, the revolution is not really registering a lot of our people minds, because they don't necessarily know what it is. All we know is we've got 50 million different fights, and which one do we fight first? Which one is going to be the actual revolution of what it is that we need to do? A lot of people don't realize that, the revolution got to take place in your mind. You got to understand what's going on around you. You got to understand how detrimental times are. My family here in the South, they had to survive through each other. They had to rely on each other, and we done came so far from that we're looking at the illusion of what things are, and we don't realize we in the same fight our people had back then. We just got all of these illusions that make us feel like we have arrived when really we still in the same spot.
Delusion.
You got a few more things, you got a few more trinkets, but as a collection, our people as a whole, we still stagnant in the same spot. We move a little bit, but a little bit is not enough.
Right. Absolutely. Micro movements are no longer acceptable because they are not going to move us forward. We need macro. We need large, massive movements. I think we're at the tip of it. I really do. I think people are, I mean, even with the pull-ups, shout out to the people that put those together, this rally. Anytime there was the meeting in LA with NAASD, on matter of fact, I think that was in Atlanta. But anytime you have people that are coming together and they're spending time together, they're eating, breaking bread together, and it all really spawned from, a lot of this stuff spawned from online activity. That's why, we had a disruptor in our space earlier, and I hate to use that word because I don't know the gentleman. It's the first time I interacted with him, but he really was, he just had this negative viewpoint about life and about technology and everything else like that. But everything is a tool. You can use it for good or you can use it for evil. And we are using the tool for good. And there are a lot of people that are on here using these tools for good. And so those meetings, these rallies, they couldn't happen without this particular tool. I mean, they just couldn't, to be quite honest, So there's value there, and it's something that until something better comes along, we'll certainly be using this as a tool. Again, we're hoping social gets us a little bit further down the road because it's something where we have a little more control over just who's there, who's not there, and what we are allowed to say and not say, and all of those things. No one's watching over us in a sense. So it's a much freer in that sense, but it is built on white platforms. All of this technology is built on top of white platforms. It just is. That's just the way that it is. The same way they deplatformed Parler, they took that whole thing offline because there's only, from what I understand, there's only like 3 of these, and DJ can speak to this, 3 major, gatekeepers of the internet. And so if you have, a host platform, if they decide that they don't want to work with you, there's nothing you can do about that. You're just ass out, essentially. And so if they say we're not going to work with your platform, you're done. That's it. It's over, And so, I remember there was this whole thing where they were trying to get control over the internet. Republican base was up in arms about it. And I think it was Democrat legislation on the federal level where they were some digital act. They had it worded. They always word things to where it sounds like a positive thing. But then when you read the legislation, you find out that, oh no, it's completely the opposite. It's like this Michigan bill, which I didn't get a chance to talk about that. It's called, essentially what they say is the Michigan is hiding a children's constitutional right to genital amputation in its abortion amendment. And this is,
what?
Yeah, this hashtag hands off our kids in Michigan. But essentially, it says Michigan hides right to sterilization and abortion amendment. So these are Trojan horse bills where they are saying we're going to put together this legislation to give abortion rights. However, it's worded in a way to where it just opens the door for any and every possible thing. And that includes young children getting young women getting abortions, but also young boys being able to change their gender, have a sterilization procedure. The women can have their ovaries removed because they want to change their gender and not have kids, and like, so it's like that's what they do. The bill sounds real good because they've learned how to market legislation to people, to the public, but you got to read the fine print to understand what they're actually talking about. And that whole, I think it was called the Digital Something Act, and again, the Republicans were totally against it because essentially they were going to take control over the internet. And so stuff like what's going on with our account and with our spaces and everything else, with
talk
just
about
net neutrality. That is it. Absolutely. It sounds positive. It sounds, oh, okay, this is everything's neutral, everything's great. If they use fluffy.
Yeah, I was about to ask what happened to that because I thought neutrality was about them saying that AT&T, or if you're using Spectrum or something like that, that they couldn't use Google they couldn't slow your internet up, or they couldn't stop you from
they tell you the
using
positive
blah,
stuff.
blah, blah. I thought that's what that was about. I didn't know it was all this other foolishness you're saying, black majority state.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of that stuff involved in it. Go ahead, Black.
No, yeah. If you could speak to it, so yeah, that's what they do. They bait and switch. They sell you on the quote unquote positive aspects, but don't tell you what the real stuff is going on, the real intention, which is control.
Right. Yeah. Well, just summed it up right there for the most part. But I guess just to hit it from a scientific standpoint, and just to answer your question too. As long as you're able to build an app and develop software, you'll never really need these guys. Only thing you will ever need is something to host it, but not really, because you could just send APKs through the email. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not going to track every fucking email and shit. You know what I mean? So, this is kind of like what we're doing now with the social, even though that's not our app or APK or a software or whatever, but it's our network, so it's a start. But like I've been thinking about that a lot too. Like eventually, like damn, this is a start, and it's dope and all, but eventually we're gonna have to move off of here one day. So it's like always thinking ahead and shit. You know what I'm saying? So when folks be like, hey, got to start going down in the street, meeting each other, start getting our shit on tape that way. Yeah, that's why I still sell physical media, pro. So that way we can replicate that shit, and hey, everybody do a subscription services where you would just get the DVD in the mail, you know what I'm saying, within a week, you know what I mean? Some publishing clearinghouse type shit or whatever. But at the end of the day, man, as far as this technology goes, like I said, getting the Jumbotron, there's a video up there with the, hold up a minute. It's actually our social post that's up there. Let me get up there. Hold up a minute. Where we at? All right, so again, if you get in the Jumbotron, y'all, it's the far left side, number 4, I think it is. And it says right there, Twitter, why doesn't your algorithm understand? So, these algorithms don't understand the difference between, us talking shit to each other and, oh yeah, I'm gonna really beat your ass and shit and all this other stuff. So it's like, they don't get it. So they'll block you. And then, you heard what the other sister, I think that was Sister Trouble, whatever, he was talking about the Facebook issues. Well, I got a video for you on that one too. It's in the Jumbotron, y'all. So
I've seen that one when you had posted that before.
Right, that's the Block Zuckerberg one. You saw that one? It says Block Zuckerberg is on the far left.
Yeah, I seen that one. That they get real stupid. I remember I got a ban one time for using the word eradicated. Because their bots don't understand the difference in and when I have words in quote, and what I was saying when I used the word eradicated, I was saying that Black people needed to eradicate a mindset of A, B, and C.
Right.
So they looked at the word eradicate and thought I was saying that black people needed to be eradicated.
Wow.
You know, man, that thing had made me so mad. I went off on Facebook when I had when I had debated the post. Like that's like. And then they come sending me something about, well, they didn't have any, I guess they weren't any humans. They were doing it by bot. And so, you know, they would get back with me on the blah, blah, blah. And I was through. I deactivated my account. Just decided to call it quits at that minute.
Yeah, they lying like shit, man, because you're really not responding to I mean, nobody's really responding to you when you go to these tech supports, especially over here on Twitter. You're literally talking to a computer and shit. You know what I'm saying? When you're trying to appeal while your account is locked and suspended and all this other stuff. So you going off, cursing them out like, yo, what the hell's going on? You know, me no comprende, mommy. You know what I'm saying? So this is why a lot of times your account don't even get brought back up. But I think, you know, if we could just find them, you know, the most talented amongst us, man, to start building our own infrastructure, I think it's really easy, man. You know what I mean? I think that the way it is, the technology nowadays, I really don't think we really need these folks to the point that, like, you know, at least for like 90% of the work, you know what I mean? It may be little things, like you said, if you want to take this nationally and have an app like a social or whatever, you know, and have it available to any and everybody, then yeah, we have to fuck with the machine. But for the most part, we could really be living offline, you know what I'm saying? Doing simple shit like, you know, I'm about to get back on some walkie-talkie shit, CB radio, you know what I'm saying?
CB radio.
Like, that's a way to start doing things. Say, start getting back to, you know, I don't want to say email though, but you know, hey, write me a letter, man. You know what I'm saying? Write me a letter, man. You can do that too, you know.
Carrier
that's
pigeon.
The old school way, you know, send it through the post office. You know? It might take a week and shit, but I'm gonna get it though. So, you know, I'm your pen pal and shit. You know
Snail mail.
Get some walkie-talkies, some CB radios, man. I think we'll be good, yo. Real shit, yo. No lie. But what I was gonna say too, yeah, you was gonna say something, bro?
Oh no, I was saying that's snail mail. Snail mail.
Yeah, man, snail mail. Shout out to the snail mail. You know what I mean? Start doing smoke signals and shit. You know what I'm saying? Word up, pigeon carrier and shit. You know what I'm saying? Hey, look, that's the way. Yeah, start training our people to train pigeons. What's wrong with that? It's the oldest way in the book. Go send this message, tweet, Twitter. No, really send a real tweet and shit. Real talk, man. That's funny as shit. But yeah, man. You know, as far as the technology goes, like I said, y'all, when y'all do these appeals and all this other stuff, you're talking to a computer, you know, aka the Terminator, aka Skynet. There ain't nobody behind the board, because when you really think about it in the long run, post-COVID, everybody working from home. So who the fuck is you really talking to? And half of these people don't even do their job. You know what I'm saying? They supposed to be helping you out with tech support, but they be getting smoked out playing PlayStation.
Yeah, Facebook was supposed to have added a whole board that would
monitor content,
your grievances, that you could, you know, say, hey, you know, my account was suspended or whatever. And
but look, that grievances board is crap, because that is the algorithm. You're responding to it. Ain't nobody in the office or no. Where's the Facebook grievances office headquarters at?
Yeah, but when they had a list of people as far as who was on their board, and you could see all these people. When I went and looked at that board,
man, it's probably all dead people, yo. No,
and they had all Indian. They had a lot of Indian people.
Word up,
India. They had a bunch of. I was looking for the black.
Word up, ain't nobody searching that shit. You know what I'm saying?
And it was crazy.
Right, look, ain't nobody really doing the research to find out who these people are and shit. They could have been motherfuckers that used to work for Facebook but no longer work there and shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I remember a story where, and this was a news report, that there were the, I guess you call them moderators, that they were experiencing like traumatic symptoms from monitoring the content. And I don't know if it was Facebook or Twitter. It's one of these big social platforms. But I don't know if they were trying to sue the company.
was Twitter.
It was Twitter, yeah, because they were they were looking for some type of mental counseling from dealing with all of the whatever they were seeing. Because you got to assume there's some pretty evil people out there that are trying to push a lot of trash, into the public arena. I know the dark web, that a lot of that shit exists. I've never been on the dark web. I have no intentions to ever be on the dark web, but I know that there's a lot of like just demonic shit that exists out there. But yeah, I remember that story. It was maybe a year or so ago. It wasn't that long ago.
I think it was Twitter too, but I think Facebook moderators had pretty much said the same thing when they were quitting in mass, and they were saying that it was traumatic for them because, especially the posts where people were going live and they were either killing other people, they were committing suicide and stuff, and they had to try to moderate their way through that. And yeah, that was pretty crazy.
Yeah.
No, I was gonna say just real quick. With that being said, too, this is another reason to pull our black kids off of these social media apps because you got a lot of these white kids who are like, oh, kill yourself, jump off, you ugly and all this other stuff. Like, damn, I know we used to fucking hike on each other, but it's like, it was, understood that you ain't had to fucking take your life or be depressed about it. It was just jokes and shit, you know what I mean? So it's like now, you know what I mean, without us telling our kids, hey, look, you're a part of the original kings and queens of comedy. You're supposed to be learning how to verse other people when they say your mama and all this other stuff and African booty scratching. And look, that's what a lot of African cousins, they don't get. You was supposed to have been versing us, the crack baby and shit. You know what I'm saying? It would have been all fun and games and shit because that's just what it was. We kids, you know what I'm saying? But nowadays,
when I see that, I be wondering if those kids, the black kids that commit suicide, if they're only children, if they're only child, if they don't have siblings around their age.
Oh yeah, that too. A lot of these parents. Okay, so I was just talking about that earlier. As a matter of fact, because like I said, I do music for a living. I always try to talk to like a lot of single parents or just kids in general. Like, hey, look, I know, if you ain't doing nothing, you gotta a decent computer or a laptop or something or a tablet. I gotta teach you how to make music. But and then I tell parents, hey, look. If you can't make it to the studio, here's the information. But it's just like you never hear back from them. So it's like, what is it there to do? Because I guess they don't feel that, and I think I got this from my family growing up too. They don't look at things like music as a career. So it's like, but not understanding, like, you could be the lighting technician getting $50,000 a year with benefits and a pension by the time you retire. You know what I mean? A lot of the music business is HR clerical work that requires a college degree. So if you went to school or learning how to do royalty publishing shit, you'll have a job for the rest of your life. You know what I mean? So it doesn't hurt to to pick up a skill on top of that. In the music industry, as far as piano, you play an instrument. Obviously, that's where it starts at. Trumpet or what you call string instruments like a violin or guitar or whatever. So, teach your kids that too, because, and let them know that, whatever it is you want to do in your life, I'll back you up on it. But until you ask your kids that, hey, what is it that you want to do with your life versus, I think what our parents used to try to do with us and just get us into all these programs, it's just exposed to stuff, which was cool. But if you think in your life.
Tuba, and I think that's very racist of people when they leave out the fact that you can play a baritone or a tuba and just go straight to the piano. I mean, what's wrong with the baritone and the tuba? I'm just saying, DJ.
Right. Hey, ain't nothing wrong with the horn instruments. I love the horn instruments, you know what I'm saying? I got some fire with the horn instruments too, by the way. Matter of fact, new record dropping Tuesday. The Godfather, let's get it. Oh my God, y'all, this shit's crazy. Come on to social. That's the only way you're gonna get it. You know what I mean? Free download. The Godfather.
Man, y'all brought up suicide. So I have been seeing these reports out of Africa, and I just pulled up a news article that says Africa has the world's highest suicide rates according to the World Health Organization. The reason why I didn't repost those stories when I first started seeing them a couple weeks ago is because they have a rope with a noose in a lot of these reports. Like that's the image that they're using, which our population has a traumatic that's just a trigger for our population. And even in these reports, that's what I'm seeing is the same image of the rope tied into a noose. Yeah, but they're saying that this is a growing thing. So again, with this double-edged sword with technology, is it because of the technology, or are they using the technology to try to put out this narrative in order to increase? Because this is something that they were saying during COVID, that it was rising in the Black population as well, is what this was the narrative that they were trying to put out there. So it's kind of like I kind of, God bless the people that are experiencing this depression and these issues. But at the same time, like you said, is it an only child? Or are they spending a lot of time with the technology? Is this where this is coming from? There has to be some type of source to it, you know. But in Africa, where it's like maybe they don't all have access. I don't know. We have different images of Africa. But it's widespread. They're saying 6 countries in Africa are on the list of the top 10 on the planet where this suicide rate is actually really, really high. So that makes you think that there's something has to be going on. We know they have all types of problems. I looked at the Tigray region. Man, that what's going on there is such a tragedy, such a travesty. It's hard to even look at it. It's hard to look at the images, to watch the videos. It's just bad, man. It's really, really bad what's going on there. But yeah, oh God, it's like, unfortunately, Black Americans, we really don't have the wherewithal to even focus on other nations outside of our own. We really have got to get our house in order, focus in on us, get really, really, really strong enough to be able to intervene selectively when it, is a situation that is very dark and dire, as the one that's happening over there. But I want to switch the conversation, and it still is in the social media realm. But this guy who was the serial killer in I think this is in Kansas. There was a Black gentleman, and I saw that video when it was posted. I think he was on TikTok, an older Black gentleman. He was talking about how there was a serial killer running loose, and how I believe he said 4 Black women had gone missing within a couple of days. And the police in that area essentially ignored the story. They downplayed it. They I don't know if they actually went on TV and said that it wasn't happening, but they essentially did no investigation, put forth no effort to figure out what was actually happening. Well, this guy who's a piece of shit, Timothy Hazlitt, they said his social media posts reveal that he's a white supremacist who believed we are in a race war. So this white supremacist, who was an active serial killer targeting Black women in this community, believed that we are in a race war and was carrying out demonic sexual rape and torture, and ultimately killing off Black women in this community. It's like, what do you do with an individual such as this? In a Black majority state, we would put him through the process and he would be exterminated off the planet. I have no question about that. In the state of Kansas, who knows if they even have the death penalty? Who knows if this guy might get off on some mental health, whatever defense. you know, we just can't be minorities scattered across this country and be able to protect our population, even with the 14A, 2A gun rights, having a gun. Yes, please get a gun. Yes, please get training. Yes, please be in a position to defend yourself. But everybody's not going to have the capability to do that. Everybody's not going to be able to protect themselves from predators such as this that prey upon innocent women in this society. And the society is so open that it could be an illegal alien that's here that shouldn't be here. And there's multiple reports. There's a website, and I think there's a Twitter page of the crimes, the homicides, the rapes, the felonies that are being committed by these non-citizens, or whatever they want to call them. When they come here, they get deported, they end up coming right back and committing more crimes. You have a situation, this is another Kansas City, looks like, yeah, it's a Kansas City, man, God bless her. Her boyfriend was being just brutalized by this white firefighter. He's a very big, muscular white dude. She has a gun in her hand, and she's trying to do everything she can to get this guy off of her boyfriend, and she's telling him, you know, leave him alone, you're killing him. He gets him into a chokehold, and then that's when I believe she unloads into the, I don't know how she only got him and not her boyfriend, but she did kill this guy in self-defense. And thankfully, by the grace of God, charges were dropped against her. I think she was originally charged. Those charges were dismissed, but I think the boyfriend is still facing charges. But, you know, this guy, he was a firefighter. It from all appearances intended to kill this guy. I don't even care what led up to it. You know what I mean? I'm not even going to get into that part of the story, because what difference does it make? This was a situation where a black woman saw her, and I believe there were kids in the car, and not sure if they're his kids. They're obviously her kids. It's her car. All of this is going on in public, in broad daylight, and she did what she had to do to defend her family. And that's what we have to prepare ourselves to be able to do. That's a revolutionary action. You know, instead of pulling out the cell phone and recording what's happening to your loved one, actually get involved, intervene, do what you have to do to protect that individual, to protect your family. And she did the right thing, in my opinion.
Hey, shout out to that sister for sure. And that's what we was talking about before, man. Defend yourself at all costs. Fuck all that. We coming with the bail money later on. You feel me, bro?
Yeah, rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6. I mean, that's where we're at in this society, because, you know, we got so many incidents of them attacking us, of them. And again, she's living in an area where there was an active serial killer. So, you know, it's like, sometimes if you're not, it's like California and LA, where they have this experience with the Mexicans, and they are up on it, and they are, you know, extremely overly aware of what's going on there. And it's taken the rest of the country a lot of time to catch up to it. These recent incidents expose what's actually going on, even in the political sphere. But sometimes if you're not sitting in the pot and the pot's boiling, you don't know that the pot's boiling. You know what I mean? Thankfully, she was aware and ready. And, you know, from the short video that they show, it didn't look like she was prepared to make that action occur, because she did everything she could with one hand on the gun and one hand, you know, trying to separate the two of these her boyfriend and this firefighter. She did everything she could, and, you know,
Brave soldier, You know what I'm saying?
Race soldier, racist piece of shit, all of that. I mean, all of that.
His background, his career was a firefighter.
Absolutely. She did everything she could physically with her strength, and then she just had to do what she had to do. This story, it's a white male. They look like teenagers to me, maybe young 20s, and an Asian male who dressed up in purge masks to set fire to an African family's home, killing 5 people as revenge because they thought someone in the family stole their phone. 3 teens arrested in Denver fire that killed 5 Senegalese immigrants. To me, no matter what's going on with the diaspora conversation in America, I can't look at this as they deserve that, being, a foreign family here in America, because no one deserves to die because you think they stole your phone or whatever that shit was about.
Right. So what is the situation on that case? Were they ever found guilty? Was the trial? Was, you know how these Asian folks do when they did Peter Liang when he killed Akai Gurley, because he coming up Akai coming down the steps, Peter Liang, the pole 12, Asian 12 going up the steps, they bump into each other in the hallway, it's gonna automatically go off. So it's like, if this kid Akai Gurley ain't had no prior charges, wasn't ever in trouble, and didn't seem to be a troublemaker around the way, had no prior charges, how the hell did you kill him? By mistake? Like, you that scared of black people that you just automatically had your gun out and shot the first person coming to you? Like, wow, man. So what was the situation on that case anyway, as far as the Asian kids? Because I remember that, bro.
Yeah, so this just occurred, from what I'm understanding. I could pull up the Reuters report.
That happened a few years ago now. Like, I think, what was that? Maybe about 5 years ago?
Was it really?
Something like that?
Let's see.
Yeah, that happened a couple years ago. I remember that.
Yeah, no, it says January 2021. So they got them on video surveillance with their masks on. maybe they're just now arresting these kids. I don't know that part of it, but it says they're getting 24 charges, 5 counts of first-degree murder, 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder, and 8 counts of first-degree arson. They declined to name the suspects because it was a 16-year-old and 2 others were 15 years old.
Yeah,
Goodness fucking gracious, bro. Oh, yeah. So here it is. The August 2020 fire deaths shook members of the Denver ethnic Senegalese community. That's a hate crime, man. I mean, that's a hate crime. That's a hate crime, bro.
Right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's pure and simple. It was a hate crime. Whatever excuse they used to pull that off, that was strictly hate crime. And you see the Asians and the whites hooking up as kids even to commit this heinous act against a black family, a black immigrant family, but a black family, no nonetheless. That's just goodness gracious, man. Goodness gracious. Whew. Yeah, so that 14A, that 2A, I say 14A, 2A because, again, we got our constitutional right to carry and bear arms as Black Americans through the 14th Amendment that was connected to the Second Amendment. But yeah, I mean, that's just what it is, man. Miss Baby Sister.
Peace and reparations, guys. Did you guys see the article where the woman, sort of what you're saying now, the woman that shot the police officer, missing person or whatever, but right before that there was a posting how you cannot be charged with a crime even if you kill a police officer or any governmental official.
They made that legal that you go fight back or some shit like that.
So I hope that sister's attorney knows about that. I tweeted it.
Well,
anybody knows her, you need to tell her that if her attorney or something is sleeping on this, she needs to be informed.
because you cannot be charged with a crime if you kill a police officer under those exact type of situations.
Well, you said they dropped the charges anyway, right, Greg?
Yeah, they dropped the charges.
I don't know.
Yeah, they dropped the charges against her. The boyfriend is locked up for, I don't know. I think the report said the gun was he was a felon with a gun or something like that. So I think they're charging him with being a felon, having a weapon, but they did drop the charges against her from what I read.
I'm amazed because that's a precedent, in some regards.
Oh yeah.
So I don't know why they dropped. I mean, I'm glad they did, and it was mandatory. If this is America, but that's gonna
Well, yeah, she was.
People should have their cases looked again. Whoever got convicted should have their cases looked over.
Yeah, now that's where you definitely need an attorney. If you're sitting down and you declared self-defense and you weren't given that legal right to self-defense, I totally agree with you. In this situation, the judge recognized that she was defending someone who was put in a position of dying, quite literally. And so, yeah, they did the right thing, which they normally don't do, because this injustice system loves to drag us through it and get us spending all types of money on attorneys and everything else. They try to ruin us when they drag us through their system. So, yeah.
All facts, man. All facts, bro.
Yeah, this is a story where this is a black gentleman from Mississippi who is living in Connecticut. He's 21, and he says a white worker threatened to kill him and other black workers from Mississippi. So I don't know if they're working in that area, whatever skill set they have, whatever the issue may be while they're up there, but it says six of their coworkers is what it looks like. We got to take these threats like really, 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 really serious. He's calling them N-words. He's saying he's gonna come back and kill them. It's a crew of 6 from Mississippi. They're filing a lawsuit up there. I'm trying to figure out what their skill set is, because sometimes TerraSmart is the employer. Sometimes, like, if there's power outages or things of that nature, crews will travel across the country and help out in situations like that. If there's construction in the oil and fracking industry, there was a lot of that where people would travel across country because the money's really, really good. Even the job I have, every once in a while they'll ask if you want to travel to some part of the country to help out for a week or two, delivering fuel or whatever. So it's obvious these are hardworking black men, and they're being confronted by a racist in Connecticut. We know about the Celtics. We know about the issues with the Red Sox and different players coming in and out of there and all the shit they deal with up there with those racist ass people up there. But yeah, they're filing a lawsuit against the company. Man, shit is just crazy. Like, it's they might be involved in solar and maybe setting up some type of solar farms or something of that nature. So these guys are really highly technically skilled individuals, that are just trying to earn a living, and they got to deal with this type of these threats. This dude talking about, I hate these MFers. I can't stand these MFers. I'm sick of these MFers. Like, holy crap, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Jeez, Weezo, man, you gotta carry a weapon up in these parts when you're dealing with these type of psychopaths. These people are psychopathic terrorists. There's no question about their entire history says and verifies that they are psychopathic terrorists. Period. Oh,
hey, man, that's why I want to go back into the workforce, bro. I don't want to deal with these tethers. Don't want to deal with the white folks. I don't even want to deal with my own people because I know most of them be cooning on the job. You feel what I'm saying? So I'll be looking for any type of gig work, do whatever it is I got to do to just stay away from fucking work, bro. Excuse me, a 9 to 5, not work. You know what I mean? Because I worked every day, bro. Took multiple times. You know, multiple hours in a day. I barely sleep. You know what I'm saying? I'm actually in the bed laying down talking to y'all right now, trying to get some sleep for the next day because, you know, even though tomorrow football, I probably will stay home and watch football, but that don't mean I'm not working. You know what I'm saying? I got a business to run and try to do what I got to do. And it's tough cookies out here, man. But, you know, I'm thinking about going back to work after all these years. But, you know, the more you talk about this stuff, the less now I'm good, man. You know what I mean?
Man, let me see. Let me see if it's gonna let me talk on here. It's blocking my mic. Okay, there it goes. There's like a delay. Sometimes I hit the mic and it won't actually cut on. Yeah, at my place of employment, you know, when I first got there, I noticed there were like 3 vehicles that had those 3% stickers on their windows, right? And I'm like, oh, okay, you know, because you got to be aware of your surroundings. You got to know, you know, like, okay. I'm like, okay. They work in a different division, so I don't never interact with those people. But you know, living in the city I live in, you're usually the only black person at a job. There might be 1 or 2 versus, you know, 10 to 100 of them. It's just that's just the way it is here. And so I'm like, okay. But I noticed after they started rounding up those Proud Boys, those stickers disappeared, right? So while they might be as psychopaths, they're not stupid. You know what I'm saying? So it's like and to be honest, like if you had to interact with those people, that would create a hostile work environment, which would be lawsuit for the company because you know you see these people, they're proudly displaying their racist ass stickers and affiliations, and you're not doing nothing about it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I try to be aware, consciously aware of what's going on. There's one last story. We did mention this New York story. I'm gonna mention it again, and then I got a story after that. But this is New York City is opening massive white tents filled with 1,000 shoulder-to-shoulder green and black cots. They're saying now they're trying to downgrade this, like this is worse than the hotel rooms. However, I saw video of these things. They're saying they're overwhelmed by 20,000 migrants, even though they're illegal aliens that shouldn't be in the country. But I saw the video of them walking into these places, and yeah, they're tents, but guess what? They got heat. They're safe. They're dry, climate controlled. They got a kitchen, 3 meals a day. They're all this shit is free. They don't got to pay for none of this shit. 3 meals a day. They got flat screen TVs, PlayStations, and I think they're the PlayStation 5s from what I can tell. You know, couches, recreation. I mean, they got everything that any person could ever possibly need to sit back and enjoy a good life. Meanwhile, you got massive homelessness all over the country, and they don't get nearly as much facilities and good treatment from the same system, the same society. So I have a massive problem with that. I just don't really understand, you know, what that's about, other than it's the Democrat policy, Democrat ideology. Take care of people who shouldn't be here and ignore and abuse the people who absolutely have every right to be here and should be taken care of. We had our legal marijuana space. The Biden had to beg governors to pardon because he doesn't have authority, because the president doesn't have authority over the states. They are not kings. Slyburn wasn't a kingmaker because the president of the United States is not a king. And we got to get over the thought of every 4 years we vote for the president that's going to change our lives magically, because they don't have the ability to do it, and they're not going to do it because they can't do it. In all actuality, they just don't have the authority to do it. But in that legal space, I was saying, man, in a couple of years, it's looking like Walmart might be going into the marijuana business. It turns out someone beat them to it. Circle K gas stations, which is really big in big swaths of the country, in certain regions of the country. We don't have Circle K's where I'm at, but over in Ohio, I'm pretty sure they do. Down in Florida, I believe they do. I think the story said they have over 600 locations. They're going to start rolling out marijuana sales in 10 of their locations, and then sort of, judge how that's doing and expand it from there. So I was close. I didn't have the right store or the right corporation, but here we are entering into wide scale marijuana distribution at the local gas station. Oh my God. I remember when I was working at a local gas station, and it was like it was like a weekend thing. I had my full-time job, and then I did this for like extra side money. And the manager, cool, this is a black neighborhood, man. So everybody's cool. It's just a cool situation. No white managers at all black people in the store. Everything's cool. The manager used to sell marijuana out of that location, and it wasn't a problem. It didn't invite criminal element at all whatsoever, because it was a community situation. So you knew everybody knew you. And it was one of those fun gigs, because I didn't need the job. It wasn't pressure or anything like that. And that spot got robbed. That spot got robbed a couple times. Thankfully not when I was there, but I do remember coming into work and they had just got robbed, stuff like that. You know what I mean? But yeah. So we're entering this paradigm. So get ready for that, Miss Baby Sister.
It's really A plus B equals C. You get high, you got the munchies, you're headed to 7-Eleven, the Circle K. I mean, it's the circle of life. But in regards to the state, I've been noticing more and more that the president has been passing off whatever laws that he wants or other things that people don't want, to take it up with your state.
Exactly.
If your state is making you, stand in line with no water for voting, they're trying to fraction this company into state where nobody. I think here in California they're trying to only use the oil or the gas or something. I was reading it the other day and I fell asleep, so I don't want to speak on it. But we're having some issues, and now it's starting to fraction off each state because everybody has their own laws, and that's how we're comprised in America. By states.
That's how it was designed. That's how the country was made.
A lot of things have been slugged off to ask your state, like ask your daddy. Your mom say, ask your father. So I'm wondering how far we're going to get with this state situation.
Well, that is the original design of the country. That's the way the country is supposed to operate. And so, during our lifetime and really coming out of the civil rights, I was born in the 70s, so I didn't get to experience that. My mother certainly did, but I didn't get to experience it. But it's like we're kind of, as much as we go forward, we're also going backwards in a sense. And the original design of the country was individual states that essentially create their own laws for their citizens.
Bingo.
And if you didn't like it, you could move to another state that was more favorable to you as a citizen. And the federal government was more or less supposed to just kind of be like a babysitter. And, every once in a while they would interject, but they weren't supposed to be like this big brother, all seeing eye, having all power and authority over everything. And somewhere along the way, it kind of got off track. The Democrats seem to want, and they call it big government. That's what they call it, big government. But the Democrats seem to want that. The Republicans, or the other way, they want it to be more like a states rights system. So obviously, we want states' rights because we want to consolidate our population so that we can have political control at the state, county, local level, where the federal government really can't intervene and can't disrupt what we're doing, as long as we're doing everything constitutional, which inherently we will be doing and conducting ourselves in a very professional and constitutional way. So
that's why they're saying for us to get our money first by a state.
Yes. So what happens, like marijuana and other laws, is that it starts at the state level and then it works its way up to the federal level. And
reparations.
Interestingly enough, with the reparations is I think I saw a report that said our voting numbers are concentrated in 8 states. So the majority of our population is concentrated in 8 states. And unfortunately, a lot of those states are not the states that we can actually control, like Florida and Texas and California. But so when it comes to reparations, the interesting thing about that is we can get it at the state level. If we had control over the state, we could get it much, much faster because we control the legislation. We can write the legislation, we can pass the budget to give out reparations to our citizens.
But isn't that what they're saying? That, it's going to be easier for the state than to go after the federal?
Well, there's 2 parts. So there is I'm calling it restitution at the state level. That's one part. And then there's the federal reparations, which is going to be a much higher amount because the states have a very limited budget. California is unique in that it is a very large economy, and they could do.
California, we had a surplus. So I'm in California, so I know what you're saying, but I'm listening.
Yeah, California had a surplus, and they have been. I know they've done something with some Native American tribes out there, and they're looking for ways to spend that surplus. Just so you know, be very aware of it. Track that. Do searches so you can stay up on it. I know they're trying to spend that money. But surplus, be damned in a sense. The reparations isn't dependent upon having a surplus. It should come out of some future expenditures. I'm really excited about that because I want to see how that develops and how that they come out with a win there in terms of their, because it's scheduled for 2023. We're not too far away from that. It's a year before the presidential election, which means even if Gavin does run, it's way ahead of any type of real serious campaigning. And so we should know by mid 2023, I believe, where that's going to go, how far it's going to go. And, it's again, this is a study to do a recommendation, and they have the recommendations, and it goes to the California legislator. They seem to have support from Gavin. Some people are skeptical, but he did push back a veto on something that would have delayed it, which is a good sign that he is supportive. And so I would love to see that go through because that sets a precedent, and no one can deny a precedent once it's set. And so you do have this march towards the federal government, but I don't know how many states are going to be able to pass state-based restitution or reparations simply because the politics don't really line up. Like most of our population is in the southeastern United States, where there's a majority Republican governors down there. And even though,
and see, and there's the rub. That's the catch-22, because they're pushing everything off to the states. And I think that's that. Your mom, what did your dad say? You know what I'm saying? They're playing it off of each other, the government and the states. Because anytime there's anything that's coming up, there's always a connection with the states, and it's slipping in more and more and more. And you know, I just think they're playing off each other, because now we know that the Democrats and Republicans are one and the same. So now they have to break that little image up, and now they're doing it for the states. It's not Democrats and Republicans anymore. It's the states. That's what I think. But you know, I'm paranoid most of the time. I land my plane.
They're playing good cop, bad cop with it.
Bingo.
That's a good analogy. Let's think about it like this. I was involved in an accident, and so my attorneys had to sue. There were three plaintiffs in that accident, 3 different corporations. And so there's always going to be one of the corporations that has the most money out of the 3, one that has the least, and one that's in the middle. And I think it's a similar situation where if you are involved in an accident where, let's say there's 2 corporations, and let's say the federal government's one, the state's one, where you're going to go after both of them, but in the end, the award, that's what they call settlements in those type of civil litigations. The award is going to be different between the 2 entities, where the states, again, will likely be less money. The federal government will likely be more money, but they both can and should go through. Even though this is not a lawsuit, it's similar in the way that we can think about it, because they both are guilty. And even companies and corporations and religious institutions and everything else, at some point you want to be able to go after all of those people as well. But just in looking at state and federal, yeah, the states that can do it, I don't know how many. I know there's something going on in New York, and I believe New Jersey, and then I think I've heard of 1 or 2 other states. But and even this liar in Georgia is saying that if she gets elected recently, she's saying that she's all for it. You know, do a study, figure it out, blah 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 blah, which is just her saying whatever she has to say to get elected. But if you had someone who did have a Black agenda, who did become a governor of a state, and who could get it through legislation and or an executive order even, that would be phenomenal in a southern state. But right now, I don't think there's a state where it can happen, to be honest. In the Southeast, in the Southwest, you got the Mexicans, you got the whites, so you got to form a coalition to get it done. See, that's the other part about California that we all kind of gotta appreciate, take a step back and understand, is that they're gonna have to have a coalition to get it through the legislation. This recent episode in LA City Council or County Council, whatever it was, I would be using that like a weapon, like a battering ram, to the state legislator to say, look, you know what's going on here. We know there's racism. There's a undercurrent of racism here. We have this reparations legislation coming up. We need you to take a stand against racism in this state. And they need to be beating that drum, like from here on until it's elevated up out of a bill, out of committee into the legislator. They need to be beating that drum to really pressure them with this racist narrative that exists. We all know it exists, but now it's exposed. And use that to if you got to do what you got to do. If you got to guilt people into voting on your side, whatever you got to, you got to use politics to your advantage. And this gave an opportunity to do that. I hope they do that. I hope they really, really do that.
I was thinking that too, and now the new narrative is black people. No, not a racial thing. I was listening to a space, and I couldn't hear all of it because I was doing certain things. But one of the commentators said that I think it was Sunny. I think it was their sister, but they were going back and forth with, now it's not a black thing, it's a white thing, and how they're using black people, black melanated people to go to bat for them, to plead their case. And I think that's what is happening here in California. Yes, we heard those people, their own words, saying those horrific things. But when we ask them to resign, then it comes out that anybody on the council, we can't force them. They cannot be forced to resign. So that in itself is, that catch-22. We're progressive. We're thinking about giving, reparations. We're on the forefront. But when it comes down to it, we can't even make those people resign. Not even morally, not even ethically. We have no legal way to get them off.
Wow.
Out of our sight.
Wow.
So when you have that in play, when I think of, using something to assist us in this world, it's a pipe dream. Those people were caught on tape making those comments. You would think that their neighborhood, their church, their family members would tell them, you need to walk backwards really slowly and just drop it. They went 10 toes down and said, we're not going to resign, and you can't make me legally. So that's what California is. If that made any sense. I hope that gave you a little bit of a balance to because when you think use whatever you have, most people who have common sense would say use it. It would fall on deaf ears. They would manipulate it and to make reparations become another study. And for Newsom, he's been groomed, to be the president. I don't trust him as far as I can throw him. He's passed, I think I tweeted, he's passed almost 200 bills of things. I guess he was up all night one night. I don't know. Yeah, he's been doing things that you just want to say, And I think I also heard, and I apologize, was that the abortion. I was talking to my daughter, and so she said, this, I think she was Hispanic, raped by her father. And she wanted to get an abortion. She couldn't. She had the baby full term. The baby died. They hemmed her up. They gave her 6 years, I think it was.
Oh, wow.
Because they caught her going online, Googling about abortions. What? The baby died, but they said that she had something to do with it.
Wow.
I'll see if I can find it. But I say that to say this. They are telling these Hispanics, look, you're white now. You ain't having no abortions. If you have an abortion, you're going to jail. That's the only thing that Hispanics, illegal or legal, that's the only thing that's hemming them up. Because if you think about it, what was the big rush for this abortion? The rights. You over here now, you're going to pop out them kids. You're going to get our numbers up. And if you don't do it, you're going to jail. Caprinde? And I was like, you've got to be kidding me. Wow. If somebody knows that you were about to have an abortion, you're going to jail. There's no reason whatsoever not to have a child. So they bought the ticket. I hope they enjoy the ride. I land my plane.
Wow. So to the LA people that don't want to resign, I'm normally not a big proponent of boycotting or protesting, but in this situation, for what's at stake, I believe this is one of those situations because it is focused, is targeted, that you gotta develop a boycott strategy out there about removing the people from power, if that's important to the people who live there, to get them out of there And if it's, again, we talk about the Montgomery boycott that lasted 381 days. I've kind of committed that to memory. I know it's over a year, but if it takes that long, so be it. But that's what we have to be willing to do, and that's what we have not been willing to do really since the 1960s, is sustained political action. So yeah, I would just be unrelentless in terms of showing up at meetings, disrupting meeting, like all the tactics that it takes to keep it in the news, to keep the story active, so that people understand. I did see a video where they were having, I guess they were having a council meeting. It was closed to the public. There were a few black gentlemen, and the one guy that had a bullhorn in his hand, he was constantly trying to get inside the building. The officers were pushing him out, and so he was in between the doors, the double doors, and these officers. He's trying to, not force his way in, but definitely be standing within the building, and they keep pushing him out. And he, it's just like this back and forth while he's screaming. And I couldn't make out what he was screaming, but I'm sure it's to whatever's going on there. But you need that to happen every single day for the next year.
You would think the person that she was referring to, his son, you would think he would be having his church, or, I mean, like you said, there's so many plateaus that could be bounced off of this. The churches could get behind this. The churches that they attend, because politicians, they have to be seen at church. You know what I'm saying? But it just goes hand in hand. So there's so many ways that different avenues that this could be used to be put on the forefront of this is how Americans treat Black Americans. This is how it doesn't matter what you do, how you vote, you will get someone in office that has a racist mind frame. I mean, there's so many ways that people could come up with this, but first and foremost, the person that she was referring to, his son, should be there if nobody else was, he should be there. I land my plane.
Even the people from I think it was if I'm not mistaken, it was a Hispanic person that burnt down one of the historic churches over there in that area. You would think the members of those churches would be out there, protesting. And it was something a girl said in another space that was kind of irritating, but at the same time it was true. The majority of people who was at one of those city council meetings demanding for their resignation was Hispanic people. Why weren't Black people down there in mass?
Blew my mind.
In mass. It blew my mind too. I was sitting there like, where my Negroes at? Where we at? We should have been one of the first ones down there and the last ones to leave. So we have got to get it together and stop sitting back being lax. Man. Our people back in the days had that type of fortitude once again to sustain these type of things. And we so, mentally lazy nowadays where we actually sat back and let the Latinos showed up and we didn't show up. That's ridiculous. And that's why we can't a lot of times get a lot of things, accomplished, because it's like Black Majority State just said, we look at these things, we get hyped up about them. We're irritated, we're mad about it, and then 1 or 2, 3 days later, a week later, it's on to the next. We forget about it. We like, oh, okay, well, we did what we had to do. That's it. No, the Montgomery boycott lasted a long time, and these things need to happen a long time too. We need to make them get sick of seeing us and resign just because they tired of seeing us. If anything else, because we won't shut up about it. I don't even know what to say. That's just like, that's like whoa to me. That's a mind blower that we weren't down there, more than they were.
If we can't be tired of doing it, then why be tired of having it done to us? And that's what it comes down to. If we're so tired of constantly, then it's not going to bother us to get up, go down there, especially when a church was burned down, like you said, sister. I was all,
Yep, and that's the same way I feel about when they talk about the Hispanic gangs, the MS-16 or 13 or whatever they call down there, harassing black families. Back in the days, the Bloods and the Crips was formed to protect our neighborhood. So where are you brothers at? Y'all are too busy fighting with each other, and y'all got another gang that's moved into your territory that's doing damage.
I live in California, and I'm still thinking, what the girl you just said? What I've been thinking. Nobody has talked about that. Go ahead.
That part right there. I know I'm from the Midwest, and our gangs got bad after a while, but our gangs got bad due to police coming into our areas, killing people up, and trying to make it seem like it was the other gang that did it. And it took a long time for us to realize really what time it was going on. But we had a Hispanic gang in our neighborhood called the Loco Boys.
Wow.
And they were one of the harder Mexican gangs out of all of the other little subsidy gangs of Mexican gangs. But even they knew to stay on their side of the tracks. They didn't come inside of our neighborhoods. They didn't mess around. As hard as they thought they was.
God.
When I would be caught walking to my sister's school to see her volleyball games or something, and one of them get out of hand and I throw up a certain sign, they knew to back up.
Wow.
But I don't understand. They need to make people scared again. Like they said, make America great again, make these fools scared again, because they ain't scared no more.
Wow.
Especially when Snoop and all the rest of these, used to be, who now are celebrities. Where's the smoke at? They just burnt down a church. Where's the smoke at? Bloods and Crips. Now y'all was shooting people, babies in it. God, rest in peace. The children, they were just drive-bys. Now you got somebody focused to do your thing with. Crickets.
Yep.
That's what the game should be called, crickets.
Damn. Now this church, I'm just looking this up. This was arson?
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Victory Baptist Church.
There were several black churches in the area that have been burned down.
Jeez, man. Wow. Yeah, they've been, man. I feel sorry. I feel very sorry for folks that their family went out there trying to escape white supremacy. White degeneracy is really what I call it, and now they're dealing with Mexican degeneracy out there.
See, the only thing that can come from this is, one, we weren't killing and shooting up each other like they said we were, and it was, the other people. Or two, we have the mentality to say to ourselves, we're just going to do this to each other, but anybody that harms us, it's going to be okay. And if the latter is the truest thinking, then it doesn't matter what we do to try to combat racism. It's infecting us from within. Because they were telling us that we were shooting.
This is real life warfare tactics.
And if we had that much anger, I don't see why we would not be eager to put some smoke on the outside influences. Otherwise, it was them, like the sister said, causing all this infraction and animosity or organ parts or whatever. But it wasn't us. It was them keeping it going. So either way, I'm pissed. I'll let my thing.
Yeah, so this guy Diaz, 23-year-old, is the one who did it, and this is open warfare because a church, for what it's worth, is the backbone of the community. It's the political base, heart and center. It's a community center. They're helping the elderly. This says that this Victory Baptist Church, Reverend Martin Luther King once preached. Gospel great Mahalia Jackson sang. This is an historical marker of the community. I think I've seen this church in movies or videos or something like that. It just looks very familiar the first time I saw it. Man, that was a targeted attack, and it's an attempt to push. I man, I swear this was in a YouTube video that I watched not too long ago. I'm gonna have to see if I can do some YouTube on that church, because I remember them talking about the church and what it was doing in the community. So, man, that sucks. Jeez.
Our people got to get angry again. Man. We got to get angry again, and maybe that's why all of these things is happening to us, and we sit back watching it in real time. It's because all of these things eventually it's gonna have to spark something within us, just like my husband was saying about George Floyd. How many people had been killed, how many black men and women had been killed before him, but it wasn't until we all sat back and watched certain things take place within that murder that it sparked the whole nation to be upset. Other nations outside of America was watching us and was upset about it. Do we have to keep having those type of incidences, in order for us to be upset? It shouldn't take something like that for us to be upset about the travesties and the things that's going on with our communities and how we're being railroaded and gentrified out of it. But it just seems like we just sit back waiting to go back to those times and days where, white folks was rolling up to our house. Or I guess it's going to be Mexicans nowadays rolling up to our house and big mobs with guns pulling us up out of them. This is ridiculous. It's so disappointing.
Damn. Yeah, because it's a total loss. I'm looking at, the structure is just gone. Totally collapsed, caved in on itself. And I could see, their weekly services that they got a whole YouTube channel and everything here.
And see, did the other black churches rally around them? You know what I mean? Now, there's an article where this pastor in New Orleans, he stole almost $1 million from the people in New Orleans. If that is not the most needed community to have your person, your pastor, do you know how much money $900,000 is to people who can't even? So there's a special place in hell for him, but not even the other churches. I would think they would get a collective church, because to get ahead of the game. Because if you're going to get burned down, let's have some type of a bank account or whatever, for lack of a better term, to help rebuild, because it's going to be us next. Because the Crips and the Bloods are not taking care of the churches. You know what I mean in that regards? But not even another church came to that church, or at least to the point where it was in the news. They're not even helping each other, even for selling us out. So I guess they get what they get, but whatever. But for the people who needed that church for community reasons and resources, that's where I find it to be sad. Other than that, whatever. I land my plane.
Yeah, I didn't even think about this, but I just came across a funeral service at the church. So it's like, they baptize or children, in a church that's got this sort of footprint in the community, and then they do the homegoing service, at the end of our life here. And man, like that, it's just, man, holy crap. I can't. I'm really at a loss for words, because I don't know how you can attack a church. Like, I just don't get that part. And it is because we are not like these people. They are not like us. We're dealing with a completely different type of being.
We just choose not to be like them. When I hear that makes the hair or my upper lip get tickly. When we say we're not like them, but we sure as hell can be like them. They do shit. Look, they got a foot, we got an ass. They got an ass and we got a foot. And for some unknown reason, and I'm not saying this for you, Black, but when I hear that we're not like them, but God made everybody. And if we've been praying to him for him to help us, either he ain't paid his phone bill or he ain't giving a shit, because whatever he gave to them, he can give to us. We're not like them, but damn it, we're going to try to be like them. Be like Mike, be like White, because I'm sick of this shit. We're the forgiving. You know, we're the ones, yes, we were. Everything that we come as people, as human beings, I'm down for it. But we also got ancestors that didn't take no shit. We also had ancestors that when you broke him, he was kicking somebody's ass, bent him over. So, you know, we had our ancestors who, I'll breastfeed your kid, but I'm gonna peach his ass every time you hand him over to me. You know, and I hope y'all like spit in your grits. So you know, we were these, you know, not so docile or whatever the hell's going on. There's this movie y'all called Alice. Keke Palmer's in it. I stumbled upon it. Y'all need to watch that. Alice. It is so apropos to what is going on. It's about this woman who doesn't know she was freed. She runs about 2 blocks, 3 feet down, and she gets a freeway, and it takes it up. Unfortunately, Common is in it, so whatever. But it's called Alice. Okay. You've got to watch this movie. It is just what we are doing. We are not slaves anymore. And if you go 2 blocks down, 1 street over, it's the fucking glory land. And we just keep walking straight. We never make that turn. It's deep, y'all, and it goes fast too. But anyway, so the churches should be like, you know, we need to get together because it's going to be us next. Next. I live on the plane.
I hope to be able to weaponize the church, but they're going to resist because of the comfortability that all of us seem to be paralyzed in. We're paralyzed in being comfortable. And, you know, the Black church is no different because they've been walking hand in hand with the Democrat Party for so long. They've lost their way. They've lost sight of their real true purpose.
Just tell them they'll get more money for the tithes if we get a reparations. That'll make them interested.
Hey, that's one way. I mean, if you actually participate. So here's the thing about the reaping and sowing. If you put more into the community, you'll get more out of it. And a lot of them don't seem to really understand or appreciate that. The reason why church attendance is so low, because you're not investing in the community. You're not invested into the people. You know, and to be quite honest, because a lot of these churches you go to, it's just a bunch of elders. You know, once the elders are gone, what do you have? You just have a building, to be perfectly honest. They gotta get more active. This is a tragedy though, to see something like that take place, man. And you know, the thing that really upsets me is that this Mexican's going to go to prison. He's likely going to be saluted because they're going to segregate him with the Mexican population. And you know, although they're not going to brag about it because that would probably lead to conflict, he's likely to be held up as an example, you know, in this war that they are waging against Black America out there. Yeah, this is a whole tragedy. Just really, really sad, man. Boy.
Y'all, it's been good conversating with you, but I'm gonna have to head to bed. Give me a little bit of shut eye. But it definitely is a tragedy. The church, the people who does these things, the people who sit back and watch these things and aren't angry enough to get out and do anything.
Damn it, bro.
You know, but sit back like we're doing now and talk about it. And when you're in the thick of things, when you're right there where it's happening at, it makes no sense to me to be so passive. You can't pray your way out of this. There's no, especially when you go down to pray, and in the midst of your prayer, your vision is of this picture of Caesar Borgia. That's why your prayers aren't being answered. That's why you're still praying about the same thing over and over, because you're praying to the wrong person. Praying to their God, you ain't praying to yours.
Oh, you know what?
And I don't know what it's going to take to get our people on point. I know, like my mother-in-law, she still does this pastor day thing where, she knows she's on a fixed income, but she allows them to come to her house for Pastor Appreciation Day, and for them to tell her, well, your portion of what you got to give Pastor for Appreciation Day is $250, knowing that that's a quarter of what you get a month. So why would Pastor ask you to give him that amount of money to show your appreciation when he getting 10% or whatever it is that you have every Sunday, every Thursday and Wednesday when you go with them other days? Why would he put a price tag on your appreciation for him? And unfortunately, that's what a lot of these churches. But when you get a church like Victory, who actually is doing something and giving back to the community, you would think those people more so would be willing to go out and say, you know what, we got to stop these race soldiers. It's getting out of hand. But the church mindset, they keep their people so passive, and it's really, that's part of the destruction of our people. Is that passive mindset. I'm not a passive person. That's why I try to, not be out and about too much in the thick of things. I don't run into what I see a lot of people run into when I watch these videos online. And I think maybe it's I stay in a customer service friendly way, but I think it's my whole spirit, my whole aura, and sometimes my facial expressions that let them know you don't want to try me. It's almost like they know who they can mess with and get away with it with. And those are the people who are real quick to pick up their phones. And maybe I think I might give off that aura that, if I pick my phone up, it's to be to bust you upside the head with it. I ain't gonna get a chance to record nothing. And we got one too many people who just want to record it so they can post it online rather than take that phone and bust them upside the head with it. But I'm going to land my plane on that, and I'm going to get ready to ease on into this bed so I can get back up in a couple of hours and pretend like I'm full awake.
Okay, thank you so much for coming into the space. Yeah, I agree with what you just said. Sometimes we got to put the phone down and get involved and get active. I'm looking at that church and I'm thinking, I actually was just trying to find it, but there was a homeless, I don't know what they I think they were a black person, but they were homeless. He was wearing like a white dress, and they were behind a church, a white church that is really reminding me of this building. And they dragged them by the wig. I think they had a wig on or something. It was a crazy little video, probably like 6 months ago. The police were called, but for some reason firefighters showed up, and they kind of were dragging this person across the parking lot or whatever. It was actually a pretty upsetting video there. But I'm thinking, I'm looking at this white church, and then because I remember doing some research on the homelessness in that area, and so I need to actually double back and see if this is the church that showed up in that because there was like a news report of how these firefighters go around in the community and help the homeless people, whatever, blah blah blah. They know them by name, etc., etc. And I'm just wondering if I know it was in LA, so that's why I'm thinking it really might have been this church where that incident occurred. Because the first thing I saw when I looked it up, they're saying it's a homeless person who set this church on fire.
I think I read that one too.
That it was a homeless person? Yeah, I'm starting to think that it is that same church where the firefighters showed up and assaulted this cross-dresser. Is how I describe the person. You could tell it was a man, but they had on a dress. They had on like a crazy looking wig, and yeah, I remember that story, man. Damn, oh my goodness gracious. Oh boy, that sucks. Okay, yeah, I guess we're gonna go ahead and wind it down. It's 4 a.m. I gotta get up too. Everybody's gotta get up and go to work, do what they gotta do. But thank you so much for coming out. We do it every Saturday, of course. Hopefully social will have this feature and we'll be able to do more focus on there. Just have this up and running for the people who are used to us being here, but also do social as well. We are on YouTube. We do record. It goes right up to the YouTube channel. And then throughout the week, obviously we do respond to DMs and posts and comments and everything else like that. So just be safe, take care of yourself, be prepared to defend. I got to really work on getting my carry permit back. It's lapsed for a couple of years here, but I'm never involved in those situations. I'm just working and sleeping, to be honest, but you just never know. Anything could happen anywhere. Got to be prepared to deal with it and protect your life and your family's life, of course. So yep, on that note, if you can't be a part of the revolution, well, no, let me say that a different way. Support the revolution or become a revolutionary. That's how I wanted that to go. Support the revolution or become a revolutionary. So on that note, good night, Miss Trouble. Good night, DJ. And we'll do it next weekend.
Much love, Black State. Have a good night.
Right. Damn it, bros. Damn it, bros. Damn it, bros. I swear that's that church. Let me look that up because I know that's that church. I know that's that church. Good night. Good night. We're wrapping it up here. Thank you so much for coming out. Truly appreciate it. Again, we're trying to get the social up. If they got the spaces, that'll be beautiful. And then we will continue the YouTube, and Twitter will be less of a important thing in the future. But thank you so much. And hopefully you make it to the rally November 5th, because I do plan to be there, and hopefully I'll get to meet some folks that we've been interacting with here online. Good evening.